is alongside me, and we are presenting for the first time in 23 years at Gracie, a First Division County Championship match. First chance I've ever had to say that in 14 years of commentary. So a big moment for the Foxes, and let us hope that they prove competitive in the side, in the division I should say. I can give you the Leicestershire side, and then Adrian will give you the Sussex side. Leicestershire, captained by Ian Holland, who won the toss incidentally and chose to bowl first, which is no great surprise. It does look fairly green out there, but not quite as green as I anticipated, to be quite honest. So Ian Holland will lead the side. Jake Weatherall, the Australia Test opener, obviously makes his debut for the Foxes. Rishi Patel up front as well. Rahan Ahmed, Ben Cox, Stephen Eskenazi, Ben Green, Lewis Hill. Tom Scriven, Yadvinder Singh makes his debut, right arm seamer, signed sort of via the South Asian Cricket Association. Had a brief spell at Worcester. Liam Travaskis makes up the 11. Leicestershire rather suffering with injuries at the moment, so the seam attack perhaps not quite as strong as they would have liked, but obviously an awful lot of optimism to start the season. Adrian, hello.
How lovely to see you. Always a pleasure to come to Grace Road, especially to see you, Richard. And the great news is that we've got cricket,
and we are also on Sports Extra 2, so welcome to listeners to Sports Extra 2. Crack on.
Well, I have to say, I drove up from Sussex this morning, and it was raining pretty much all the way. So to get here and find that we've got cricket, I mean, it's overcast, it's grey, it's cold, but I think the forecast is an improving one throughout the day. So
that's about news. 150 miles of rain, isn't it? Basically.
It was drizzly. It wasn't. In fact, in Northamptonshire, okay, which is only about 30 or 40 miles down the M1, it was really raining quite heavily. But got up here, roads are dry, and it looks like there's been no rain here at all, which is great news.
Well, the players are usually the best. They have the best apps. They're all very well aware. And I had a chat to Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio, before the start, and he said his app says rain at 2. So
okay.
Let us hope for the best, because tomorrow it's a storm, isn't there?
Well, there is this storm, but again,
down in the south.
It's Storm Dave, but a lot of that seems to be maybe to the west. It's Storm Dave. Storm Dave. Yeah,
that's prosaic, isn't it? For Storm
so I think it's going to be horrendous, particularly over northern England and into Scotland. But mercifully, here we
might be okay. Well, fingers crossed. The Leicestershire players are gathered on the boundary, all in very smart new whites. Of course they are, with the numbers and their names standing out in the sort of racing green with which Leicestershire is associated. James Taylor down there. We heard an interview with James on Sports Extra. Kevin Howells, our colleague, is here and will be on commentary later today, as will my colleague from BBC Radio Leicester, Adam Whitty. And over the weekend we'll be joined by Rita Green from BBC Radio Sport. So we are here in number for this first division game at Grace Road for all that time. The crowd largely huddled in thick anoraks, trying to stay out of the wind. The two umpires giving each other a pat on the back, Rob White and Michael Goff, well wrapped up, are heading out into the middle in their white baseball. Do we approve of white baseball caps rather than the old Panamas? I know the baseball caps are better for staying on, but they're not traditional.
No, I prefer the but I do understand that maybe with this wind, that maybe a Panama hat is not quite the attire that's needed.
And Leicestershire, having been gathered at the the boundary edge for so long, take 10 steps out into the outfield and then gather for the huddle. So do you think the umpire ought to get in the middle of them, Chelsea style?
Oh dear. Yeah, that really is dreadful, isn't it? Mercifully not, which is good news. Just watching Daniel Hughes ambling out to the middle. He's just arrived over from Australia, but he's walking out thinking, crumbs, this is cricket in April in England. But the ground looks immaculate, doesn't it? It's lovely and green, and We're all set to go. Shall I just run through the Sussex
Yes,
side
absolutely.
for you? So a couple of debutants for Sussex. The actual 11 is Tom Haynes, Daniel Hughes, Tom Clark, James Cole. The first new signing is Jack Leaning, who came from Kent during the winter. John Simpson, then Tom Price, who signed from Gloucestershire at the end of last season. Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, the new county championship skipper, who is Ollie Robinson, and the 11 made up by Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, an interesting appointment, Ollie Robinson.
Yep, I think.
And I think it'll be interesting times on the field as well as off at Sussex this season.
Yes, it certainly will. I think he's a good appointment. I think he's a bit of a student of the game, Ollie Robinson. And talked to him at press day. He feels he's got a little bit to prove as well. So we'll see how Ollie goes.
And hopefully for those who are watching on the stream, they're already appreciating the big increase in quality. Lots of new equipment and tech and cameras, and fingers crossed you are going to get outstanding TV/picture coverage as well this season. So congratulations to the Leicestershire club for getting all that sorted, as well as they seem to have done. Ian Holland, Leicestershire's new captain, is going to open the bowling from the Bennett end. He's going to come around the wicket to Hughes. 3 slips behind him. First ball of the season. Holland is in and bowls and is driven. Full ball that is driven out through extra cover. There isn't an extra cover. Chasing back from sort of cover almost point is Rahan. Ahmed gets his throw away, but that's a lovely start for Hughes, who picks up a couple. Nothing seemed to happen very quickly there. It looked quite slow going across the outfield there, so perhaps he didn't time it quite as well as he would have liked, but he leant into it and played it very nicely.
Nice to get a nice half volley, isn't it? First ball of the season that you can punch away through the covers. He'll be pleased to be on his way.
He will pitch it up, Ian Holland. He sort of ambles in, Holland, and bowls. That's a better length, and Hughes is careful, blocking it back down the pitch. Holland continues his run, picks it up, gives the ball a cursory glance and throws it to Tom Scriven to do a spot of polishing.
Daniel Hughes, one of 2 overseas players for Sussex. That is all they're going to have this season because of the financial constraints. J. Devon Nukat is the other, but he won't be joining until later on in the season for 8 championship matches from the middle towards the end of the season. So it'll just be Hughes as the overseas.
He's facing now as Holland is in, bowls to him, drops his length back a little bit. You heard the call of no as he went back and dropped it out towards Ahmed at point. So when you say only 2, that is all competitions, presumably.
It is, and that's very much
so Hughes will...
Yeah, so Daniel Hughes will play in all competitions bar the One Day Cup. J. Devon Nukat will just play in the county championship, but because of the restrictions that Sussex are now under, which are well documented during the winter, they're not able to bring in any other overseas. So what they've got is what they have is what they've got for the whole season.
Holland is in. Hughes is walking down the pitch towards him, but then blocks it and leans forward. Not a big stride. Having taken several steps down the wicket, you wouldn't really expect a big stride, but indication perhaps that Holland has already started to swing it. Update, the first of the season coming up for BBC Radio Leicester. Usual format, 11, 12 and 1 in the mornings. I wonder if we'll just get this next delivery from Holland in before I do it. Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, leaves Hughes, and he leaves the ball. Here's the update. Good morning. Well, a good start for the Foxes because the new captain Ian Holland has won the toss and they have chosen to bowl first under the cloud here at Grace Road as Holland is driven for 4 very nicely by the Sussex Australian overseas player Daniel Hughes. So we've had just 1 over of this new season. Hasn't gone quite perhaps as well as Leicestershire would have liked with that 4. He's conceded 6 runs from that first over, Ian Holland. They're giving debuts to 2 players. Jake Weatherall, the Australian Test opener, he comes into the side. And an interesting one, Yadvinder Singh, a 30-year-old seamer who's been signed a short-term contract, but that's an indication of how many injuries the Foxes are beginning the season with in their seam attack. So Sussex, decent start for the visitors. They're 6 without loss after the first over. So
it looks going to be Yadvinder Singh who's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end, bowling to the left-handed Tom Haynes. Sussex with two left-handed openers. Tom Haynes, he's had a good winter. He went away with the Lions to Australia. He made runs. He actually skippered the Lions.
Big season for Tom, isn't it?
It is.
Because there's a slot, you would think, at the top of the England lineup now. Perhaps.
I think there is. Yeah. He's got 3 slips behind him as in comes Singh racing in. Right arm around the wicket bowls, and Haynes is beaten. First ball outside the off stump. Pacey delivery, and a no ball actually. The first ball that Singh's bowled has been signalled as a no ball, but nonetheless Tom Haynes was beaten outside the off stump. The ball thumps into the gloves of wicketkeeper Ben Cox. No, you're absolutely right, and Tom will be aware of that a good start to this season on the back of a good Lions tour down to Australia, and you'd have thought he'd be very much in the conversation, particularly what's been said by McCullum and Key over the last few days about championship players with a way back in. In comes Singh bowls, and well, to be honest, he's going to get a couple of runs down towards fine leg. He might actually get 4 runs. There's a very good bit of fielding actually down at the far end of the ground, but Tom Haynes gets 2 very streaky runs. He was looking to play that away through the offside. I think that came off a bottom or an inside edge and ended up down at fine leg. So,
and it was another no ball.
There we are.
Apparently. So Yadvinder is yet to bowl a legitimate delivery for the Foxes.
I'm sure Tom Haynes didn't know that when he played that shot. That wasn't the greatest shot, but he's picked up a couple of runs as in comes Singh bowls. It's a full toss and driven down the ground by Tom Haynes, and that's going to be 4 runs. Over pitched, possibly thinking about the fact that he's bowled a couple of no balls. A full toss and Haynes takes full advantage and drills the ball down the ground for his first boundary of the season. And Sussex off to a bit of a flyer here. 16 without loss in the second over of the day.
After 7 legitimate deliveries. And yes, probably not the start Yadvinder dreamed of, making his Leicestershire debut to have essentially conceded 10 runs from his single legitimate delivery.
And he waits again and is on his way. Tall man, right arm around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and that's a much better delivery, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump, groping forward at a ball, and the ball goes through to Cox behind the stumps. There is no run. So there are 3 slips, a wideish third man, a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down at the far end of the ground. It's a huge playing surface here at Grace Road, and the rope is pulled in probably, 20 or 30 yards maybe, Richard, on the one side of the ground. Singh is in again, bowls, that's another full toss, and Haynes says thanks very much, I'll hit that one for 4 as well. And he's belted that down the ground for 4 more runs. So a couple of real gimmies for Tom Haynes in this over. Strange over really, a couple of no balls, an inside edge from Tom Haynes where he picked up a couple of runs, but then 2 loose deliveries. And I think Singh is now going to change the angle of attack, and he's decided to come over the wicket. In fairness to Yadvinder Singh, I mean, there's bound to be a few nerves, Richard. I mean, it's his debut for Leicestershire in the county championship, but immediately Ian Holland has made a change in the field, and one of the slips has come out into the covers. So that's just protecting Singh for the last couple of balls of this over. He's in again over the wicket and bowls, and he beats Haynes outside the off stump for the 3rd time in the over. The ball goes through to Cox.
There's movement there for him, isn't there? It is difficult, especially to a new bowler from the pavilion end. There's a marked slope, and it does take some getting used to. I've seen it time and again. I remember Clint Mackay, of fond memory, saying it took him a good month to get used to bowling from this pavilion end.
Singh again, bowls, and Haynes plays a rather uncertain shot. He was neither back nor forward, but he plays that into the offside, and there is no run. Interesting you say that, because looking from here, Richard, it looks pretty flat.
It looks like a billiard table.
It does.
A snooker table, but it isn't. I can promise you, from this pavilion end, it's a shock. I have bowled in a sort of charity game here, and at first ball, I didn't think I was actually going to get to the crease at one stage.
Singh is in again, bowls, and Haynes is beaten. In amongst a couple of no balls and a couple of 4 balls, there's been some decent deliveries there from Yadvinder Singh. Tom Haynes beaten. End of the over, 2 overs gone. Sussex off to a good start, having lost the toss here this morning. Leicestershire electing to bowl first, perhaps unsurprisingly on a pitch that's got a tint of green about it. Hughes is on 6, Haynes on 10. Sussex 20 without loss.
Yeah, this, as coaches say, something to work with. Looking at Yadvinder there, hit the seam nicely, and he looked to me to be able to move it both ways. So once he settles down, it's going to be very, very interesting. Ian Holland to continue from the Bennett end, goes round the wicket, does straighten a little bit from outside off stump to Daniel Hughes, who big stride forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. So the slips alongside Ben Cox. Rishi Patel, who's back, it's sort of been in and out of the slips a little bit over the last season or two, but Rishi's back in at first. Looks like Ben Green at second and Jake Weatherald at third. Holland is in and bowls, swings down the leg side, helped on its way. Was it mostly pad? I think it was mostly pad, and that is going to be 4 leg byes to the Sussex cause, 20 without loss. And as Adrian said, the runs have come, but they often do in the early overs, but Leicestershire won't want them to keep coming at quite this rate. 24 now, I beg your pardon. The scoreboard was usually very quick, but we were ahead of it for once.
I do love the old scoreboard here at Grace Road, Richard.
We're one of the only 2 remaining.
Well, wonderful.
Holland is in and bowls. Oh, that bounces and seams away, and Hughes looks back at the gloves of Cox, nonplussed as that did far too much, basically. There's plenty in the pitch.
Yes, there is. I mean, just to say, there's the electronic scoreboard directly opposite us, but at mid-wicket there's the old scoreboard, which just looks, it just looks wonderful, doesn't it? Where's the other old scoreboard? At Canterbury? Or?
It is.
Right, yeah.
Holland is in and bowls. Walking forward is Hughes to try and negate some of the movement. Leans forward, deflects the ball through the vacant gully area, along the ground all the way down towards third man, where Sam Wood is the fielder. Hughes moves on to 7. That's from 10 deliveries faced, 25 without loss. Haynes 10 from 8. But Daniel Hughes knows it's going to be a tricky hour or 2 to start with. Well, probably it will continue to be tricky, to be quite honest. The ball will continue to seam about. Walking across the outfield, as Adrian said, it is nicely green, although there looks to have been some relaying. There looks to have been some sort of channel dug across about sort of halfway between the square and the straight boundary, but both sides actually. In goes Holland and bowls, big flashing drive, and he got enough of it, and it's going to pick up 4, but you would not say there that Tom Haynes was entirely in control of that, where that one went. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but he gave it everything, and it went past Rahan Ahmed at sort of backward point, inside sort of wideish third man, where Wood, hands in pockets, having fielded the ball to keep them warm. But Haynes has gone for his shots from the start.
He has. I mean, that was a typical Tom Haynes shot, and when it comes off and it gets 4 runs, it's great, but when you nick one through to the keeper, it doesn't look quite as good.
Well, he's charged onto 14 from just 9 balls. Holland is in, bowls to him outside off stump, and that's too wide for even the expansive Haynes to throw the bat at, and he lets that one go through. But good start by Sussex. Continues. We've had just 3 overs of the season, and Sussex are scoring at 10 runs and over. That'll be good for the rest of the season. We'll have a good season.
Well, it will be good, and amongst all, it's been a very difficult winter for Sussex. I'm sure many of our listeners are aware of the financial constraints the club are now operating under, and there's a lot more to come in terms of contracts at the end of this season. But the players, I think, are just glad to be out there playing some cricket. As in comes Singh, right up over the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who clips beautifully away through mid-wicket. That's probably the shot of the morning so far. Pitched on about middle and leg, and Daniel Hughes clipping a ball beautifully away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That was beautifully timed by the Australian, who moves on to 11, and Sussex move on to 33 without loss.
He used his feet again, didn't he? Walk down a little bit.
Lovely shot by...
37 now, Dan Hughes. Goodness.
Yes. Yeah, he's been around a long time. This is his 3rd season over at Sussex.
hasn't actually played that much first-class cricket, relatively
No,
speaking.
absolutely. I remember being quite surprised when looking and seeing how comparatively little he's played, as Singh is in and bowls, and Hughes drives again. That's going to be 4 more. Well, over-pitched, and Daniel Hughes has just stood up and belted that one away through mid-off. And Sussex going on like a train here. 37 without loss. Hughes goes to 15. Haynes on 14. And he's just struggling at the moment, isn't he?
He's struggling with his run-up a little bit, but that was absolutely in the slot, wasn't it? It's a half volley. Thank you very much.
Well, it's prompted a change in the field, so that third slip has come out now into the covers. So I think that's good captaincy by Ian Holland. He won't want to necessarily have done that, but he probably feels he's got to protect his bowler as Singh is in again, bowls, and Hughes defends. That's a much better delivery. Pitched up to Hughes, who leans forward and plays it back down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
One of the reasons for Leicestershire's success last season was that they kept things tight, the seam attack, and they didn't often go for more than 3 runs and over, and it usually sort of 2.2s, something like that, so that when they weren't taking wickets, sides didn't get away from them.
Singh is in again, bowls. Hughes again takes a step down the wicket and glances this down towards fine leg and picks up another single. Does Daniel Hughes. He goes to 16 and Sussex to 38 without loss here on BBC Radio Leicestershire. 5 Sports Extra, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team on what's turning into a pleasant morning, actually. Just a little bit of sunshine. If you're a spectator or you're thinking, I might go along and watch some cricket, well, bring a coat.
You're mocking my shorts as well. But I knew.
I'm impressed. But it's chilly, it's breezy. There's just a hint of sunshine as Singh is in and bowls, and Hughes is carefully forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was a leg by that the previous one just didn't get onto him, onto the bat in time. But run rate is still 10s.
Yes, 38 without loss. Just the 2 slips in place. A third man. Point now, sweeper on the cover boundary in the 4th over. I'm sure Ian Holland probably doesn't want to do that, but he's been forced into it as in comes Singh and bowls, and Hughes is forward, a bit of an extra bounce, and the ball bounces away onto the leg side. In fact, another no ball. That's his 3rd no ball of the morning. And 2 more go to the total, and Sussex in the 4th over are 40 without loss. So just to complete that field, 3rd man, point, sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance as Singh is in again, bowls, and Hughes drives handsomely through the offside. Doesn't quite time the ball, nonetheless he picks up a single. He moves to 16. This one certainly did come off the bat, and Sussex at the end of the over are 41 without loss. I'll get it right in a minute. Hughes is on 15, and so is his batting partner Tom Haynes.
Well, that last delivery was the line. Constantly looking back at his foot holds or foot marks, Yadvinder Singh. And the run-up doesn't look fluent because, as I say, there is that slope that is, until you're used to it, takes a lot of getting used to. Ian Holland has exercised his captain's prerogative to bowl down the slight slope, I guess, but you would have thought actually he might be better bowling uphill because his run-up is rather less vigorous and athletic than Yadvinder's. He rather wanders in. Holland around the wicket to Haynes outside off stump. Good length, but the line is just slightly awry. Haynes just stepped forward but left his bat raised, let it bounce through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
He's got a problem, Ian Holland, doesn't he? Because he'll probably know that Yadvinder Singh is nervous. It's his debut for Leicestershire. But by the same token, he's probably thinking maybe I need to take him out of the attack 2 overs for 25 to...
It's
yes, it's a difficult decision.
It is. Holland is in and bowls, driven. Again, not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, Tom Haynes, but it's a lovely flourish from the young left-hander. Got on top of the bounce and drove it away through the vacant extra cover area out to the boundary for 4. We are halfway through the 5th over and Sussex are drawing in on their half century.
Extraordinary start, isn't it? You almost feel as if these Sussex openers are putting some of the frustrations off the field into practice on the field this morning, because they've been very positive, to put it mildly, in their approach.
I guess if it is moving, we can, but the moment it's working, Ben Green is starting to warm up at mid-on, so possible that there'll be an immediate change for the Foxes. Holland is in again to Haynes, who absolutely throws the kitchen sink of that one outside off stump and misses it. But that was a little bit wild from Tom Haynes. He's gotten away with it.
Well, I would agree, and that's perhaps one of the issues around Tom, that he's got himself to 19. Sussex are off to a flyer, and I guess on the one hand, Richard, if that goes for 400, you say what a great shot, but it didn't look like he was any sort of balance into that shot at all.
Holland is in, bowls to him. He gets on top of the bounce there and drives it for 4.
Well, that's a beautiful
just
shot.
Wide of mid-off. That's how to do it. It was that little bit straighter as well, so he could retain a little bit more control. Well, I don't know about all this sort of maybe the talk that Brendan McCullum had with the the coaches was, well, I still want to see these batters play baseball, because Haynes is charged on to 23 from 17 deliveries now, and Sussex on to 49 without loss after 4.4 overs. What a start. Holland is in and bowls. Haynes drives him for 4 again. No chance for Ahmed. Again, it wasn't quite a half volley, I don't think, but nonetheless it was full enough for Haynes to get up on the front foot, crack it away through extra cover, pick up another boundary, bring up the Sussex 50, increase the run rate to 11 runs per over. Welcome to the First Division, Leicestershire.
Oh, extraordinary shot. And much as I was critical of the shot Tom Haynes played when he played and missed earlier in the over, those 2 shots he played were beautiful shots, weren't they? Right up the middle of the bat.
53 off 32 deliveries.
Yes, this is a bit sort of T20-ish, isn't it, really?
Well, you'd be fairly happy with this, wouldn't you? 53 for none off 4.5 in a T20.
Power play.
Holland's going to go back over the wicket, bowls to Haynes and beats him with a ball that bounces and leaves him. Well, that is going to happen from time to time on these early season pitches, but if Leicestershire are also going to bowl a number of deliveries that can be driven, they're playing with fire. And well, poor Yadvinder, 2 overs for 25 is probably not the start that he might have hoped for, and he's been taken out of the attack already.
I think that's probably good captaincy by Ian Holland. I think he was clearly struggling, wasn't he? Bowled 3 no balls during that spell, didn't get his line and length right, and maybe it's just best to say let's just get you out of the attack and come back later on this morning. So a change already, and Ben Green into the attack.
I would guess that Holland will bring Yadvinder on from the Bennett end, so he's bowling down the slope when Holland decides to take himself out of the attack. He's conceded 23 from 7. That's 23 from 3 at 7.7.
Well, if you just joined us, you're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC. Delighted that we are at Great Road. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray on 5 Sports Extra, and we have play. And Sussex, as Richard was saying, off to a flyer. 53 without loss. Tom Haynes on 27. Daniel Hughes on 15. As in comes Green, bowls to Hughes, who a short delivery, and he belts that away through the offside. Well, there's no let up, a change in bowling, but it was wide and short outside the off stump, and Daniel Hughes said thanks very much and clubbed the ball away for extra cover for 4 runs. So the Australian getting in on the act as well. He goes to 19 of just 15 balls, and Sussex motoring along. They're 57 without loss.
That was a classy shot, wasn't it? Lovely wristy shot as well. Used his feet again. Green saw him coming, banged it in.
Still the 2 slips in place. Green is in, bowls, and Hughes lets that one go, taken low down by his bootlaces by keeper Cox. And there is no run. Elsewhere, delays in some of the matches around the country, certainly down at Cardiff, where Glamorgan are playing Yorkshire, and down at Southampton, where Hampshire are playing Essex. Elsewhere, Somerset are 7 for 1 at Taunton against the county champions Nottinghamshire, and Surrey 17 for 1 in the West Midlands at Edgbaston. As in comes Green again, bowls, and Hughes plays deftly to backward point. There is no run in the second division. Derbyshire 28 without loss at home to Worcestershire. Durham 15 for 1 at the Riverside against Kent. Middlesex 7 without loss against Gloucestershire. And just down the M1, Lancashire 17 without loss against Northamptonshire. So a good proportion of cricket being played, Richard, on the first day of the season. As Green is in, round the wicket bowls, Hughes watchfully watch this one go by outside the off stump, taken by Cox, chest high in front of first slip, and there is no run.
Ben Green is sporting a lot of hair at the start of the season, as well as the familiar bushy moustache. Looks like a sort of character from a 70s TV series, isn't he, at the moment, Ben?
And the 6 on the back of his shirt as he runs away from us. Around the wicket and bowled short and clubbed away by Hughes. Down to third man. Is he caught? Yes, he is. And Daniel Hughes goes. And that's a good catch all the way down at third man. He was looking to cut that one away. Had to come in an awful long way from third man. It's a well taken catch down by his bootlaces. And the Sussex good start comes to an end. Daniel Hughes is the man to go for 19, and Sussex are 57 for 1, and it was Lewis Hill who took the catch racing in from the third man boundary, and a change of bowling has brought the breakthrough.
It was a good catch, because I wasn't sure for a moment whether he was actually going to get there, and he just got his hands underneath the ball at the last minute. Lewis tends to find himself at third man quite often these days, but he has good hands, former wicket-keeper of course. A few seasons as Leicestershire's wicket-keeper, so he doesn't drop much, Hilly, and he didn't drop that one. My word, Leicestershire needed that one though, because what a flyer Messrs Hughes and Haynes have given Sussex. Just thinking as you went through all those scores, 15, 16, 17s, and here we had Sussex on 57 after five overs, but a first division wicket for Leicestershire, and indeed for well, actually not for Ben Green, because he's picked up wickets for first division wickets for Somerset in his time, but goodness, they needed to put some sort of break on proceedings. It'll be interesting to see whether Tom Clark, one of Sussex's many Toms.
Yes, yes indeed.
There were 3 at the top of the order for a while, weren't there? I remember that for sure.
Well, there was
Tom Clark, and who was the other?
Tom Alsop.
Tom Alsop,
who's not in the side. I need to check with Paul Farbrace whether that's a selection issue or an injury issue. I mean, that would have been a toss-up with Jack Leaning coming to the club in the winter. I think he was always certain to start today, so I guess that the other batting spot would have been between Tom Clark and Tom Alsop. But Clark has got the nod, another left-hander. Who made a good 100 in the opening game of the season last year at Edgbaston. I wonder whether they can do similarly today. The third slip is back in place as you would expect, and Green is in around the wicket bowls, and Clark edges a single down to the third man. A little bit of movement there for Ben Green, and Tom Clark was full, but nonetheless he deflects the ball down to third man and picks up a single. He will pinch the strike. It's the end of the over, the end of the 6th over of the morning, and Sussex are 58 for 1. Tom Haynes on 27 off just 19 deliveries. Tom Clark on 1, the man out. Daniel Hughes caught down at third man by Lewis Hill off the bowling of Ben Green for 19.
He was very effective last season with bat and ball, Ben Green, but particularly with the ball. Obviously didn't get many red ball opportunities during his time at Somerset, but Leicestershire used him in all forms, and he picked up 31 wickets at 21 basically, so he is very important part of the attack, and he's made a good start to the season. Holland is in and bowls, and a late decision to leave from Tom Clark. He's a tall young man, and he leant forward, looked for all the world as though he was going to play at that one, but made a last second decision to lift his bat over the line of the ball. Bravely sporting a short-sleeved shirt and just a sleeveless sweater.
Yes, very brave on a chilly day.
Holland is in, bowls to him, and again almost an exaggerated leave. It was an earlier decision to leave on that occasion. It was a wider delivery. but he likes to get forward, but that has to probably be the right approach on these pitches.
Looking at that Surrey score now, 17 for 2 at Edgbaston. Rory Burns run out for 4. So you've waited all winter to bat and you get run out in the opening match of the season inside the first half hour. I can't believe you had been desperately happy about that.
Holland in again, using his feet, Clark, and getting more or less to the pitch of it. In fact, yes, he was getting to the pitch of it. It wasn't a big flourish, didn't need to, got to the pitch of it, drove it away, punched it away, if you like, and nobody really moved until Scriven at mid-off turned and accepted his fate. Knew it was he who had to chase back towards the State Utilities stand over there, the unoccupied State Utility. I'm not entirely surprised. Nothing much has changed at Grace Road in terms of its overall appearance at the start of this season. A lot of the work has sort of gone on behind the scenes, so to speak, inside the buildings. Holland over the wicket, bowls, and it bounces and leaves Clark as he leans forward and goes through to Cox. It was nicely bowled.
It was, and it just cut across the left-hander, a bit of extra bounce. Rather surprised Tom Clark. I thought the previous shot that he played, the extra cover drive, was a glorious shot and beautifully timed by Tom Clark. But as you said, Richard, they've looked to use their feet to Ian Holland to get down the track, which has been an interesting tactic.
Waits with bat raised as Holland bowls outside off stump, pushed across Clark again, but a little bit too wide, or at least too wide to persuade Clark to drive, and he let it bounce through to Cox behind the stumps.
Understanding it, Tom Alsop was left out. That was a selection issue, so they've
so he was available,
gone with Tom Clark. Thank you to my to Bruce
informant,
who writes on the Hove and Away. It's a new magazine that's
Hove and Away.
Yes,
oh, good name.
Yes,
very good. Holland is in and bowls, and I'm pretty sure Clark played at that. He might insist he played inside the line deliberately, but didn't look to, and it beat him on the outside edges. It just did enough to beat the bat, but I guess just did a fraction too much as far as Ian Holland was concerned. But that was a much better over from Holland, who's bowled 4 overs now, none for 27, just conceded the one scoring shot from it, but what a scoring shot it was from Tom Clark, driven away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Sussex, after just 7 overs, are 62 for 1.
I think a lot of these counties now have got I don't know whether Leicestershire have one. It's sort of a magazine type. The one at Sussex is called Hove and Away, and it's a new invention around some of the counties. I'll just do this ball, then I better go and do my update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. In comes Green and bowls, and Haynes defends stoutly down the offside of the track, and there is no run. I'll be back with you shortly.
Thank you, Adrian. I think Leicestershire, I think they're developing their sort of communications all the time, mostly online, I would suspect. I don't know if there's a sort of physical magazine as such. Increasingly rare, aren't they? As Green wanders in round the wicket and bowls, comes back in a touch to Haynes, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he turns his wrists on the defensive push out to mid-wicket. It goes. We may be joined by either Kevin or Adam. Well, it might be just a very quick update for Adrian. Wind gets up a bit. There was a little bit of sunshine around earlier, but not now. Green is in and bowls, draws Haynes forward. Pushes it out into the offside again. Fraction uncertainly. 27 off 22 though. He's given himself such a flyer, really, Tom Haynes, that he's got time now to have a, well, always had time to have a look. There is going to be some weather around during the next 4 days, particularly tomorrow. Storm Dave. According to Adrian, in goes Green, rolls his fingers across the seam of that one, tries to seam it away from Haynes, who does get forward and more or less does get to the pitch of it, blocks it out into the gap in the covers between Rehan, Ahmed and Tom Scriven, and consequently is able to take the single. He moves on to 28, Sussex on to 63 for 1, and after the frenzy of the first 6 overs. These last 2 have been all a little calmer, a little more what you might expect at the start of the season. Green, big man, wanders in and bowls. Clark uses his feet again and gets forward to try and cover the ball, turns his wrists on the defensive push slightly across the line. Out to mid-wicket it goes, and there is no run. 63 for 1. As Green is in and bowls, and that comes back in. Big step forward from Clark, who's a tall man. He looked ready to drive it out in the offside, but had to adjust and did well, actually. It all looked a bit ungainly, but he did manage to block it as he got forward, ready to thunder it away through extra cover. Found it coming back into him and just managed to adjust. And as I say, it looked a little bit messy, but he managed to keep it out. That was the main thing. 63 for 1 then after 8 overs. Clark 5, 1 scoring shot, a beauty, and Haynes 28 off 23. And as Adrian's gone to do his update, I'm going to be joined for a while by Adam Whitty from BBC Radio Leicester. What a start!
What a start! Yes, welcome back to Division 1. As Holland comes in, he bowls and Haynes drives but doesn't time it. It goes straight to mid-off.
He felt for Yadvinder. Difficult for him. 2 overs for 25 and couldn't get his run up right, couldn't get his length right, struggled with the slope and pulled out of it. Not what he'd hoped for from his first 2 overs for Leicestershire.
It's so difficult when you come in last minute, isn't it? And you have to settle in. Probably hasn't bowled here before, has he? I'm not sure. Holland running in towards us now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. It's left outside off stump. Nice bit of shape on that, just angling back in to Haynes. But yes, there was one point where I just popped into the bar and Sussex were going at 10.5 and over. And I thought, dearie me. Great to have cricket back though. A historic day for Leicestershire. Nice crowd in to see Leicestershire return to the top table of English cricket. Here is Holland again. He bowls. This time it's flogged and driven for 4. There's a fielder out there. Rahan Ahmed is at deep extra cover, but it flashed past him all the way to the boundary, and there is another 4 for Haynes, who is going along at a rollicking old pace.
His 7th.
And the score up to 67 for 1.
So 28 of his 32 runs have come in boundaries.
And he's played that shot beautifully a few times, hasn't he? He's got a lovely drive.
Yeah, he does have that left-hander's sort of grace and style. But he's been determined to go for his shots. The ball is moving. He's trying to take advantage while he can.
Holland then. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's outside the edge there and moving away this time. Moved in before, and that was a nice bit of smart bowling. Set him up with balls moving in, and then that one just nibbled away. It's going at over strike rate of over 100.
Yes.
Does that the scoreboard over there, is that my eyes playing tricks on me? Has that got these strike rates at 1,000? Here is Holland in and outside off stump again. This one does come in and there is no run. 67 for 1 the score. Holland 31 conceded from his 4.5 overs.
It's 114.3. So it's
yes.
It's just that the point is a little bit unnecessary. I wouldn't have the point something or other, would you? Because it
no.
Confuses us.
Here comes Holland again. He bowls and this is edged, but it's going to go away for 4. Flashing drive. It's been a very popular and very effective shot from Haynes so far throughout the day, but this time he got the edge on it. But he flew his hands at it so much that it would have gone probably over a 4th slip and raced away for 4 runs. 71 for 1. Haynes on to 36. That is the end of the 9th over, and the score 71 for 1. That run rate still pretty high at around 8.
Astonishing, really. you feel that because there's so much movement for the seamers that, you know, a couple of wickets could fall quite quickly. It could easily be 90 for 3, but taking advantage while they can. Tom Clark on 5 faces Ben Green, who drops a little bit short outside off stump. Even so, Clark sort of stepped forward and then raised his bat. Looks sort of 6'4", looks a very solid young man, Tom Clark, and when he does get his stride in, it's a big stride. Wanders forward, taps at the crease. It's gone a little bit dark. Floodlights aren't on, which is a good sign. Umpires White and Goff in their baseball caps, of which I don't entirely approve. In goes Green and bowls Fuller, this time down the leg side. Is it? Well, there is an appeal for leg before as it thumps low into the pad as he tried to whip it away, but it was clearly swinging a little bit too much as far as umpire White is concerned. He was stepping away and almost looking at the scores already. So I think Green knew it had done too much. Cox and the slips. Rishi Patel, who's an inveterate appealer, went up straight away, but
did move quite a way across his stumps. It looked obviously down the leg side at first viewing, but he did move across his stumps. Which you're never going to get that, I don't think.
Might get a replay in due course from the chaps. They were coming to terms with the new tech as in goes Green and bowls, and that's a shout for leg before, but it hit him outside the line, possibly for me. It bounced off the pad out towards Rishi Patel at first slip.
Height an issue there. It's
Height
difficult from
did
that
look
angle,
high,
isn't it?
Yeah, that was a good replay. Nice one, chaps. Useful and possibly outside the line as well. He'd have been unlucky to have seen that one given. Tom Haynes remains 36 off 30, but it's not easy, those figures notwithstanding, for the batters out there at the moment. Green is in and bowls, and there's a third appeal in the over for a leg before as he was shuffling forward, turning his wrists on it. Might have been a little bit of bat involved, might have been outside the line. He was a long way forward as well. Let's have a look. The height wasn't so much the issue on that occasion. It was just a long way forward and it was swinging back, so difficult for umpire White. I think it's umpire White at this end, umpire Goff at the other. In goes Green and not caught and bowled as Haynes went forward, shuffled forward, turned his wrist on it, popped off the leading edge just over the leaping Green and dropped, 4 or 5 feet behind the Leicestershire all-rounder. So Haynes gets away with one big time there. He moves on to 37, Sussex 73 for 1, but that could so easily have been a caught and bowled.
Well, I think it's a deliberate strategy, isn't it, to ride his luck. And I don't blame him. It's been a very effective start to the season. It's put Leicestershire on the back foot already, but he is going to have a few like that if he's going to get a big score.
Green into Tom Clark, who again is shuffling forward, dropping it out into the offside, seeing that Ian Hollanders have got a bit of work to do to get to the ball. Calls Haynes through for the quickish single. Haynes responds and they made their ground comfortably. So much so, in fact, that Ian Holland didn't even bother picking up and throwing the ball in to the keeper. He kept hold of it because he's going to continue to bowl. We have had 10 extremely eventful overs in the First Division this season. Sussex 74 for 1.
I have to say, I admire the approach. It's going to swing. It's a green tinged pitch, and I think clearly the idea was to be adventurous, and with Leicestershire making this historic debut, I'll come back to that in a second as Holland bowls outside off stump, no run, getting a bit of shape. I think it was a very clever strategy to come out and slog, didn't allow Leicestershire to enjoy this at all, because they have been put on the defensive immediately. I think that was very clever from Sussex.
It's doing so much that it probably feel that if you do just try and keep it out, then you're going to edge one sooner or later.
As Holland runs in towards us, he's up to the wicket, bowls, and that's a lovely in-swinger. That sort of Clark defends, but it hits the inside of his bat, and then dribbles onto the pad and onto the floor. And there is no run. He's 6 not out of 14 deliveries. Haynes at the other end, a swashbuckling 37 from 32. And the score 74 for 1. Left-handed Clark waits. He raises his bat, and Holland, right arm over the wicket, comes in now. He bowls, and that's edged and dropped at third slip. It was pretty much a dolly, you would say. A pretty comfortable slip catch. And a big opportunity to get a second wicket of the day goes begging.
Weatherald.
And it was the Aussie international at slip who has dropped it. Sort of a regulation edge, wasn't it? A regulation slip catch and dismissal.
Can't drop those, Jake.
Holland's reply is to bowl full, and it is driven. Clark goes for a big heave and inside edges it to mid-off. There is no run. We've got a deep backward point, sort of a wide third man out on the boundary, and then a deep backward square leg, 3 slips, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and point. As Holland trundles in, he bowls, and that is just delicately played out into the gap between mid-off and point. And Clark, after an incredibly eventful over, is off strike. He moves on to 7. 75 for 1 is the score.
Again, the new man getting used to the ground. It is dark. He's looking towards the groundsman's hut, which is sort of painted dark green. So, and the seats at the Bennett end are dark green. It isn't always the best seeing ground, but it was straightforward, you have to say.
1 slip
basket.
now. They have moved a man into cover for Haynes as Holland bowls. It's defended by the Sussex opener. The score 75 for 1 at the end of the over. Just the 1 off it from Holland. His figure 6 for 36, which is nice and easy for my maths. They're going at a runner ball. Well, I also just think, I mean, when did Weatherald land? Weatherald, I should say, on Wednesday?
Well, he was in the nets yesterday, so yes, he's probably still slightly discombobulated, jet lagged or whatever.
Presumably in a place he's never been before. Having landed on Monday, Tuesday, will have had to have moved in his life. I don't know whether his family have come over. But
well, he's only here for the 6 games,
yeah,
isn't he? So I'd
probably
be surprised.
not. Although sometimes they bring them over for a 6-week holiday, don't they?
Green round the wicket. There's another appeal for leg before, but Tom Clark had put in a big stride there. He really, yes, they're quicker to give them these days, but hit him outside the line as well. So umpire White just sort of head to one side. Nope. I wonder if they actually say not out these days, umpires, or some umpires do actually say not out, some just don't they just shake their heads. Green is in and bowls. Clark Ford getting to the pitch this time, but he's circumspect, blocks it out towards wide-ish mid-off, where Scriven, it's Holland out there actually. Where is Scriv at the moment? He can't be far away from coming into the... Yeah, there he is, he's warming up. I was going to say he can't be far away from coming into the attack. Ian Holland has bowled 6 overs. He bowls at a sort of pace where he probably can bowl 10 in a row if he wants to, but it could be a long day if he does. Green wanders in and bowls a little bit short. Again, however, Clark is leaning forward. The inclination always in these circumstances from the batter to get on the front foot, try and negate a bit of the movement, and manage to block it out into the offside again.
Well, it's quite a successful strategy to move right across, isn't it? But Sussex are batting as if there was a ball with their name on it, and they're just trying to stop that happening as much as they can.
Green in, bowls again, good stride forward, on top of the bounce, Tom Clark. Just 7 off 21 balls for Clark. He's been, compared to Hughes and Haynes, relatively restrained, having a really good look, doing a spot of gardening out there. Vinder sort of going through his action a little bit at mid-wicket at the moment. He's sporting the number 30 for Leicestershire listeners, outside off stump, wristily chopped away by Clark out to the backward point boundary for 4. Again, he was coming forward. Green saw him coming this time, dropped it a little bit shorter, but there was that extra little bit of width as well. And wristily and nicely played, got on top of the bounce and timed it well. No chance for Hill. Running up the rope from third man in front of the popular seats over there, as you say, Adam, tolerably well populated in the weather conditions that we've got. Seats over there. Green in again, straightens his line up a little bit, in fact a little bit too much. And Clark can lean forward and just glance it down towards long leg and take the single, which means he keeps the strike. He moves on to 12, and Sussex, the vagaries of the pitch notwithstanding, are going very nicely indeed, because after 12 overs they are 80. Saying that again, 8-0 for 1.
Well, I think you can have a look at sort of the context of this game, and you think Leicestershire were the ones riding high with a sense of history behind them. A lot of excitement about Leicestershire going into this, and Sussex, of course, given the situation that they're in at the moment, 12-point deduction to start the season. All kinds of financial restraints imposed upon them, the ECB basically bailing them out. You can imagine that there was a bit of dread and drudgery for the Sussex supporters heading into this, but the way that they have attacked this feels deliberate, doesn't it? Almost to put that to bed and try and counter-attack. They've done that brilliantly. 80 for 1, and Tom Scriven is going to bowl from the Bennett end. His first delivery is too straight and goes down the leg side and is well taken by Ben Cox, diving to his right. I was talking with Adrian about Ollie Robinson, the Sussex captain. The standout part of that conversation was he hates to lose, and the competitiveness has already shone through, I reckon, in this. Feels like a very well thought out tactic at the start. Here comes Scriven coming in towards us now. He bowls, driven, that's too wide outside off stump now, but it's a great stop at mid-off. Is that Holland there, diving to his right? And stopping it, diving it along the floor. So Scriven just over-correcting a little bit. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Clark. They get through for a single. Clark onto 13, Sussex onto 81 for 1. Grey clouds above, but it has lightened. I remember when I got here at 8 o'clock this morning, and it was freezing cold and felt dark. It's more white, high cloud now. Had to break into the commentary box this morning. So I was telling Radio Leicester listeners. As Scriven holds the ball in front of his chest now. Blonde hair, broad shouldered. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls, and that's driven pleasantly, and it finds the gap. Slight thick outside edge, and it goes to Singh on the boundary out there. There is 1 run added to the total, 82 for 1.
A couple of messages already starting to come in at the start of the season on Blue Sky. Hello to Springsteen. Hope you found the comms. He was struggling to find the comms first thing this morning, but hopefully you've found them now, John. Hands up who instinctively scrolled down to the Division 2 scores today, says somebody else.
Scriven in bowls, and that's too straight, and that's clipped away beautifully. There's a fielder out there at fine leg, and it was flicked off the toes from Clark, and it has whipped away. Is that gone for 6?
First damage of the season on the meat.
Wow.
That's for sure.
What a shot.
Yeah, it was a... Yeah, he's not that slow, Tom Scriven. He pushes it through it, and it sort of... He used the pace and helped it on its way, and you heard it thud into the meat. Where the Friends of Grace Road are open in the mornings now, not just in the afternoons. They have changed their opening hours. They've added to them, so tea and cakes and coffee or cakes and what have you available from the start of play.
Scriven, not a great start in bowl, and there's the same shot. This time he moved across his stumps. That's 4 runs. Again, square of that fielder at fine leg, who's already pretty square. That's a gorgeous shot. The flick of the wrist is lovely, but it's far too straight from Scriven. And that is 12 off his first 5 deliveries already. He hasn't found his length at all, and his line. The line's been a little bit all over the place so far. So Scriven, he was so important, wasn't he, as sort of first change bowler for Leicestershire last year. But this will be his first game in quite a while, won't it? Because he was injured at the end of the season with quite a severe injury. This is the last ball of his over. Clark on the charge, and he's driven, but this time it hits the bottom of his bat with the bat at an angle there, and there is no run. And Clark kicks his crease. He's so frustrated at not having tucked into that wide delivery, and that is the end of the over. Clark has raced to 23 off 28 as a result of that. 12 off it, 11 off Clark's bat. Sussex 92 for 1 off 13 overs, so they're going at 7 and over still, are the visitors.
Yeah, frustrating. I'm sure Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach, obviously former county seamer, international seamer as well, at times will be somewhat frustrated that they haven't been able, while they've not picked up wickets, partly due to one straightforward chance being missed, but they haven't kept control on the scoreboard either. Ben Green trying to do just that as he comes in and bowls round the wicket. Over pitches though, and it swings in, and Tom Haynes waits for it, turns his wrists on it and clips it through straightish mid-wicket for 4. So Green, who'd probably been the pick of the bowlers, having gone for just 13 from his first 4 overs, immediately falls into the trap. I don't know whether they're trying to do a little bit too much with the ball. There's so much in there's plenty in the pitch, and you feel if they just hit their lines and lengths, Leicestershire, then they'll get their rewards. But a little bit too much over pitching at times at the moment. Green is in again to Haynes, better line and length. Haynes leans forward, blocks it firmly back down the pitch, grabbed by Green in his follow through on the bounce, and momentarily threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps. Sees that Tom Haynes hasn't gone anywhere, so it doesn't bother. Haynes still scoring at more than a run a ball, 42 off 36 for, well, is he England's next opener? He's in the conversation, that is for sure. Green is in and bowls to him, and he drives expansively. There is the cover out there in the solid form of Rehan Ahmed, slides along the rope, renewing acquaintances with our old friends down there in the Stench and Benno stand, as it's sometimes known, and keeps Haynes to the single. He moves on to 43, 97 for 1. Sussex, I suspect, had you offered them that off 13.3 overs, would have snatched your hand off. Green is in and bowls forward well in advance of proceedings is Tom Clark, awaiting the ball almost by the time it arrives, leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. Jake Weatherald is in the covers now, hands plunged in pockets. He's having a conversation with Rehan, who's come in off the boundary for the slightly less expansive Clark. He's in at point now. Ian Holland making up the offside field as Green is in. Trying to play slightly across the line is Tom Clark. It thumps into the sort of top of the pad, almost above it. What do they call it? A thigh pad. Anyway, it didn't go anywhere. It bounced out into the leg side, and there was no run. 2 slips for Green bowling to Clark. He's occasionally trying to roll his fingers across the seam and straighten it up on the left-handers. In he goes and bowls, big drive, thick inside edge, somehow loops in the air over mid-wicket, won't go 4-4. Sam Wood sprints back from mid-on, puts in a slide, knocks it back, and Yadvinder Singh completes the fielding. But I think it's fairly safe to say that Clark wasn't in control of that one.
No.
I don't know how it
ended
went
up being
there.
perfect. No, I agree. I don't know whether he was, I presume he was just trying to go aerial and
Good edges these bats these days.
almost went for 6 off the inside of his bat, with it going not exactly where he intended it as well. I think he was trying to get it finer, but nearly got 4 out of it. The 100 is nearly up inside 14 overs for Sussex.
Run rate still 7s, over 7.
Yeah. And Scriven, who will hope to find some consistency in this over. His first, which went for 12, did not have the requisite consistency. Here he is running in towards us from the Bennett end. He bowls. There's the line and length. The ball spits up off the turf. Full length delivering crashes into the pad of Haynes, who's 43 not out of 37 deliveries.
Again, using his feet though, they're getting so far forward. Little shuffle.
Moving right across their stumps are the Sussex batsmen to just try and get rid of LBW as a potential wicket option. First day of the county championship season. Here is Scriven. Past the umpire now. He bowls. That's a flashing drive. It gets an inside edge and squirts away. Square of the wicket on the leg side, which is about as far away as Haynes was intending it to go. And the 100 up. That's the ripple of applause. The 100 up for Sussex. It's taken them 14.2 overs. It has taken them less than an hour to get 100. And it has not been the romantic start to Division 1 cricket that Leicestershire would have hoped, but it is Sussex who have come out on the ropes a little bit off the field, but they've come out swinging today. So Scriven is coming round the wicket now. Sorry, over the wicket. He was round the wicket. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. Edge. Oh no, sorry, I thought he'd nicked that. It was a beauty from Scriven, just past the outside edge, using the angle.
The way he sort of looked back made you think, didn't it, Clark? Very sort of jerky push at it.
So that was funny. I was trying to work out why I had thought he'd nicked it. It would have been that.
Yeah, the look back is sometimes a giveaway, isn't it?
Here is Scriven then, long run up. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. There's another straight delivery. There's a much better over from Scriven.
Looks better over the wicket, doesn't he?
Yeah.
To the left-handers.
Two left-handers in at the moment. And it was right. Scriven did have a big bad injury towards the end of last season, didn't we? There was quite a bit missing from him. We're going to have a substitution. I'll tell you what, Adrian, you come and sit where Rich. You come and sit here. I'll swap with Richard. As Scriven comes in, he bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket, but with the angle, they're never going to get that, and so there is no run. Seamless, almost balletic, that change there. 100 for 1 then, Sussex. As there is an edge, and it's going to run away for 4 over the slip cordon, and we've had that quite a bit so far, haven't we, Adrian? You throw your hands at it and you are getting away with it at the moment off the pitch. Zooming over the slip cordon, 4 runs, 104 for 1 at the end of the over.
Well, I think they've chanced their arm here this morning. I mean, there's been some super shots mixed around, a little bit of luck as well. And Tom Clark has already been dropped. He was dropped on just 6. But Sussex have certainly, I said earlier on, taken some of that sort of pre-season frustration with all the issues off the pitch out onto the pitch. They've been very positive this morning. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. It feels like a deliberate tactic almost, as with Sussex having had a few knockbacks over the past few weeks. And here is Green. We're going to go for a bit. Ready, a Leicester update in just a second. As Green comes in, he bowls, defended by Haynes, who's 44 not out, just about to reach his 50. Let's take a brief pause to give an update in just a second there. And it perhaps hasn't been the romantic start that Leicestershire wanted, Sarah. 104 for 1 Sussex after Leicestershire put them into bowl at the start of the day. Haynes has whacked them around all over the place. He's 44 not out off just 40 balls. They're going at 7 and over, are Sussex. After a rough few months, they have come out swinging at the start of their season. Leicestershire have got 1 wicket. It was Green who got it, but this has not been the start they wanted. Sussex 104 for 1 in the first hour of the county championship season. As Green comes back in, he bowls, and there's a cut out to point where a single will be taken. 105 for 1 Adrian has been with us for 2 balls, I think. Well, we'll swap back in a second. But I'm delighted to say that joining us on commentary, the Leicestershire bowler, England under-19 player, Alex Green, is with us. Alex, hello.
Hi, thank you for having me.
I'll turn the microphone on.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
No, thank you for joining us. You've got a big boot on, haven't you?
Yeah, unfortunately so, but yeah, hopefully that'll be off soon and we'll get back out there running around.
As Green, your namesake, mulleted, runs past the umpire. He bowls, straight delivery. What have you made to the first hour? No run, by the way, on that shot.
Yeah, it's been quite exciting first hour if you think about it. They've played some very good shots, obviously, but we've been bowling. It's been 50-50, I'd say. We've been bowling good balls, wicket taking opportunities, but unfortunately, only just the one.
You've got the Sussex batsman moving right across their stumps. It is Clark left-handed who waits, and Green bowls, and that has nipped back in and hit him in a rather painful area. So if you're a bowler here, you've got 2 batters on the attack, moving right across their stumps, making it difficult to get LBW, but the ball is swinging. What are you doing now?
I think in times like this, you really just have to kind of stick to your line and length and trust yourself. Obviously, you can play about with the field, really. Obviously, they're playing quite aggressive, so putting a man out here and there just to soften up the runs a little bit.
Here comes Green, bowls, back goes Clark and pushes it out into the offside. There is no run, and that is the end of the over. Green, probably the pick of the bowlers, going at 3.5 from his 6.21 conceded so far. It has felt like there's a bit of movement in the pitch. Swing, shape, green tinge pitch. The conditions are favourable to bowlers.
Yeah.
But Sussex have sort of come out swinging and counter-attacking. Was that be your perspective on it?
Yeah, obviously, I presume they would have known it would be looking at the wicket, it could be difficult to bat on. So I feel like they're going about it obviously in an aggressive way. But like I say, we just need to kind of stick to our guts, stick to our line and lengths, and build some pressure.
Tom Scriven will continue from the Bennett end. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, and that's outside the edge. Their lovely delivery, just outside off stump, decent line. And perfect length, actually. There's a bit of bounce in the pitch there, isn't there, if you put it on the right length?
Yeah, I think, like I was saying there, just you got to trust yourself to not get carried away and play to their game. You kind of just have to stick to your bowling, stick to your line and lengths, and hopefully Scriv does now.
As he moves past the umpire now, he bowls, and that's hit Haynes on the pad. If you were watching the stream just then, you would have seen me tilting my head right across, because I was trying to work out where Haynes has put his guard. I think his guard is on middle and off.
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Which tells you all about the approach that Sussex have taken this morning. 105 for 1 they are. As Scriven turns, holds the ball in front of his chest, and he bowls. It's a flashing drive out, and that's going to beat Rahan Ahmed out at cover. There's a deep cover out there, but it was so quick. Beautiful shot from Haynes, really lent into that. He's got a beautiful drive, very aesthetically pleasing. And that is the 50 partnership between Haynes and Clark. It's come in 64 balls. And they have carried on where the opening pair left off. Really frees the arms with that drive, Haynes. On to 49. As here comes Scriven again. What will his response be? None for 21 from his 2.5 overs. He bowls. Another delivery outside off stump. That's a lovely push out to cover. So you spent a lot of time abroad in the winter, Alex.
Yeah, been fortunate enough to do 2 tours with the under-19s, the England under-19s. One to Grenada in the Caribbean and one to Zimbabwe for the World Cup.
So Grenada, was that playing the Windies?
Yes, it was.
All in a series?
Yeah, in a 7-game series. Unfortunately, we lost 5-2, but we played a lot better cricket in January in the World Cup. Unfortunately, missing out.
Here's Scriven. He's coming now round over the wicket and has bowled a decent delivery there. You heard the exhale of breath from Alex there. But a steep bounce on that again. Haynes prodding at that slightly. He's 49 not out. Scriven coming over the wicket now, bowling with the angle. Yeah, the Under-19 World Cup. Well, you got to the final, didn't you? England did really, really well. I was sort of keeping up with the scores. There were some fantastic results in there, weren't there?
Yeah, we probably played our best cricket that we've done in the last 2 years with that group.
Here's Scriven again. He bowls. That's very wide, and in fact, he's signalled as such. So I'll have to go back and do that one again. Yeah. So to carry on, amazing. It was Zimbabwe. Was that tournament in Zimbabwe?
We were in Zimbabwe. There was a group in Namibia as well. But
was there?
Unfortunately, we just stayed in Zimbabwe. But yeah, it was a shame to miss out on the final. But we took the positives from it. We lost to a very good India side and a very good batsman. So.
Scriven it is then. This the final ball of his over. He bowls straight at the leading edge, which drops just in front of mid-off. Possibly a bit of in-swing there. We've got the replay in front of us in a second perhaps. Haynes is on 49 at the end of that over. Sussex 110 for 1. That the 17th over bowled. And Scriven coming back into it there. You thought it was a good competition between bat and ball. Some big shots, but some tricky bowling to contend with as well. How was Zimbabwe to be in then?
Yeah, it was lovely. Yeah, obviously, unfortunately, it was a little bit wet at the start of the competition, but as we got out of the first group stage, the weather turned nice. It was, it was nice to bowl on. Nice bowling pitches.
Green in bowls. He starts a new over, and you can see that right across his stumps, Clark. Almost meeting that, probably on a 4th or 5th stump line. But it's been a pretty decent strategy so far to get right across. And there is no run. The ball just played out to cover. Running in away from us now, right arm. Round the wicket, and there were all sorts of hands on heads there. It was an in-swinger. Did that hit the pad and go away? I don't think there was any bat there.
I don't think so. No, I think it was just pad. Obviously, you can see by how his guard is trying to get as far as he can outside the line. Obviously, takes the LBW out the equation when it's moving. But yeah, Ben, he's been on the spot he's been bowling very well for these 6.2 overs. So hopefully.
Joining permanently, did so well on loan last year at Leicestershire. He's in bowls, and again there's a peel for leg before wicket, but I just can't see a single LBW being given at the moment. If you're moving across your stumps that far, am I wrong there? It's going to be very difficult for an umpire to give you out.
Yeah, it will be difficult. Obviously, he's got to judge whether the impact's in line, but yeah, it's going to be difficult for the umpire to give one. But if Ben keeps slamming away there, I think there's every chance we could get one.
The left-handed Clark waits. Green runs in, bowls to him, defended by Clark, pushed straight back to him. There is no run. Clark 29 not out, 42 deliveries. Green into his 7th over. Has stopped the flood somewhat after an early barrage from the two openers. Haytons and Hughes. Sounds like a solicitor's firm. No runs off the over so far from Green, and Clark has a guard on middle stump. Again pushes right forward. He's coming down the pitch as well. And you heard the oohs and ahs there. It crashed into his pad. There's a lot of in-swing there. Brilliant shape. Rolling his fingers across that.
Yeah, he's bowling very, very well.
Off cutter to the left-hander. Final ball of the over then. On for a maiden is Green. Clark waits, and it's beaten him outside the off stump. Went to defend at it, but it beat him. That one just straightened a little bit, and that is the end of the over. The 18th, Sussex are 110 for 1. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio for Sussex. And that might well be the first maiden of the day, actually. I will have a look at at the scorecard, but it tells you all you need to know about how it has gone so far. That is the first maiden of the day. And Haynes now, 49 not out. He will look for his 50 off this Tom Scriven over. On what is a chilly Leicestershire afternoon, here comes Scriven. Past the umpire now. That's a short delivery wide outside off stump. And Haynes wasn't expecting that. Sort of forlorn attempt at a cut outside off stump. So it went to Ben Cox running round to his left hand side. There's one slip, a third man, got a square third man, deep extra cover, and deep backwards, deep mid wicket as that delivery is defended by Scriven to mid on. It's also deep backward. There is a deep backward square leg, to be fair. It was there's a column in the commentary box that was blocking my view. So 4 men out, one slip, mid off, mid on, backward point, cover. And there's a big gap on the leg side. Scriven obviously going to use the angle to bowl away from Haynes. Third ball of the over. Scriven leaning slightly to the right, comes in and bowls, and that's defended by Haynes. Leicestershire stemming the flow somewhat.
Yeah, I think that's a good length, especially when there's a little bit of bounce coming from just back off length. If they've been driving on the up for quite some time, so staying on that length does bring in catching opportunities. So
Scriven turns. It's up to the wicket now. Bowls. That is driven on the up, just as you were saying, out to deep cover point, and there is the 50 from Haynes. It has been a swashbuckling, exciting innings. It has put Leicestershire on the back foot immediately on their return to the county championship. 10 fours in that 50, and he's gone at 52. He's got it in 52 balls, so his strike rate has just dipped below 100, but it was well over 100 for large parts of his innings. Scriven to Clark now, 29 not out, and Clark goes back and may have just hit him just at the bottom of his chest. I'm not sure. Either way, there is no run. Thoughts on that Haynes innings, Alex?
Yeah, he's stuck to his game plan really. He's not, obviously it could be, there is times out there where it does look difficult when the ball's moving around, but yeah, he's played some strong shots, and hopefully we can look to get him out soon.
Scriven, final ball of the over, full delivery, driven and pleasantly, and it beats the fielder. I think it's going to run away for 4. I think the fielder there at mid-on got a touch on it, got his fingertips to it, but it raced away for 4. Beautiful off drive, foot to the pitch of the ball by Clark, and it has raced away. That is the end of the over. 115 for 1 is the score. Clark on 33. It will be Haynes to carry on the strike, and he is 50 not out. And I'm going to take a short break. Alex, you're going to be joined by Richard Ray.
Yeah, well played, Tom Haynes. The approach has with a little bit of good fortune, which you always need probably at the start of the season, has worked well. But as you say, Greenie, they're probably so much in the pitch that you almost have to let the pitch do the work.
Yeah.
Don't try too hard.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to get too carried away with the movement, say if it's swinging and if it's moving as well. You don't want to get too carried away with it. So
a little bit of an early season cobwebs being blown away by Leicestershire. Sam Wood has been brought into the attack from the pavilion end. That one just drifts onto leg stump, flicked away by Haynes neatly. Relatively short left-hander, usually quite good at playing it away through the leg side. Turned his wrists on it down too wide-ish. Well, between fine leg and long leg, and 2 taken. Haynes on 252, 117 for 1. Frustrating then to be injured at the start of the season for you.
Yeah, of course it's not what you want, especially I feel I've had a pretty good winter as well. I feel like my bowling's coming on well, but it's a long season, and I shouldn't be injured for too much longer. So
Wood is in and bowls again, just drifting slightly towards middle and leg. Haynes can go back and again turn his wrist on it, pushes out to Yadavinder Singh, making his debut for Leicestershire today, out there at deep mid-wicket, and one is taken. I spoke to Lloyd this morning. He said, what is the injury situation? He said, well, nobody's out for the season. which
which
is telling me as little as possible, basically.
Yeah, of course. But no, we back Lloyd and all the physios and Jack McCann, the S&C as well, to get us all fit ready.
Wood in, bowl, slightly short of a length, and the tall Clark stays back, drops his bat on it, pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run. Have you got a sort of rough time scale when you hope to be back or bowling again, at least? Or
hopefully I'll be fully ready to play, hopefully looking just after the game against Nottinghamshire here, so hopefully when we play Sussex in the reverse when we're away, hopefully
that's always a nice trip to be available for.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be ready for then, but yeah, we can only wait and see.
Wood is in, bowls, straight line again. Clark stays back, slightly turns his wrists as he drops it defensively down the pitch on the on side, and there is no run. Wood has pretty much hit his lengths from the start, just conceded the 3 from that, was it the first delivery or the second or so? But probably an unexpected early chance for Sam Wood with the injuries elsewhere. Can he take full advantage of it? Tall, young, fair-haired man, and that's a lovely delivery. Takes the outside edge. No, it doesn't. Ben Cox thought it had, and the slip, Rishi Patel, who, as I say, is always enthusiastic about any time the ball beats the bat, but Wood's appeal was just very slightly, it flicked the back leg, I think. His appeal was just slightly delayed, which is sometimes a bit of a giveaway. I think it flicked the trousers.
No, it was a lovely ball. Lovely. Wood started well. So
nice line
hopefully.
from Sam Wood. And he comes again around. Oh, beg your pardon. Around the wicket, and that one is slightly offline, down the leg side, taken by Ben Cox. But that is a decent over to start with from Sam Wood. Just the 3 runs conceded from it, and one super delivery that prompted the appeal, particularly from behind the stumps, but hadn't actually taken the outside edge. 118 for 1 after 20 overs. It doesn't tell the whole story.
No,
when you look at the score.
No, I don't think it reflects fully how we've bowled. I think obviously we bowled some loose balls, but say put away. But I think we've also bowled good balls that have unfortunately, so there's been a couple of edges over the slips. But yeah, hopefully.
And one chance down as well.
Yeah, of course as well. But yeah, hopefully if we just keep hitting our lengths, hopefully we'll get one.
Scriven is in, bowl straight, and Haynes waiting for it, turns it out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket, or at least there is in the form of Lewis Hill, but he's deep, and consequently it's a comfortable single to be taken by Messrs Haynes and Clark. Haynes on to 54. Have you played with Tom Haynes? I guess he wouldn't have played. No, he wouldn't have been under sort of 19s.
No,
the same side, but he's talked about it in England context now.
Yeah, he's a very strong batter. Obviously, he sticks to his game plan, as we're seeing today. But
Scriven bowls down the leg side. Clark tries to whip him away down towards wideish long leg. Doesn't get anything on it, and it all gets a little bit messy because it's not taken cleanly by Ben Cox behind the stumps, but it all goes down as a dot in the book. Do you like bowling at lefties?
Yeah, I do.
Some bad bowlers do like it, don't they? They're right armers.
Yeah, I do like it. My older brother is a left-hander, so I spent a lot of time bowling at him in the garden.
In goes Scriven, and that one is a good delivery just on an outside off stump, and it draws Clark forward in the defensive push, and it beats the outside edge. So the length here is length, really.
Yeah, kind of your regulation, kind of 4-day length, you don't want it too full, obviously, because they are playing aggressive and they are putting away the full ones, but just want it just in between.
Scriven is
About
in
there.
bowls, about
Yeah,
there,
about
as you
there.
say.
Yeah, with the movement that they're getting and the extra bounce, if you get it to bounce from there, there's every chance you might catch a shoulder of the bat, or they might look to drive just on the up, as they have done. And yeah, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice to see how Woodsy goes. I think his first over was, if he keeps to those lengths, I definitely think he'll get some chances. So
Duke's ball, of course, as it will be throughout the entire season. No more kookaburras as Scriven is in and bowls. Again, that good line and good length, and it draws Clark forward. It's a solid forward defensive press from the Sussex left-hander, pushing the ball out to mid-off, and there's no run. Sad to see the end of the kookaburra, or not so sad?
not so sad, I'll be honest. As a bowler, I do like bowling with the Duke's ball. It does offer
What do you use for the under-19s, is it?
well, for the under-19s, when we did the red ball, we did use Dukes.
You did?
Well, in England anyway, when we went to South Africa and I played there, it was kookaburra.
Scriven is in, using his feet. Clark getting down the pitch. Scriven pulled his length back, but Clark turned his wrists on it, pushed it out towards deepish mid-wicket. Hill had a bit of work to get to the ball, but you heard the no, 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 as Messrs Clark and Haynes decided not to risk the arrow-like throw from Hilly. Not quite the arm that he used to have, Lewis Hill, but he actually's never had that strong an arm, Hilly, but he's got a good pair of hands on him, as you'd expect from a former wicket-keeper. But he does spend a lot of time in the outfield these days.
Yeah, he does.
But
He's quality. He just keeps running, keeps putting in shift for the boys. So yeah, he's great to have on the field.
Now the cricket pro at which school is it?
Oundle School.
Oundle, isn't it?
Oundle School, yeah.
Round the wicket comes Sam Wood and bowls. Nice fullish line. Clark is respectfully forward, blocking it out into the offside. We have wind everywhere. Please, let's close the doors. And the doors are closed and everything calms down again momentarily. 120 for one. With that single worked by Haynes in the previous over. Wood. Longish run. Very straight run though, Sam Wood. In he goes and bowls. Again,
Yeah,
that
that's
good line, good length. Brings Clark forward. Plays it carefully back down the pitch. Just 21.1 overs, but this Duke's ball should be about at its best from the bowler's point of view, and with the pitches being that little bit fraction softer, it should last, shouldn't it?
Yeah, hopefully. Well, we're very good at keeping the ball in good conditions, so hopefully we can keep it good for a decent amount of time.
Wood is in and bowls, and again, good line and length on off stump, slightly fuller, so Clark was able to get forward and put a little bit more weight into the shot, punched it firmly but only as far as Ian Holland at mid-off, and there was no run. Important to look after the ball. I guess that is something that the coaches drum into you.
Yeah, of course. It's always something that gets brought up in like innings breaks and chats, like what's the condition of the ball. So yeah, it's a very big part of bowling.
Wood is in, bowls, drops a little bit short, top edge pull, and it's going to drop safe over mid-wicket, out towards deep mid-wicket, running round the boundary. Yavinda from sort of deepish square or deepish mid-wicket gets there, but again, that little bit of extra bounce, perhaps it's just stopping that a little bit short of a length and topish edge, and could have gone anywhere really.
Yeah, I think with the lengths Woodsy's bowled, it's they'll try and score any time they can really. So I think there's going to be some good opportunities from this end.
Wood is in, drops short outside, off stump, cut away for six. I think it went the distance. Yes, it did. My word, that was a good shot, because it did sit up outside off stump, but quite how he got that sort of elevation on it, it didn't look to me quite as much as I thought it was going to, but angled the bat upwards and away it went.
Yeah, I think just on the replay there, it looks like it stopped in the pitch a little bit. So yeah, I hope you've got to. Looking at the ball now, hopefully it's not too beaten up, but
Not be quite as hard as it was a moment ago. That was. It thumped into the seats. Not taken cleanly in the Stench and Benno stand over there. They tend to avoid it. They tend to get out of the way if it comes in their direction.
I think it's for the best. I think they make sure it's they're out of the way. Sometimes it does get hit quite hard out there. So
come on, boys, you've got to be braver than that. Get your hands to it. Howl of pain as Stench breaks his fingers. Round the wicket goes Wood into Clark, and he's beaten on the outside edge. That's a better line and length after 6 and a 2 from the previous 2 deliveries. But again, chalk that one up to the batters. 128 for 1. They continue at times to ride their luck, but the approach, the positive approach, if you like, is paying off for them, Alex.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's look, if they're not trying to. It doesn't seem they're trying to slow down in any way. They're putting away the bad balls and keeping out the good ones. So yeah, well, you can see why they're 128 for 1. But I think, yeah, I don't think it fully reflects how we've bowled. I think we have been stringing together good sets of overs, but unfortunately, just not getting the profits.
Well, if you do one more over, it's going to take you half an hour to get back down those stairs,
It might do indeed. Yeah.
So we'll make sure you get back down for some lunch in the new look dining suite down there in the Charles Palmer
very
restaurant.
Nice down there.
You're behind partitions now. We can't see you anymore. In goes Scriven and bowls and beats the outside edge of Haynes' bat, brought him forward, and it moved away and didn't take the edge.
No, unfortunately not. That's kind of summed up a lot of this session, really. A lot of outside edges, missing the bat. A lot of balls nipping in, unfortunately, just outside the line. So
patience, I guess, is the key, and not to get frustrated.
No, exactly. Just letting the ball do the work, and just sticking to your guns, and stick to your lengths.
Scriven holding the ball high, bustles in and beats the outside edge again. 2 in a row, and Haynes twitched at that one. He didn't know whether to come forward or back, and ball moved away, and instinctively just twitched the hands at it, and could so easily have edged through to Ben Cox, but he didn't. He remains 54 not out of 57 deliveries. Sussex 128 for 1. Did you feel for Yadvinder with his first 2 overs? It's so difficult up the hill to.
Yeah, of course it is tough, but yeah, it's no. Hopefully he'll be back on for a second spell, and hopefully.
Scriven outside off stump, little bit of width, Fuller, and got on the front foot Tom Haynes and cracked it away very nicely. There is cover now for Tom Scriven out there. Rahan is out there, fielding on the point, or sort of cover boundary actually, and just a single. We'll bring Adrian back on at the end of this over for BBC Radio Sussex listeners. As I say, poor Alex, whose foot is in a protective, not cast, is it? It's just a sort of boot, protective boot.
Yeah, unfortunately, but hopefully he'll be off next week, and we can look to start getting moving around.
Scriven is in, straightens his line up, but Clark defends solidly enough out into the offside, and there is no run. The steps up to the commentary box, there's 40 of them. You do have to negotiate with care.
Yes, definitely. But now
don't make it worse, whatever you do.
Absolutely not. No, I'm getting quite good at hopping downstairs on my crutches now, so yeah, we should be all good.
Tom Scriven in, outside off stump, a touch short. Clark gets up on his toes and plays it away well in front of square through extra cover. A bit of work for Rahan to do, running up the rope, but he gets there in time to prevent any chance of a second. Clark on to 43 when he get to his 50 before lunch. Well, he's going to have plenty of opportunities, but Leicestershire obviously hoping nip out a couple before lunch and make it a little bit more of an equal session. 100 and sort of, well, a number of runs have conceded already as Scriven is in and bowls to Haynes, who is again beaten, tries to work it into the leg side, may just have straightened a little bit, enough to beat the bat into the pads and bounces out into the offside. Thank you for coming up, mate. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Again, if you can face those steps.
Oh no, those steps will be alright.
Practice some commentary next time.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Yeah, it's been good fun.
Good to see you, and hopefully see you back bowling before too long. 130 for 1 after 23 overs. Sussex it has been on the scoreboard, unquestionably the visitors' morning. Put into bat after Leicestershire won the toss, and they have attacked well as Sam Wood is in, draws Tom Clark forward, but he gets on top of the bounce, steers it out to Ahmed, who's on the boundary on both sides of the wicket at the moment. And again, Rahan keeps it to 1. Clark on to 44. I'm waiting for the scoreboard to tick over, but although they're both left-handers, they're two very distinctive figures. Haynes the shorter of the two. Clark much the taller, and Adrian's back after too long an absence. As in goes Wood, and bottom hand off the bat there from Haynes as he turns it out to mid wicket, but he does take the one because Green has a lot of work to do to get to the ball. Scoreboard, I think, has decided to freeze momentarily.
Well, it's been a run fest this morning, hasn't it? I mean, I think Sussex have played some excellent shots. I think, but I think they've had a bit of luck as well. The drop catch when Tom Clark was put down when he was on just 6. So, but Sussex certainly making the most of things, and
it's looking bigger with every passing over, isn't it? In goes Wood and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of straightening, but too wide. And Clark leaning forward, let it go through.
I've got to do a quick update, so I will.
You have. I beg your pardon.
Sorry,
I dragged you back on. I thought
no. You do the next, and they've got to do the travel, and I'll nip out and do that. But
can't be much on a Good Friday, you wouldn't have thought, traffic-wise.
No, although as I came past Luton this morning, there was a horrible smash going southbound, and people were stuck, seemed to be stuck in there. So you only need one, don't you? And it holds everyone up.
Wood is in, very wide, and Clark leans forward, lets it go through, and looks quizzically at umpire White, but umpire White, perhaps thinking of his lunch, decides to let Sam Wood get away with that one. So a dot ball. Wood into his third over now, none for 13. Sussex 132 for 1. These two came together when Daniel Hughes was caught down at third man by Lewis Hill off the bowling of Ben Green for 19. 57 for 1 at that stage. Sam Wood is in, bowls, straightens his line up again, but over pitches slightly, and Tom Clark can lean across and clip it away through mid-wicket, beats Ben Green, and the outfield is short enough and hard enough still, early season notwithstanding, for the ball to roll over the ropes down there at deep mid-wicket before Yadvinder Singh can get there. So Clark almost certainly will get past his 50. Well, he's going to have the opportunity so to do, because he's moved on to 48 now of 67 deliveries, and Sussex on to 136 for 1. Wood in again to Clark. Bowls, foolish, almost a Yorker, and it swung back in a little bit. Clark got in position to drive it away and then had to adjust and block it out into the offside, and he looked a bit disappointed with himself there, Tom Clark, as though he was hoping that was going to be a sort of half volley he could drive away. As it was, it just a little bit full on it. He indicates to Tom Haynes at the end of the over that it just is still swinging out there. But these two have acquitted themselves very nicely. Ian Holland is going to replace Tom Scriven at the Bennett end. No luck for Scriven. Some super deliveries, and he beat Tom Haynes twice at the start of his previous over, of his last over of that spell, as it turned out, from the Bennett end. Holland, the captain, brings himself back on. Outside off stump, he tries to carve it away. Haynes gets the edge, and well, probably not the greatest ball that Ian Holland has ever bowled to take a wicket. Haynes tried to carve it away, but this time his luck has run out. He's got a faint edge. It's taken by Ben Cox, and Tom Haynes goes for 56. Caught. Cox, the wicket-keeper, bowled Holland off just 61 deliveries. It was wide, it was out there to be hit, really. And Tom Haynes has hit plenty of those this morning, but this time it was almost too wide, and whether it just flicked the end of the bat or the under edge, But that was I would suggest, Adrian, a pretty useful knock from Tom Haynes. He'll be disappointed to have gotten out, having just gone past his half-century, but he's got Sussex off to something of a flyer.
Yeah, he will be disappointed because, I mean, his half-century came up in just 52 balls. And I just got the feeling since he got to his half-century that Tom had rather reined his game in, and he was thinking, you know, I've got my half-century now, there are runs to be had. But a good delivery, wasn't it, from Scriven, and just a little nick behind, and he'll be disappointed about that, will Tom Haynes. And in fact, I rather jinxed him because I was just giving him an update and saying what a great start for Sussex, and it is a good start, but he will be disappointed, will Tom Haynes, to have got out in that fashion.
Especially
actually, looking at the replay,
it wasn't wide.
No, it wasn't. It was a horrible shot, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I thought you were being a bit generous.
No, in fact, I was at the other end of the stand, and I couldn't quite see how wide that was, but that was really wide. So I take that back completely. That was a shot that he'll be desperately disappointed with. That was a horrible shot, wasn't it? So there we are. But he does like to go for those shots. I guess it's one of those, isn't it, that if the ball goes belting away through the covers for 4 runs, we say great shot, but when you're out, and he is inclined to play that sort of shot, is Tom Haynes.
He has played a few of them, this morning, and not gotten away with them, but he's connected.
Yeah,
he's connected. But this time it was that little bit extra.
Yeah,
it was too wide, really, and
yeah, he'd be disappointed to have got himself in that position. So my apologies.
Another man connected very much with England prospects has come to the wicket. Is this?
Yes, James Coles, who's certainly made a name for himself during the winter months. Faces Scriven, and his forward plays into the offside. There is no run. So for just 22 years of age yesterday was James, and I'm sure our listeners know that he went for a huge amount of money in the 100 auction.
Yes.
Best part of, not far short of £400,000. And
he was in that Rolls Royce that came in, was he?
Well, it's been an extraordinary few months for James, really, as in comes Scriven over the wicket bowls. Coles lets that one go, gets the bat and gloves high out of the way through to Cox. No run. I spoke to him at Worcester, the last game of last season. He'd had a good season, Richard. He'd made 4 county championship hundreds, and I said to him, I expect you're looking forward to going on the Lions tour to Australia, and he said, well, actually, I'm not going. They think it's better for development if I go and play in this South African T20, which he did, and for the first 3 or 4 games didn't get a look in. Scriven is in bowls. Coles defends a ball of good length, plays into the offside, no run. Holland, I'm sorry. And as he then he got into the side and didn't look back. He had 2 man of the match performances. He got his side through to the final, which they eventually won. And for a largely unknown English player, he made some impression as Holland is in bowls, and Coles lets that go through to Cox, no run. And that was very much led to the huge price that was placed on him in the 100 auction. So he's got a lot to live up to now as James, but he's very level-headed, stylish right-hander. Well, he's an all-rounder.
Very much so.
He's bowls left arm spin, so he certainly turned a few heads. And that decision to go to the SA20 looks a very good one. Holland in bowls. Coles lets that one go through to Cox. There is no run. Good over from Ian Holland, in which he picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes, caught behind, driving loosely in a wide delivery, caught behind by Ben Cox. End of the over, 136 for 2. And I think that's the first maiden of the day.
No, we had one a few overs ago. So that's the first wicket maiden. I can definitely say that. Ian Holland.
So I guess the thing with someone like James is that all of a sudden you've come virtually from nowhere. I mean, we've known about him at Sussex when he made his debut when he was 16 at the Oval, but now of course everybody knows about him, and I guess that brings its own pressures.
Round the wicket goes Sam Wood, and bowls straightens up Tom Clark a little bit there. Clark played it well enough, but he was squared up a touch as he pushed it out into the offside, and there was no run. Well, as his bat is measured there, James Coles, he did acquire a certain notoriety in Leicestershire parts, as you will recall from that famous game.
Yes. at home.
when in fact he may well have been left out of the next game, as the 3 players were left out after that, weren't they, the following game. In goes Wood and bowls fullish, but it's too full and it's too straight on leg stump, and Clark plays it firmly, a beautiful on drive. What a nice way to go to an excellent, I would suggest, half century. It's come off 70 deliveries.
I would say that that's technically a better half century than Tom Haynes.
Definitely,
Richard.
definitely.
He's played some lovely shots. He was dropped when he was on just 6, but
There's that, yes.
he has played some. We've got some patches of blue sky above us, which is rather encouraging.
7 fours in that 50 as Wood bowls to him, and he steps forward and leaves outside the off stump. It brought up the 140 as well for Sussex. For those who don't recall why I mentioned James Cole's being slightly notorious in Leicestershire parts, was that in that famous game when Louis Kimber, a fond memory, now at Northampton of course, almost pulled off an astonishing run chase. Massive double century on that last afternoon. Wood is in and bowls outside off stump, and Clark leaves during the last frenetic session when a lot of tempers were fraying, I think, and there were a few nerves, certainly sort of among the younger Sussex players. He was batting with Ben Cox, Louis Kimber, and it looked rather as though Clark had put his foot out to try and trip Cox
Coles.
in mid.
Yes.
Coles put a foot out to trip Ben Cox, and bats were pointed, and in goes Wood and bowls. Solid forward defensive from Tom Clark, and the young man, I think, apologised afterwards, but. Yes, it all got a bit frenetic one way or another. Well, a lot of tempers were lost, and
I mean, it was a wonderful game of cricket, wasn't it? In the innings from Louis Kimber, there was the over from Molly Robinson that went for
how many was it?
42 or something. Yeah, yes. I mean, it was just an incredible innings from Louis. I mean, he came in as if Leicestershire had no chance whatsoever, which they didn't.
No,
and suddenly they did.
Wood, to finish his 4th over, is in, bowls on off stump. Clark makes to go forward, then decides to go back instead and blocks it out into the offside end of the over.
He's Tom Clark began last season with a very good 100 at Edgbaston, and really looked to establish himself in that number 3 position, but thereafter he had a pretty miserable season, in all honesty. Finished averaging just 22, and he scored 341 runs, and that included 140 in that first game at Edgbaston. So he didn't nail down that number 3 slot. But he's been given an opportunity today. I must admit, I thought maybe Jack Leaning would bat 3, the new arrival, who's making his debut today at number 5. In comes Holland, bowls to Coles, who's up on his toes and punches that ball into the offside. There is no run. Coles yet to get off the mark. Clark on 52, here on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray, enjoying a glimmer of sunshine across Grace Road.
It looks glorious now, doesn't it?
It does, and indeed the weather forecast that I heard on the way out was suggesting that as the day got on, the weather would improve. And actually, the weather forecast I heard this morning seems to be correct, as Holland is in, bowls, Coles lets that go outside the off stump. Good
swing.
Yeah, and good bounce from Holland, the skipper, through to Ben Cox, and there is no run. 2 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a fine leg. I guess there is a third man. Yes, there is, in front of the Meat Cafe and Bar, to the right of Richard and I, where we're commentating from, at the pavilion end of the ground.
Newly carpeted.
Oh. Holland in, bowls, Coles defends solidly, stoutly out into the offside, and there is no run. I just, as I say, he's a very relaxed character, James Coles, but I'm sure that it's true to say a lot of people around, well, outside of Sussex and maybe the Southern Brave, where he has played in the 100, would have been largely unaware of the progress that he was making. But certainly people are aware now of the potential, but he's got to live up to that potential, as Holland is in, bowls, and Coles plays slightly across the line to mid-on, and there is no run. Good little spell this from Ian Holland, who has most of the Leicestershire bowlers early on took a bit of tap, didn't they? But Holland's bowling a good line of length here and making Coles play, which is what you want to do when you've got a new batter at the crease.
Yeah, they've settled, and I'm sure one or two would say not before time.
Holland in again, bowls, and Coles is on his way. He's going to pick up 4 runs, but he could so easily have been on his way. It was short outside the off stump. It wasn't. I'm not sure he's completely in control of the shot, if I'm being honest. We'll see this again. It's wide of the off stump. Well, perhaps I assume a slight injustice, but it was in the air for a long time. The ball threw away through backward point, and James Coles is on his way. Sussex to 144 for 2. Retakes guard. 2 slips go down, and Holland racing in towards us. In and bowls, and Coles this time placed very firmly in to the leg side, fielding at mid wicket. Is that Rian Ahmed there?
It is.
Good bit of fielding. There is no run. I guess Coles and Rian Ahmed would know each other. Did Rian go on the Lions tour to Australia?
Well, he was on the main tour.
But he didn't get picked, did he?
No, he carried a lot of drinks, but whether he spent time with the Lions as a consequence,
yes, I was going to say,
sure he did. Because they were in the same sort of neck of the woods.
Well, they were, yeah, totally. So I'm sure they would know each other. 144 for 2.
But I think for the most part he was with the senior party.
Yeah, well, I know it's easy to say with hindsight, but I think a lot of us thought leg spinner Australia he's got to play, but we all know he didn't.
Sam Wood, round the wicket, bowls, just waited for that one, Tom Clark. Again, forward-ish early, and position early, and just slightly angled bat as he turned it out towards mid-on, where Ben Green, he of the Buffon almost hairstyle, is fielding at the moment. 144 for 2.
Talking of England, I see Ollie Pope is out for Surrey. Surrey 55 for 3 at Edgbaston. A couple of wickets there for Ethan Bamber.
Former Middlesex player,
yeah.
Bamber. In goes Wood and bowls. Again, straight, solidly blocked back up the pitch on the onside by Clark. Again, Greenfields having to move to his right. Wind has gotten up though. You can hear the familiar sound of the tiles on the
yes, inside the
ceiling
box.
being lifted in the wind. Apologies about that. We might have to, if it gets annoying, we'll close the windows and try and reduce the impact of the wind in that respect. Wood is in and bowls very wide outside off stump. Umpire White leans to his right, but again, possibly thinking of his lunchtime. Lasagna is generous.
Elsewhere in the first division of the county championship, still no play in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are playing Yorkshire. Essex 27 for 2 in Southampton. There was a delayed start in that one. Via Mulder, who was played here for many years, is yet to score. He's not out, batting up 4.
Woods is in, bowls. The touch early on it, Clark, there as he blocks it, but he adjusted accordingly. As talking to Alex Green, he said the 1 or 2 were stopping a little bit in the pitch, hence the sort of top edges, and they almost caught and bowled on a couple of occasions. He was just a fraction early on that, but he kept it down well.
Somerset 70 for 3 at Taunton against the county champions Nottinghamshire. James Rue, I'm sure another of the young players looking to make an early season impression. He's 22 not out.
They're sort of fighting each other for his brother for a place in the side, aren't they?
Yes.
In goes Wood and doesn't bowl. Perhaps it got a gust of wind just at the wrong moment there, and he was absolutely almost in his delivery action.
In the second division, Derbyshire 94 for 1. Harry came out for 50. Wicket there for Tom Taylor, who's
yes, he had a great season last season.
He really did.
50 odd wickets. Was he top wicket?
He was in the country, yeah. He was excellent. I bowled in the last game of the season down at Worcester, and a wholehearted cricketer. Didn't he spend time here?
Formerly of this parish, indeed. Yeah. They didn't want him to leave. In goes Wood and bowls. Oh, that is a good leave, as they say. And there's all sorts of hands on heads and chins in hands among the Leicestershire closer fielders. It was a safe enough leave because it was quite short, but it didn't get up quite as much as Tom Clark might have anticipated it was going to, and it wasn't so very far from clipping the top of the stumps.
Durham 123 for 3 at the Riverside against Kent. Emilio Gay at 61 not out.
Where is Vian now? Where did you say Vian was? Vian Mulder?
Essex.
Essex, of course he is. In goes Wood, and bowls again outside off stump. A much safer leave this time by Clark. Well, it was another maiden over. I think Tom Clark has lunch in mind. It is still 2, possibly 3 overs away, but it was a maiden by Sam Wood. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21 for the young seamer, and he has at least kept some sort of check on the scoring rate. But 144 from 28 overs, albeit with 2 wickets down. If Leicestershire can pick up 1 more before lunch, they'll feel it's at least been a sort of 60-40 in session in favour of Sussex at the moment. I'd say 80-20.
Holland in bowls to Coles, who again plays slightly across the line to mid-wicket. There is no run. Down at Lord's there, looks like having an early lunch. There's a bit of rain around in the London area. Middlesex 45 for 1. Sam Robson 27 not out. A bit of a run machine. Just down the M1 at Northamptonshire, Lancashire going along very nicely. 95 for 1. Former Sussex man Luke Wells 51 not out. Holland is in over the wicket. Bowls, Coles lets that one pass by outside the off stump, and there is no run. The rather large patch of blue sky hovering above Grace Road is now a rather smaller patch of blue sky, and there's some rather heavier cloud away in the distance. But this strong wind is hopefully blowing any showers quickly through. So far we've been uninterrupted on this opening day of the County Championship season. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray with you as in comes Holland. Bowls. Coles again lets that one go, but he was a little uncomfortable in the ball. Good carry through to Ben Cox.
Well, it hit the pad, so the appeal was for leg before.
Yes, I think that was certainly going over the top, but he just looked a little unsettled by that delivery, did James Coles.
Yeah, there's sometimes an automatic assumption if you leave and it hits the pad it must be out, but it's still got to be hitting the stumps, and it wasn't.
Holland again. Bowls. Coles drives firmly down to mid-on, and there is no run. So if you're just joining us for the first time this morning, Sussex off to a flyer here, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first. Ollie Robinson looked a bit disappointed to have lost the toss. I think on a pitch, well, I mean the pitch has played very well actually, but it's got a greenish tinge, and there has been some help for the seamers when the ball has been in the right place. But Sussex off to a flyer in the shape of Hughes and Haynes. He put on 57 for the first wicket. Holland in, bowls, and Coles wristily plays through the onside. Now that's a classy shot. Just clipped away beautifully between mid-on and mid-wicket, and the ball races away for 4 runs. That was a lovely punch shot by James Coles. He goes to 8. And Sussex to 148 for 2. So Hughes, the first man out, caught down at third man. Very well caught by Lewis Hill, coming in off the third man boundary, off the bowling of Ben Green for 19. And Tom Haynes, the other wicket to fall. A poor shot, driving in a wide delivery outside the off stump from Ian Holland, and caught by Ben Cox for 56 after a partnership of 79 with Tom Clark. Holland in, bowls to Coles, taken by Cox. There is no run. Tom Clark not out on 52. I think his has probably been the innings of the day so far. Some lovely shots from Tom Clark all the way around the wicket, including 2 sixes. End of Ian Holland's over. He has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 44. And Sussex 148 for 2. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes to go until lunch, so certainly this over, possibly 1 more, although I suspect that...
I think this will be the last, because Sam Wood isn't particularly...
Yes.
He has quite a long run, and he's not particularly sort of quick in getting back to the top of his mark. So, and the fact that Tom Clark is doing a spot of gardening suggests he'd like it to be last there before lunch. Wood stays round the wicket as he bowls to Clark, who defends on the back foot, weight on the back foot, dropping it out into the offside, and there's no run. Sorry, Adrian.
I was going to say, actually, credit to Leicestershire, because I get very wound up about over rates, and it's a big playing surface here, and there's been a lot of boundaries this morning with fielders having to retrieve the ball, but we're in the 30th over, so I think Leicestershire have bowled at a decent lick here this morning.
It hasn't always been among their strong points, but it was last season. They got through their overs at a good rate, but they didn't have any sort of bowlers with really long run-ups, as Wood is in, bowls fuller, and it's driven but checked the drive slightly there. Clark steered out towards mid-off, and Holland fields. Just seeing a replay of that Coles boundary at the end of the Holland over. He took it from outside off stump, working it away, sort of stepped right across and whipped it away. They've got great eyes, these boys.
They have. It's
what you just don't really see in club cricket.
Yes.
Wood is in and bowls straight forward, half forward goes Clark, thick inside edge. The ball runs out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket just yet. Vinder jogging in from about 3/4 of the way back, and one is taken.
He's yeah, it's almost a if you said to me what's a trademark James Cole shot, I would say that is it.
Stepping across and whipping it away.
That clip away, that whip away through mid-wicket.
Be nice to be able to do that.
Just clearing up, actually, I just had a message which you were talking about that message against that game against Leicestershire. Comes
Wood is back over the wicket, outside off stump. That is a shout for leg before. It was left, thumped into the pad. It was hitting him outside the line, but for me it was a bit high. As I say, it doesn't automatically mean it will be leg before, but it's a slightly dangerous game Coles is playing at the moment. He left it, thumped into the pad outside the line, but it just wasn't doing enough, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Wasn't doing enough.
Slightly dangerous game though, padding up. Yeah, I just had a listener get in touch to say they think it was Jack Carson.
Was it Carson?
Who tripped?
I thought it was
and he was suspended for the next game alongside Tom Haynes.
Apologies to Coles if my memory is playing tricks on me, and no apologies from Coles for that shot. It was full and outside off stump from Sam Wood, and it was stroked away really stylishly by James Coles to the extra cover boundary, 4-4, to bring up in the 30th over the Sussex 150. Nice high left elbow there. He didn't have to try and hit it too hard. It was very much in the slot from Wood, and Coles moves into double figures, 12 off 19. 153 now for 2. Wood to finish the session, bowls, and Coles whips him away through mid-wicket. There is, though, a deep mid-wicket in the form of Rehan Ahmed, and so it will be just one. End of the over, end of the session, 154 for 2, and after being put into bat on a first day of the season pitch with the ball doing plenty, that is an outstanding session for Sussex.
Yes, it is. As I was saying, when Ollie Robinson lost the toss, he looked a bit disappointed, because I'm sure he'd have loved to bowl first this morning, would Ollie, but the first ball, Sussex have certainly looked to get after the Leicestershire bowling. I think they were helped by some, I think it's fair to say, some wayward bowling early on from Leicestershire, but Sussex took full account of that. I think Tom Clark's has been the innings of the morning, full of excellent technical shots all around the ground. Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes getting Sussex off to an excellent start. But Sussex will be very, very pleased, as you say, having lost the toss and batting. They probably couldn't have hoped for any more in that opening session.
I'll hang on, because there'll be a little update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, but then we'll go and get some lunch. Suggest you do the same, but I think whatever the Sussex supporters are having for lunch tastes pretty good, Adrian.
Well, absolutely, and I'm sure there's a few would have made the trip up the M1 for this game, but they'll be absolutely delighted with the way that things have gone this morning. I think the pitch has played well as well, Richard. You know, we said there's been a bit there for the seamers, but it hasn't been what you would call perhaps a normal April pitch where it's going sideways.
Not a pudding, is it?
No, not at all.
Either. There's been a little bit of bounce there, a little bit of pace from that. 1 or 2 have stopped and could have resulted in a caught and bowled or sort of top edge into the leg side, especially from slightly short of a length. But I think the ground staff can be reasonably pleased.
Oh, totally.
As they wander out.
Well, it's been such a wet winter. I'm sure it's been wet up here, Richard, as well. You look at the outfield. I mean, you'd expect it to be green in it, but there has just been so much rain across the country.
Here comes the update, and then we'll leave you to have your lunch in peace. Thank you, Adrian. It's Richard, actually, and Sussex have had the best. All right, that's all right. Sussex have had the best of the morning. They're 150. Well, good afternoon, everybody, from Uptonsteel, Grace Road, Leicestershire County Cricket Club County Ground in Aylestone, just a mile or so to the south of Leicester City Centre. You're welcome back to join us for the second session on this first day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Very much the visitors' morning. 154 for 2 after being put into bat, Sussex, and about to resume with Tom Clark unbeaten on 53, James Coles on 13. There was also a half century this morning for Tom Haynes. Flamboyant, I think we could call it. Adrian Harmson, BBC Radio Sussex.
Yeah, I think he played some lovely shots. I also thought he played some streaky shots. I think he had a little bit of luck on his side, but that's the way that Tom plays. He likes to attack the bowling. Nonetheless, he'll be very disappointed with the way he got out, having got to his half century. I thought he rather gave it away with a poor shot outside the off stump. But as I say, some lovely shots, and it augurs well for Sussex at the top of the order. Tom Haynes, and as we've said a couple of times this morning, he is one of many players around the country who'll be thinking, if I can make an early season impression and if the selectors are good to their word, then maybe I've got a chance.
Welcome to listeners to BBC Sports Extra 2 to Grace Road, the Uptonsteel Grace Road County Ground, and a cool and cloudy Leicester, where Sussex, as we've been saying, about to resume their first innings on 154 for 2. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Outside off stump, Tom Scriven bowls. It's cut away by James Coles, who's 13 not out, but only as far as backward point, where Jake Weatherald, Leicestershire's new signing from Australia, left-handed opening batsman of Test standing. He's got his hands plunged deep in his pockets. It's a real change for Jake Weatherald. In Australia, not much more than 48 hours ago, so he's probably feeling a bit jet-lagged as well. He crouches down as in goes Scriven and bowls very full and on the toes of Coles. He likes it there, clips it away, but really good work down there at deep backward square, almost long leg by Sam Wood to save what looked to be 4, because that was travelling, and it was travelling quickly, but he slid along. They're so good at doing that these days. Wood, his hands deep in his pockets too. It's got a bit colder, I would suggest, which you might be surprised about, because you wouldn't probably think it would get much colder, but it has. It's not great cricketing weather, but it's dry. That's the main thing. Scriven is in. Coles leaves the outswinger outside off stump. 156 for 2. He picked up 2 for that neat little clip off his toes.
That was an excellent piece of fielding, wasn't it? Because he had to come a long way around the boundary, and a good, a big fast bowler. That's what I'm sure Ian Holland is looking for. Diving around the outfield, preventing a boundary, and it lifts the whole side.
It's kind of the minimum, isn't it? Really, if you at least you can do is save as many runs as you can in the field. Scriven is in, draws Coles forward, thickish outside edge, but he was on top of the bounce, and it runs away sort of behind Weatherall towards this wideish gully position, running in from third man Yadvinder Singh. Another debutant for Leicestershire today is the fielder. He didn't have a morning to remember. He's signed a month contract, so he's got to impress early. And as one press box wag pointed out to me when we went over there for our sandwiches, well, he certainly made an impression. Scriven is in, bowls very full. It swings in a little bit to the left-handed Tom Clark. Clark checks his shot. He was in position to on drive, but it came back into him a touch, so he just sort of closed the bat face on it and pushed it firmly out to mid-on instead, where Leicestershire's captain Ian Holland is the fielder. Ben Green doing a very lively little warm-up there at mid-off, like an Irish jig. Scriven is in and bowls. Coles is forward driving, but Green, warmed up, is quick to move across to his right to field, and so Clark has to settle for 1, but it does mean he keeps the strike. He moves on to 54, and Sussex on to 158 for 2.
Yes, and these two just consolidating a very good position that Sussex have built themselves this morning through the efforts of Hughes and Haynes. Certainly at one stage, Sussex were rattling on the best part of 10 and over. A little more sedate now, but nonetheless, still a very reasonable scoring rate throughout the morning. I think it's been a good pitch. Richard, there's been a little bit there for the seamers. But so often in April you'll get a pitch that's heavily in favour of the bowling side, and certainly when the toss was made there was no hesitation in terms of Ian Holland deciding he wanted to bowl first, and I'm not sure, but I would imagine Ollie Robinson would have probably decided to have done similarly, as Ben Green runs away from us from the pavilion end, bowls right arm around the wicket, bowls to Clark, and he beats Clark outside the off stump. The ball goes through to Cox, and there is no run. Just the one slip in place now. There's a third man in front of the illuminated scoreboard at the far end of the ground, and in fact the numbers and the lettering on there are a lot clearer now than they were, which suggests that maybe the light isn't quite as good. And it does seem a little gloomier. The hints of blue sky that we had before lunch seem to have gone, and in fact Richard was saying a little earlier on that someone had said they thought it might rain around 2ish. Let's hope it doesn't, as in comes again, bowls down the leg side. That's a very good take by Ben Cox. Clark looking to whip that one away on the leg side.
Again, he was so far down the pitch they can't give these leg befores. No.
Yes.
Absolute guess, isn't it, from the umpire's point of view, if you were to give it out.
No, absolutely.
So it's a tactic Leicestershire batters used a lot last season, sort of getting forward a long way, and if you're hit on the pads, for the most part, you're going to be okay.
Green in bowls. Clark is forward and plays firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. So just to complete that field, there's a slip and a third man. Then there are 3 men saving 1 on the offside, most of those with hands plunged deep into pockets. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, and on the onside there's a mid-on mid-wicket and a fine leg way down in the distance at the far end of the ground. It's the first time I've been to that end of the ground and looked inside the building at the far end and seen the indoor net facilities, etc. Very impressive. As Green is in bowls and Clark defends into the offside. No run. I should say I've gone, it's the first time, because generally with lunch here at Grace Road we used to go into the pavilion and it was a sat down lunch, but that's changed this year, so we wander down to the far end of the ground, a chance to stretch the legs. And quite a contingent of press down there, actually. I was quite surprised, Richard.
Yes, a lot have come to see Leicestershire's first day back in the First Division for 23 years.
As Green wheels around, runs away from us in and bowls. Clark again takes a step down the wicket, and another good stop down the leg side by Ben Cox. And not just because he's made a couple of decent stops since lunch. I think he's a very fine wicket keeper. Ben Cox used to sort of admire his work when he was at Worcestershire, and I always feel a good judge of a wicket keeper is not so much the standing back and the diving around, but standing up to the stumps. I've always thought he was a very, very fine wicket keeper.
He's been outstanding since coming to Leicestershire.
And he also contributes useful runs as well.
Absolutely.
Cox in again bowls, does Green, and he's wrapped on the thigh pad there, I think, Tom Clark. The ball dribbles away to first slip. There is no run. Good accurate over from Ben Green. He's now bowled 8 overs. 1 maiden, has taken 1 for 21. Sussex 158 for 2. Tom Clark is on 54. James Coles is on 16.
I'm sure that will have been one of the messages from the coaches during the lunch interval. Sounds ridiculous, isn't it? But stop trying so hard to the bowlers. Just there's movement there. We saw it there in that over, both swing and seam. And if you keep hitting your marks, then sooner or later you're going to get your rewards. But if you try too hard, or if you try to make things happen over pitch or what have you, then you're going to get put away. Scriven is in and doesn't bowl a great ball. It's short and down the leg side. And Cole steps inside it, tries to help it down to fine leg. There isn't a fine or long leg, just a deep backward square. So the shot was legitimate, but he didn't get anything on it. And he gestures in self-admonition. Got away with one, Tom Scriven there. None for 35 from 7.1 overs, Scriven. That led Little bustling run is in. That's a better length. It's a decent shout for leg before. Cox is absolutely convinced, and it is turned down again. This time, umpire White. He goes right across.
He does.
James Coles and tries to help it into the leg side. Might have almost gone sort of too far. If we see a replay from behind the bowler's arm, we might get a better idea. But for me, it probably hit him so far outside the line, it might not have been doing enough to come back in.
He does slightly walk across his stumps, doesn't he, James Coles, when he's looking to whip the ball into the onside.
Very much. In goes Scriven, bowls to him again. He drives and misses outside off stump.
Good ball. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. It is a beautiful timer of the ball, but as I say, when you do walk across your stumps like that, you do leave yourself slightly open to the LBW. Of course, if you've got a good enough eye, it doesn't matter.
For the most part, they do, but when it's moving like this, it is a move that's sort of rather fraught with danger. That was closer than most. Scriven is in, bowls to him again. He's looking to turn it into the leg side from just outside off stump. Cox, green gauntlets went into the air. Patel likewise at first slip. No appeal though really from Tom Scriven. I think he might have got a little inside edge, bit of bat involved as well as pad on that occasion. So Coles again survives.
Well, immediately since lunch, what's become plainly obvious is that Leicestershire are bowling a lot better, Richard. This is tight, accurate bowling. They're looking to exploit the conditions, and batting suddenly looks a slightly different proposition.
This is what I'm sure Alphonso Thomas would have said. This is what they should have been doing from the start. Scriven is in and bowls, looking to drive his Coles. Again, there's a little bit of movement back in, and it's a thickish inside part of the bat. Ball runs along the ground all the way to Rahan Ahmed, who's at a fairly conventional mid-wicket. But again, Cox's hands into the air behind the stumps. It's an instinctive thing from the keeper, but they have the best view.
Oh, they do, absolutely.
We're down at fine leg for this one. We're not behind the bowler's arm, but we do have the benefit of the splendid new streaming. In goes Scriven and bowls, and that's a nice solid forward defensive from James Coles. Head right over the ball as he blocks that one out down the pitch on the onside. So Scriven got away with a couple in the over, but as Adrian has pointed out, for the most part, it's been better in terms of accuracy post-lunch. We've only had those 3 overs. But Leicestershire look a little bit more determined to make Sussex work hard for their runs.
Just an interesting scoreline from Edgbaston, where Surrey are 69 for 6. 3 wickets for Ethan Bamper and 2 for the, can we call him the evergreen Chris Wokes? I think we can, can't we?
That's a fair description.
Ben Green running away from us, bowling right arm around the wicket. Comes in past umpire White, bowls to Clark, who's solidly and studiously forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. I guess one of the things early on, Richard, is that Hughes and Haynes really looked to get after the bowling, and particularly to get after to Singh, and that brings pressure on the bowler, doesn't it? So you're constantly worried about what's going to happen with the next delivery. Now these two are bowling a very good line and length, and Clark and Coles are being a good deal more watchful than the Sussex openers. Green in, bowls, and Clark nudges this rather uncomfortably onto the onside. Picks up a single. Let's see if it's a leg by. It is a leg by. I thought perhaps it got a little inside edge on that, but
too much again. It's doing so much. The ball out there.
Total advances by 1, 258 for 2. Just looks a different game of cricket at the moment. 2 slips in place. Coles and Clark just having a little chat in the middle of the pitch. There's a backward point, cover, third man, mid-off, mid-on. In fact, there's now a change in the field because the deep mid-wicket has come up to sort of a wide-ish mid-on. And there's a deep square leg right back on the fence. So just, in Holland, just juggling his troops a little bit here. Green is coming over the wicket to the right-handed Coles is in and bowls, and Coles is solidly forward to bowl of good length, plays it out into the offside. And there is no run. Coles on 16, Clark on 54. Live cricket here on the opening day of the County Championship cricket season. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray, here on 5 Sports Extra. And how nice. I saw the weather forecast, I thought, oh, we're going to spend the day. We did have a gay here couple of years ago, Richard, I think we sat here all day on the first day, and it had rained, and the outfield was very wet from a lot of rain in March, and we didn't get any play. And I rather thought that might be the case today, but so far, touch wood, uninterrupted. Green is in, bowls to Coles, who's beaten outside the off stump. Looking to drive through the covers, wasn't quite there, and he's beaten outside the off stump. And good spell of bowling this by Green. He's just probing away outside James Cole's off stump. That was an excellent delivery.
He's been bringing it back in to Coles. That one,
That's a good ball.
outside off stump, just may have moved away a fraction, saying go on, have a drive, and Coles did and didn't connect.
Well, he's just tempting James Coles as Green in again. Bowls, and Coles this time lets that go through to Cox, and there is no run. Not a big crowd as you would expect on a very cold, windy day, but some hardy souls gathered around that stand away to what was that stand? Is that stand called anything in particular, Richard, on the right hand side? There's always I always think the die-hard Leicestershire fans go there.
They do. I think it's the Uptonsteel stand.
Right.
But sometimes referred to as the popular stand, or even the Stench and Benno, are two of its more regular incumbents.
Green bowls. This time it's wide of the off stump. He's a bit annoyed with himself, is Ben Green, because James Coles didn't need to play it. That the ball goes through to Ben Cox. And there is no run. So end of the over. Sussex 159 for 2. They've just added 5 runs since the lunch break in the 4 overs that have been bowled, which tells you everything about the more controlled, disciplined approach from Leicestershire since the lunch break.
I've been very remiss in terms of messages and what have you that have been coming in. So greetings to Matthew and Tilda down in Melbourne, Australia. Home, as he points out, of the Leicestershire skipper, Ian Holland. Captain the club side, is it Ringwood? I think they're called. Over the winter. He's watching at the moment as in goes Scriven and forward goes Clark on the move, as has been so often the case in this Sussex innings so far. Scriven bowled outside off stump and Clark let it go through. Tilda, who is a cricketer herself, was concerned about how close the slips were standing to it. Well, it did go straight into Weatherall's breadbasket, didn't he? He was in spot on the right position and had still grasped it. That was the one chance Leicestershire put down this morning. Scriven bowls fullish. It's clipped off his toes by Tom Clark out to deep square, where Lewis Hill is having his first conversations of what could be many this season with the denizens of the Uptonsteel stand over there. Hilly, also now the cricket pro and teacher at Oundle School.
Right. Okay.
So that he's sort of laying plans for his life beyond professional cricket. In goes Scriven and bowls a little bit short, and Coles can get up on his toes and just work it off his hip down to deep backward square for a single. I suppose he still is a professional in cricket if he's teaching it as well, but playing first class cricket if you like, but intent on having a good season. He was Leicestershire's top run getter last season, Lewis Hill. He scored 917 runs at 46, so he had a pretty good season one way or the other. Scriven is in and looking to drive, but not quite timing it, is Clark. Even so, getting it into the gap in the covers. There is a sweeper out there, Rahan, and so there is a single to be taken.
Previously skipper here, Richard?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Skippered them to the one-day cup win, the sort of that broke the drought, so to speak.
I
3
remember
years ago now.
I remember listening to you that day, and Leicestershire were in a dreadful pickle early on, weren't they? And thinking
40 for 4 or something, or 38 for 4 or something. Scriven is in and bowl squares up. Coles takes a thickish outside edge, but it bounces in front of second slip. Eskenazi makes a half stop. He's in there now, is he? Eskenazi is in there at second slip. It runs a few yards further on. It's cleaned up by Yadvinder coming in.
I think Eskenazi was number
one.
Sorry,
go on.
I think Eskenazi was number 28 when he was at Middlesex. I wonder if that's his lucky number.
I would guess they'll be. Yes, they have often sentimental reasons of some kind.
Yes.
Don't they, that make them try and hang on to the numbers when they have them. Scriven is in. Clark getting in position to drive it, swung back in, and he had to adjust and drop it down at his feet, but he was able to do exactly that. End of Scriven's 9th over, none for 39 for the Oxford-born Tom Scriven.
There's one or two come from Oxford. Certainly that's I think, well, certainly James Coles comes from Oxfordshire, as does indeed I think Tom Price, who's making his debut for Sussex today. You listen to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, live from what we all know as Grace Road, but it's now to give it its proper name, the Uptonsteel County Ground. Is that right, Richard? Or the
I believe it is now, and it has changed slightly. The Uptonsteel Grace Road. They've sort of put it all together.
Right. Ben Green runs in and bowls to James Coles. Lets that go outside. Just some good leave, and Richards will tell you that wasn't far. The light, I have to say, is not great at the moment. It's certainly playable, and if it was a club game, you wouldn't even be talking about the light. But it's a good guide, seeing how brightly the lights, the yellow and white lights on the scoreboard are showing.
I can see Rob White is on his radio, so
Yes.
he may be telling them to switch the floodlights on.
Yes, it's noticeably got darker as Green is in, and he rather got buffeted by the wind and decided to abort his run-up. In the distance, and where the weather's coming from, there are some brighter skies, but in general they are low, grey, glowering clouds that are sort of scudding across the sky. As Green is in again, bowls. Coles is beaten again. Very good spell of bowling this by both Green and Coles. The two sessions are completely different from first thing this morning to after lunch. Let's just watch this delivery. Coles has made a movement across his stumps. He's driving, and say it just swings away and moved away, a bit in the air, bit off the pitch. And Coles comprehensively beaten outside of the off stump.
I was going to say, he missed that by 2 inches.
He did. Yes, he did miss it by a long way. Green will be encouraged by that. In again, bowls. Coles lets that one go. Well, he did let it go, but I just wonder, having decided to let it go, whether he was just slightly regretting it, because that wasn't far away. Let's just see this again. That movement across the stumps. Oh, that was a good delivery. Cut back. Now that cut back the other way, Richard.
It did, and he's kind of not reading it, is he, James Coles? It's hard going for him at the moment.
It is. I just wonder whether Ian Holland might have thought about putting another slip in, because at the moment, certainly ball is dominating bat. In again comes Green, bowls. Coles lets that one go more confidently on this occasion. The ball is taken by Cox, and there is no run. Just as I said, I thought the light wasn't great. It just suddenly got a little brighter, and I think those lighter clouds in the distance are just starting to spread their way across the ground. But if you're listening in the vicinity of Leicester and you think you might take it a few overs later today, I would certainly get yourself wrapped up, because it's a chilly day. But we're not complaining. We've got cricket, and on the opening day of the season, that's a blessing. Green again. In and bowls. Coles again lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Cox, low down, no run. 2 slips. A third man. A point who's not far off being a gully, to be honest. Cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a deep backwards square leg on the boundary.
The lunchtime score was 154 for 2 off 30, so only 9 runs added post lunch.
In again, bowls. Coles is hit right about the thigh pad. Do you think, Richard? We're a little way away. I'm not. Perhaps I need a visit to Specsavers, perhaps, or other opticians are available. But let's just see.
Didn't come back far enough.
Yes,
it was a knee roll, but it was
Yes.
just wasn't coming back enough to.
Anyway, good, tight, accurate bowling by Ben Green, who's now bowled 10 overs and has taken 1 for 21. And since lunch, batting has looked considerably more difficult. In fact, the umpires are now having a conversation, which could well be, I think Richard may well be right about the lights. Then we have to see whether they come flickering into action. Where do the scorers sit here, Richard? Do they sit at the far end of the ground?
They're in the pavilion.
Are they?
A little bit away to our right on the other side. They're not sort of, when I say in the pavilion, their lair is sort of part of the pavilion complex. But yeah, 9 runs off 6 overs post lunch. It's been a completely different
I don't think Clark's had a lot of the bowling as well, Richard. I think Cole seems to have had the majority of the bowling since the break.
I'll tell you exactly how many balls he's faced in a moment. Scriven is in bowls to him, and he drives it away off the front foot rather stylishly. There is cover out there now, so it is just the single. So that's 98 balls he's faced. He'd faced 83 at lunch, so he's faced 15.
Right, so I'm wrong. It's
post lunch and 22 for Coles. So Coles has had the majority of the strike. Your impression,
yes,
Adrian, is right, is correct.
Well, you're very kind, actually. I was wrong.
Scriven is in bowls outside off stump, little bit of width, and Coles frees up his hands and rocks back and chops him away out to the sweeper. But sweeper on both sides of the wicket now for Leicestershire, and it's played a part in drying up the runs,
yes.
but they could have perhaps done with them if they were going to bowl loosely this morning.
I think he was pleased there, James Cole, to get a ball he felt that he could actually play an attacking shot to.
Still no play in Cardiff. Frustrating for Glamorgan and Yorkshire as Scriven is in. Walking down is Clark. It takes a thickish outside edge, runs in the air through about fifth slip, and it would have been a catch maybe for fourth or fifth, but there isn't, of course, at this stage a fourth or fifth slip. Runs down to third man. Wood again does a good job down there, getting across to cut it off.
I was just going to say, Richard, that was a good piece of fielding, but back in the day, a bowler down at third man, that would have been 4 runs, but he was very quickly round to prevent the boundary.
On 67 for 2, Clark on to 59, and he takes his guard because Scriven has decided to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Just the single slip. Scriven bowls. He goes for the drive and misses. Lost his shape a little bit there, Tom Clark. His back foot was sort of on the move as well. Outside off stump from Scriven. Let's have a look at this one. Did straighten off the seam. It started to come in and then hit the seam and straightened a bit on him. So well bowled, Tom Scriven. No luck so far for the young all-rounder who bowls again, and it's onto leg stump this time, and that one he loves, Tom Clark, and whips him away. Once again it has flown into the Uptonsteel and over the Uptonsteel stand, down the road that runs between that stand, which is only 7 or 8 rows deep in fairness, and thumps into the sort of concrete panels that guard the nets area here. That won't have done the ball too much good. It is he's found by a spectator and handed to Lewis Hill, but that was heck of it. How many sixes has he hit?
He's hit 3 sixes now. He's hit 2 like that. The other one was one that he cut away for. They've all been on that side of the ground, but that was a good pickup.
It's the shorter side, but it's not. It's not a 50-yard boundary.
No.
It's 62 to 65, something like that. It's not tiny.
It was a good shot.
And he has picked it up beautifully. Scriven is in again, outside off stump this time. He cracks it away off the front foot, driving it away square on the offside out towards Rahan Ahmed, and one is taken. So to a certain extent in that over, well actually more than to a certain extent, 11 off it. The shackles have been thrown off by the Sussex batsmen that were on them post lunch, and they're up and running again. Move on to 174 for 2 from 37 overs. 66 Clark, 19 Coles.
A very good afternoon if you're just tuning in for the first time today on Sports Extra here on the BBC. Live commentary on the opening day of the County Championship. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray, your commentary team, and Ben Green running away from us from the pavilion end here. Bowls to Clark, who takes a step forward and plays without timing into the covers. And there is no run, just the one slip in place. I can see one of the Leicestershire fielders looks like he's signalling maybe to be brought out an extra jumper. And someone is just trotting off the field actually, so I wonder whether we're going to get a replacement fielder coming in.
Helmet,
that's interesting. So
short leg.
Ben Cox, I think Ben Cox is going to stand up to the stumps, I think.
Well, I think they've got fed up of them sort of walking
Yeah.
down the pitch to the seamers to try and negate the movement, saying, right, stay in your ground and see if you can cope with that. But that's not going to be easy for Cox. But sort of you were talking about Adrian, what a good keeper he is standing up. And now we're going to hopefully see him prove it.
Yeah, and actually, we saw back in the Ashes the effect of a wicket-keeper standing up to the stumps when Alex Carey did such an excellent job standing up to the likes of Michael Neser, and it just gives the batter something else to think about. And we won't see Tom Clark dancing down the pitch, I'm sure. In comes Green. In and bowls, and Clark lets that go. Good bit of bowling, good leave. Good cricket all round, actually. Nicely taken. Cox standing up to the stumps. I don't think I probably missed by very much, you know.
He didn't. He held the pose, didn't he, Cox, holding the ball where he'd taken it.
Oh, yeah, that did. That did cut back in off the pitch to a fair degree, and
Clark looked back down the pitch when he saw where it had gone, and his expression was one of, got away with one there.
yeah, just gives Tom Clark something else to think about as Green around the wicket bowls, and Clark is forward solidly, plays with soft hands onto the onside, and there is no run. I mean, we've all got our thoughts on what happened over in Australia in the winter, Richard, but I have to say, you watched the way Alex Carey kept, who was, spent some time at Sussex, and I have to say, we found him a lovely man when he was down at Hove, and you think someone like, I'm not saying Jamie Smith isn't a good wicket-keeper, clearly he is, but I don't think he's in the same class as a Ben Foakes or a Carey, and it shows the benefit of a keeper that can stand up to the stumps. Green in again, bowls to Clark, who is annoyed with himself. It was short outside the off stump. He was looking to cut that ball away through backward point, but it only made its way as far as Jake Weatherald, who fielded low to his right hand side, and Clark rather felt he missed out. No run. Clark remains on 66. Coles on 19. Sussex 174 for 2. Hughes for 19. Haynes for 56. The two men back in the pavilion. Green in again, bowls, and Clark. Well, he's forward. Did that strike him on the pad, Richard? You're more of an eagle eye than I.
Bit of a inside edge and pad, I think, and it sort of trickled past quite wide of off stump, but he was beaten in a way. It's been a super spell, this post lunch by Green. It's what he did so well all last season, really. Just nagged away, got a little bit of movement both ways. When the pitch is helping him, he's a handful.
Green in again, bowls, and Clark again. And he was looking to play that shot away through backward point. In the end, he rather checked the shot. The ball just sort of dribbled down in front of him. That's an excellent over from Ben Green. He's now bowled 11 overs. I think is that going to go to 5, mate?
It is.
1 for 21. So he's Leicestershire since lunch. I mean, there was 11 off that previous over, as you say, but Sussex have scored 20 runs since lunch in 8 overs, which represents a considerable slowing of the scoring rate than it was earlier on, as the camera pans round some of those hardy souls who have decided to spend their Good Friday watching the cricket, and good on them.
Well, it's a day for suffering, isn't it?
I'm sure there's not too many over there in shorts and t-shirts, but they're well wrapped up, and it's been a good day's cricket.
Yeah, Sussex have enjoyed themselves so far. Scriven is in to James Coles, bowls straight, and Coles meets that delivery with a straight bat, nice high elbow.
From a Sussex perspective, Richard, it's a 4-day game. There's no panic. They've got off to a flyer, but now having got into a very strong position, they thought, well, let's consolidate this position. This ball is now 38 overs old.
Well, I think it's the sort of pitch where it's possible to bowl sides out for less than 200. Scriven is in. Coles gets a little bit of width, stands up tall, it's a touch short as well, cracks it away out to Hill, the sweeper on the offside, and takes 1. And if Sussex can get 320, 330, who knows, 350, that I would suggest is a very good score on this pitch.
Yes.
Especially with the likes of Robinson, with a point to prove.
Yes, and I have to say, judging by the media day, a very fit-looking Ollie Robinson as well.
I thought it actually, walking round, I thought he looked pretty lean. In goes Scriven, bowls outside off stump, pushes it across the left-handed Clark, and Clark pulls his bat out of the line of the ball.
Interestingly, I mean, clearly there's been a lot of talk about England and ways back into England and some criticism of the England management. Ollie Robinson was careful not to do that when I spoke to him at the media day, and he said, look, you know, I haven't been taking enough wickets. I didn't really get myself back in the frame. So he's aware if there is a way back, he's got to take wickets. Yes, I thought it was raining. A few spots on the window. Is it you or me?
It's me. Sorry, I was looking at the rain. Scriven over pitches on off stump on that occasion, and Clark, as he has done throughout this innings, leans forward and plays with huge solidity. Just punches the drive very straight. It's inside the reaching Ben Green out to his left, and he's a tall man. Green runs past him out towards that Turner indoor centre over there at the Bennett end, and that is a lovely shot with which Clark goes to 70.
Beautifully played, wasn't it?
Yes, with all this new equipment, I'm conscious of the rain falling on it. Scriven is in to him and squares him up, finds the outside edge. It runs along the ground through about third slip. There is only one slip now. Down towards third man. Wood fields and throws on the bounce. Doesn't do Cox too many favours in that respect. Cox had shed a gauntlet just in case. Sussex were going to try for a quick second. They didn't. They were wise. Why take the risk? Why do a Rory Burns at this stage and get yourself run out on the first day of the new season?
Yeah, first wicket to fall in the season. A run out.
Scriven over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Coles. Bowls and Coles leaves, lifts the bat in a parabola over the line of the ball, lets it go through, and that is the end of the over. 180 for 2 after 39 overs. Clark 71, Coles 20, no wickets post lunch, and as you've been saying, it's been much harder work for the batters, but they've got through it.
Yes, they have, and I'm sure that'll please Paul Farbrace that these two, you know, had to battle more. I see one or two people just perhaps looking for a bit of shelter. It's sort of raining in the wind, if that makes sort of any sense to you. There are some brighter skies. I'm not sure what direction that is away to our right. I think they are drifting this way, but we're going to carry on for the time being as Ben Green runs away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Clark, who's nurdling that one down to fine leg. He picks up one and he'll settle for one. He goes to 72, I think that's going to go to Sussex to 181 for 2. Nice email from Jamie Bennett. Hello Jamie, he says, good to hear you back on the stream. Delighted to be watching Sussex as a supporter this season. Good start from the boys so far. So I can imagine Ollie will be looking forward to bowl on this. So good to hear from you too, Jamie, and I hope everything's working out for you, formerly on the Sussex staff. As Green is non-playing staff, I should say, as in comes Green over the wicket and bowls, and Coles drives. I don't think he quite got all of that, but enough of it, and the ball disappears over the cover boundary for 4 runs. It just sounded a bit tinny, didn't it, that, Richard? But it certainly went with enough pace and no real chance for the fielder. And James Coles picks up another boundary. He goes to 24. And Sussex to 185 for 2. A rare wide delivery from Ben Green.
In this spell, certainly, it's probably the last over of the spell. It's not easy against the wind and up the slope, but just over-pitched the outswinger on that occasion. The width was there, the length wasn't. Nice shot from James Coles, who's had his troubles in this innings, but he's more than capable of putting away the bad ball.
Interestingly, the cover fielder who was saving the 1 has now gone back out on the boundary, saving the 4 as Green is in, bowls. All Coles is beaten on this occasion outside the. That was a wide delivery, and I think James Coles was thinking of driving, but I look at the replay, my feeling was that he was beaten by that delivery. Or do you think he left it at the last minute, Richard?
Might just have curtain railed the bat back inside the line. The swing is there for Green. The wind is coming from that side of the ground, from roughly west to east. We're looking almost south.
Green again. Bowls, and James Coles places beautifully away through. That's a very good bit of fielding at mid-wicket. Excellent cricket. It was a nice looking shot by James Coles, that familiar shot through the leg side, but a very fine bit of fielding at mid-wicket prevented possibly 4 runs because it dived to his right hand. So is that Rian Ahmed?
It is Rihan, and he lost his footing as he pushed off there, so he was sort of scrambling a bit, but he did wonderfully athletically to sort of almost from a prone position to get enough purchase to fling himself away to his right. As you say, a wonderful piece of fielding.
Green. In again, bowls. Coles with a bend of the knee. Lets that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox.
He tries to hit that line and length again, but this time bring it back and see if he can win a leg before decision. I'm sure he will try another cut back delivery, I'm sure, in this over. Outswing, outswing, outswing.
Let's see if it's this delivery. Green in, bowls. Coles lets that one go outside. It's a stylish leave that James Coles has. The ball, bat and gloves, well out of the line through to Ben Cox. End of the over. We've got a little bit of sort of light blue sky making its way towards us, which is good news. I just notice, I think Ian Holland just had a little word then to Ben Green. I wonder if that was thanks for now, or do you fancy one more?
I think that might be that for now, because he's probably going to have to bowl the way things are going. Another good spell post tee,
yes,
if not before tee, so he has options. One of which is to throw the ball to Sam Wood, and Wood is going to take over from Scriven. Scriven hasn't quite got it right in this game so far, and it's an important game for Tom. I think he needs to bowl well.
Just for the benefit of our Sussex listeners, Richard, you were saying there's some injuries around the Leicestershire bowling group. Who's not playing? Who, had they been fit, you would have expected to play?
Josh Hull certainly
yes.
I had a chat to him during the lunch interval. Really caught up with Josh's family news as well. His brother plays rugby in the south of France, professional rugby. Sam Wood round the wicket, bowls a little bit short, little bit leg side. Clark just waited for it and sort of helped it around the corner. Didn't try and do anything too extravagant with the ball. Picked up his single. And that brings up the 50 partnership, and the runs almost equally shared. Clark has scored 25, Coles 24. It's come off 96 balls, so a little bit more, for want of a better word, sedate than the first 50 partnership that we had this morning, which was wild. 10 and over, 10, 11 runs and over. This a little bit more normal, if you like. Wood is in, bowls outside off stump, doesn't really get up, and Coles tried to carve it away off the front foot, and I think it went underneath the bat. May have even bounced a second time before it got into the gloves of Ben Cox behind the stumps. Yes, first sign of a little bit of uneven bounce, perhaps.
Yes, I thought it kept a little low, didn't it?
Again, I suspect Ollie Robinson and the Sussex dressing room won't be, given the position that they've got themselves into, entirely displeased to see that. In goes Wood and bowls. That one doesn't do anything out of the ordinary. It's straight-ish. Perhaps a fraction short of a good length, and Cole's just going to work it away into the gap at mid-wicket and jog a single. Moves on to 25, 187 for 2.
I need to do an update at 2:30, so I've got another 7 or 8 minutes, Richard.
Mine will be any minute, but I will signal when we... Can you hear our studio in those headphones? I don't know if you will be able to, but we shall see. Round the wicket goes Wood, and bowls outside off stump and a little bit short of a good length. Clark got in position to smack it away through the offside, but decided it was just a little bit too wide and bouncy, and let it go through in the end. But he had time to make the decision. It's been a super knock from Tom Clark, because it hasn't been easy out there. 73 off 114. Can be very proud of his efforts, I would suggest. Leicestershire looking to contain and hope that the pitch will help them. Wood is in, bowls 2. Clark, who goes back and neatly steers it sufficiently wide of Eskenazi at extra cover to take one again. Just milking the bowling very nicely now. Tom Clark picking up his boundaries when he needs to, including a 6. Adrian's going to do his update shortly. We're still waiting on the update from BBC Radio Leicester, so that might be a movable feast. It tends to be when so much else is going on in the world of sport. In goes Wood and Bowl. Standing up is Coles and punching it away through the offside. Out to Hill, the sweeper, lurking in the dark in front of the Uptonsteel stand over there. And one is taken.
Yes, I think Tom Clark would have felt that he needed to score runs in these early matches. The acquisition of Jack Leaning from Kent in the winter just put a bit of competition to the middle order for Sussex. So it would have been, 2 out of Leaning, Alsop and Clark, I think, for that final batting position. But Tom Clark getting the nod for this game, and when you get the nod, all you can do is come in and score runs. I say he did this last season, scored a very big 100 at Edgbaston on the first game of the season, but then really didn't back that up.
Well, I suggest he's done enough to keep his place now.
For sure.
For the next game.
Yeah. A big patch of blue sky is drifting in our direction, which is rather good news, and it's going to be... is Ben Green going to carry on? He is. So that chap might have been, I'll have one more skip. And he certainly have at least one more as the light improves no end as the blue sky drifts towards the ground, and Green is in. Bowls to James Coles, who's defensively forward and plays into the offside. There is no run.
A couple more messages have arrived. Oh, bad news from poor Chris Drew, who is listening in Normandy. Sadly sat in my wheelchair with a fractured knee. How did you do that, Chris? Sorry about that. Best of luck to the Foxes this season.
That sounds painful. 2 slips in place. A third man. There's a cover point and a mid-off saving one. A sweeper on the cover boundary. Then on the leg side, a mid-on. A straightish mid-wicket. And a deep square leg as Green is in. Bowls. And Coles takes one hand off of the bat and plays defensively, and in so doing looks rather suspiciously at the pitch. And there is no run. Coles on 26. Clark on 74.
James W., who's a Sussex supporter, has been in touch on Blue Sky as well. So good, he says, to have county cricket back. It's been a tough old winter for Sussex fans, but the morning has blown away the dark clouds.
Yes, it has been a very difficult time. I think Sussex will just be glad to be playing cricket again as Green is in. Bowls. James Coles is beaten outside the off stump. That's the 3rd or 4th time since the break that he's looked to drive and he's been beaten outside of the off stump. And on another occasion, Ben Green might have picked up a couple of wickets since lunch, and maybe that's why Ian Holland decided to keep him on. He has looked the most likely wickets. I think he's bowled a better length than the other seamers, Richard.
He's pitched it up and swung it, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Got the odd one to move back in, so batsman has never been able to be entirely sure.
Yeah. There's perhaps just bowled a little too short.
That was a beauty.
Green again. Over the wicket. Bowls, and Coles, with a flick of the wrists, turns that onto the onside and picks up a single to the fielder who comes trotting in from deep square leg. Coles goes to 27. Sussex to 190 for 2. It is the end of the over. No, it is the end of the over. Oh, we've just got his update.
Hello, Jack. Well, it hasn't gone too well for the Foxes being back in the First Division so far, because Sussex have moved on after lunch to 190 for 2. Just the 2 wickets to have fallen, despite there being plenty in the pitch for the bowlers. They didn't bowl that well this morning, it's got to be said, the Foxes, and so only a couple of wickets, 1 each for Ian Holland. He picked up the 2nd wicket, and the first went to Ben Green. Green has been the pick of the bowlers. He's bowling at the moment. He's got 1 for 28, but as I say, one big chance went down when new debutant James Weatherall dropped a catch at 3rd slip off Tom Clark. Well, Clark has made Leicestershire pay, because he's now 75 not out. James Coles is 27 not out. They need to get a little bit better, the Foxes, if they're going to compete at this level. Sussex 191 for 2. And you just missed Coles turning Green away behind square on the leg side, both to take a single and keep the strike. And Adrian has gone to update listeners to BBC Radio Sussex, and Adam is now back alongside. They've been better post-lunch, Adam, for me, but no breakthrough.
Yeah, and I think the issue is that the poor bowling in the first session has meant that the batters have been able to get in and be comfortable, get used to the pitch, they've got in, so now the consistency has improved. The batters are in. It's a little bit too little too late. So it's going to be Wood to continue then from the Bennett end. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. Oh, and he's played on! Inside edge from Clark, and what looked like a certain century has gone begging. Oh, it's Coles. Apologies, sorry, I was looking at the scoreboard. It's Coles who's played on in the end. 28, not he has gone for. Sort of a drive with no foot movement from Coles, and he's played on.
Yeah, inside edge, going for the drive. He's ridden his luck a little bit, James Coles. He's not looked half as solid as his teammates really out there. He's gone for his shots, and you kind of felt it was coming sooner rather than later, and that's a real boost for Sam Wood.
There wasn't a lot of foot movement in that shot, was there? I'm
There
sure
wasn't.
we're going to replay in a second, but it was a drive of a confident batsman. But on a pitch like this, on a day like this, you're just going to get that little bit of movement, that little bit of shape. So if you're not moving your feet to the pitch of the ball, here we go, we're going to watch the replay now. But you're right, a good boost for young Wood. Yeah, the bat is a long way away from his body there. Hands a long way away.
Yeah, if you live by the sword, I guess sometimes you're going to die by it, but it was just the length wasn't right for the shot, was it? The width was there, but the length wasn't right. Just bounced a little bit, perhaps more than. It wasn't quite at the pitch of it, reaching thick inside edge, and he can bemoan his bad luck in that respect, but he'd had a lot of good luck as well previously.
So let's see, Leicestershire will hope that opens the floodgates, and with Clark still there.
Are we joint top of the First Division now at that point?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Well, somebody got 2 points now. Somerset have 121 for 3.
Surrey had lost quite a few wickets, 6 down, so Warwickshire have got 2
so
points.
Warwickshire got
haven't
2. Boo, so we're joint second.
That's Wood then, tall chap, blonde hair, broad shoulders, moves in towards us now. He bowls a really full delivery outside off stump. Is that almost a full toss outside off stump? Not a pretty delivery, that one.
Certainly a wide one.
Run rate down at 4.5, which is blessed relief for Leicestershire. It was at 10.5 at one stage in the early stages when Sussex's openers came out and blitzed Leicestershire all over the place. But they have regained a little bit of control. Sussex, they will field at 192 for 3, though. They are on top. Wood on his way in now. He bowls, and it's defended by Leaning, who plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. The sun's come out. There's a bit of blue sky around.
Lloyd can claim he was correct that it would rain around 2 o'clock, but it was just a few spots in the wind, as Adrian has pointed out, and we are set tolerably fair, folks, for a full day's play at the moment.
It's still freezing. The wind, you've probably been able to hear it throughout the broadcast. Here is Wood. He comes in, another really full delivery, and it's punched away to mid-off. He's just not quite getting his lines right there. You can see he's just a little bit too far lent back when he's releasing the ball, which means the ball's coming on too full to the batters.
Second slip going in. Eskenazi's been called in alongside Rishi Patel. Just given he's got a sort of plasters on every single one of his fingers on his right hand, he would have some concern about precautionary, I'm sure.
Wood, long strides in his run up, bowls, that's a better length. Slightly banged that in this time, and it's left outside off stump. On for a wicket maiden at the moment from Wood, 31 from his 7.4 overs.
Sometimes a slightly lucky wicket, it's just all you need, isn't it, just to make that difference in confidence, that little extra boost.
This Leaning's first game, isn't it, for
Sussex.
From Kent, as Wood is in now, bowls and it's driven to mid-off. There is no run, and that is a wicket maiden for Wood, and Leicestershire have the breakthrough that they wanted after lunch. It is 192 for 3 on the opening day of the county championship, with Leicestershire back at the top table for the first time in 23 years. Essex 67 for 2 at Hampshire. Somerset 125 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, the defending champions, and Surrey 104 for 6 against Warwickshire. Plenty of England players who have not exactly attracted themselves to the England selectors. Ollie Pope out for 20, Dom Sibley out for 25, Burns out for 4.
Wokes amongst the wickets, probably, I'm sure.
He has got 2, yes.
Green is going to continue from the pavilion end round the wicket. He bowls. That one comes back in a fraction to Clark, who adjusts on the front foot nicely and blocks it out towards mid. Onyadvinda Singh picks up. I wonder if we'll see him again post lunch. He'll be hoping so. At the moment he's sitting on figures that don't exactly flatter him. 2 overs, none for 25. Clark, the rock upon which this Sussex innings is being built, awaits as Green bowls short outside off stump, and that's a real tennis ball bounce that reaches Cox almost down by his ankles. If you bang it in, we've seen a couple of those that just sort of stop and lift in the pitch, and that went nowhere. It was wide enough for Clark just to lean inside and watch with interest as it looped past him. Green is in and bowls fully. He's walking down the pitch as Clark doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the pad and drops at his feet, begins to roll back towards the stumps. Didn't have enough power to roll onto the stumps. Green sort of followed it up, but rather nonchalant about that, Tom Clark. Could have rolled a little bit more quickly. He obviously knew it wasn't going to have the power to get onto the stumps. As I say, Green ran after it, threatened to kick it onto the stumps. Clark continues to battle away as Green is in, bowls to him. He takes half a step forward, sees it short of a length, rocks back and defends back down the pitch on the onside. Green steps across but realises that Onyadvinda is going to field it comfortably, so doesn't bother reaching across and picking it up. He's taken the number 30. That's a number he's going to have during his monthly or 1 month trial, clearly. Will it be extended? In goes Green, bowls outside off stump and rolls his fingers across the seam, invites the drive, gets the drive, but the drive doesn't connect, and Green raises his eyes to those, actually, as Adam said, bluish skies in patches now. Plenty of dark cloud around still, but certainly the light has improved massively.
We've seen plenty
Good
of
shape.
those shots, haven't we, today, Richard? Big swipes outside off stump.
I'll finish this over and we'll get Adrian back alongside you. Adam, in goes Ben Green and bowls down the pitch goes Clark. In swinger is whipped away off his toes despite being 4 or 5 feet down the pitch, down towards wideish long leg. Wood is down there in front of one of their sort of commercial marquees. Makes the stop. Clark picks up 1, moves on to 76. He's had to work much harder post lunch, which he took on 53 off 83 balls. Well, he's added 23 since off 39 balls. Well, he's not done badly in those terms. That the 6 over into the Uptonsteel stand certainly helped.
He's moved across his stumps brilliantly all day. It's been the move that's defined his innings, really, moving across his stumps, and he's waiting on 76 not out is Clark. As Wood runs into bowl to him. That's a gorgeous drive, played straight to cover, perhaps not perfectly timed. Score 193 for 3. You can just hear the wind really picking up. Sometimes feel like you're in a bit of a wind tunnel up here in the commentary box. Hello, Adrian.
Hello, Adam.
Wood running in towards us now. Blonde spiky hair, and that's a good lead from Clark. Ball just moving in nicely to him from a line outside the off stump. There is no run.
I feel like I'm slightly intruding because I always think of this as Richard's seat on the right hand side. But as you correctly say, Jack Leaning's debut for Sussex in this game, signed from Kent. He's a player that Paul Farbrace would know well, and I think it was Sussex certainly needed a bit of experience around the middle order and some competition for places.
Wood bowls, back goes Clark and defends pleasantly.
I rather thought that Jack Leaning may bat 3 for Sussex, and I thought the competition would come around the number 5 spot between, and it was probably a choice between Tom Clark and Tom Alsop. So I was a little surprised to see Tom Clark batting 3, but he batted a bit there, a lot there last year. I think I've said a couple of occasions today he started the season really well and then rather fell away. 140 in the first match that he played at Edgbaston, and then only scored 341 runs all season, which give you an idea of the drop-off. But he's batted beautifully here today.
Here is Wood bounding in. He bowls again, pushed that outside the off stump, well controlled by Clark to backward point, no run.
I don't want to big him up too much because I know that Tom's family do listen and watch, and every time I seem to say he's batting well, he gets out. So he's not batting well at all, and looks like he could get out any minute.
He's batted very well. I really enjoyed how he moved across his stumps. Basically, there were so many LBW shouts early on when he was moving across his stumps. But Green was swinging the ball so nicely back into him that had he stayed in his crease and stayed probably with a sort of more regulation guard, I have a feeling he would have got trapped. Here is Wood past the umpire. He bowls, pushed that by Clark again, but well controlled. There is no run.
I thought the first shot that he played today, he played a beautiful extra cover drive, and the ball, it was just beautifully timed, and I was surprised how quickly the ball sped across the outfield, and that was just a sign of a player whose game looked in good nick. And Richard was talking about, he's hit 3 sixes, and the sixes have been beautifully picked up. It's not a slog, is it? It's just a beautifully timed, clipped shot. 2 of those away on the leg side.
Just helps it on his way, doesn't he? And he is now waiting, bat raised as Wood bowls, and there's that drive again. That was less well timed, but it goes to mid-on, dribbles out down the ground, and that is the end of the over. That's another maiden. Have we had 3 maidens in a row, I think?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, Sussex have scored, I think, 49 runs since lunch in 15 overs. So post-lunch they're going at 3 and over, whereas pre-lunch at times it was going at 10 and over. So it gives you an indication of how Leicestershire, I should say, have tightened up their lines and lengths since the break. Now we are going to get a change, and I guess at some stage Ian Holland was going to have to make this change.
He had Vinder Singh, who was flogged around the place really, 25 off his opening 2 overs in the morning. But if you're going to bring someone back when the scoring has settled down, is the time to do it. He will feel a little bit more comfortable. Can he improve? He's on a 1-month loan. Bit of a bowling injury crisis. Here he is, he bowls a straight delivery, and that's defended back to him. There is no run.
Richard was making the point earlier on in commentary that maybe Ian Holland might have elected him to bowl from the far end as opposed to this end, which is notoriously more difficult to bowl, and he's clearly bowling into the wind from this end as well. It doesn't help when your first couple of deliveries of the day are no balls, and that puts doubt in minds.
Yeah. He comes in, bowls outside off stump, driven straight at cover. There is no run. Graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy. Singh, he's trained with them all summer. It was a sort of perfect storm really, where I'd imagine the conditions didn't help. You're nervous, and you've got batsmen who have come out to make a point. That was what I noticed about how Sussex started. They came out, I think, to land a big heavy blow at the start. Here is Singh up to the wicket. He bowls a Yorker that's pushed back at Singh, and there is no run.
I mean, on another day, Tom Haynes made a half century, but on another day, remember very early on, he bottom edge one that could have gone anywhere. It could have gone on to Tom Haynes' stump. So his first 2 overs went for 24, didn't they? And his figures up
25.
Yeah, there we are.
And he's had 3 dot balls.
Yeah, so I thought it was captaincy for me in Holland to sort of hoik him out the attack.
He was running away from us now. He bowls that side off stump. That's been left alone. And there is no run. I've just realised I've been hogging the commentary, Adrian. I've done 2 overs in a row, which is
Well, never mind. We won't fall out about that.
No, let's. Were there many selection dilemmas for Paul Farbrace?
I think probably the main one was around who the choice of with Jack Leading was always going to play. So I think the choice was always between Clark and Allsop for the final batting spot.
Singh bowls
Bowled.
outside off stump. There's
bowled.
a confidence building delivery from
Yeah.
Singh. Nice bit of movement away from the batsman who just Leading just ironically leant into it and it went past the outside edge.
I think in the bowling department, because Dom Goodman was signed from Gloucestershire tail end of last season, he's picked up an injury, so he's not available for selection. And Sean Hunt, the left-arm seamer, he's not fit either. So I think the side probably pretty much picked itself.
Here comes Singh up to the wicket, bowls driven but not confidently, and there's a thick outside edge. The bat left one of the hands. It was in one of his hands by the end of it. 194 for 3. That's the first run in quite some time, but Vinder Singh will feel a lot more confident after that. He had a horrible start from his first 2 overs, but that's what he did. I'm not surprised there that Ben Cox has run over to him and given a little bit of a pat on the backside to say well done. That will get him back in high spirits. 194 for 3 then at the end of the 46th over on the opening day of the County Championship. Leicestershire and Sussex, day 1 at Uptonsteel, Grace Road.
And a ground that's currently bathed in sunshine. Half an hour ago we were talking about maybe lights coming on, but now the sun's out, there's some blue sky around, and so far things haven't had any delays whatsoever. A bit of drizzle, say half an hour or so ago, but it's going to be Wood who's going to carry on running towards us to bowl to the right-handed Jack Leading. He's in and bowls, and Leading is forward to a ball of good length, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. The field, 2 slips, a third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg Ben Green down below. So if you just joined us, listening to live cricket on the BBC, you're on Sports Secretary, myself Adrian Harms alongside Adam Whitty. Sussex in a good position, but Leicestershire fighting back and have bowled considerably better post-lunch than they did this morning. As in comes Wood, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Leading, who's brought forward and plays down the track. Wood, tall man, fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
The question for Leicestershire was, and if you were listening to the Talking Foxes podcast, you heard Richard put this very eloquently, the issue for Leicestershire was whether they would be able to take 20 wickets. They've got a strong batting lineup, they've got depth in that department, but it was the bowling that was the issue. It has been really the issue for the past decade, but last year they found the answer. But I've not been convinced so far.
Wood in and bowls to Leading, who drives firmly. That's a very good piece of fielding and extra cover, but it prevents a run. Is that Lewis Hill in there? Was driven firmly by Leading. He probably thought he had a boundary to his name, but away very sharpishly to prevent the single being taken. The sun is out brightly now. My goodness, I wasn't expecting this today.
One of the selection dilemmas for Leicestershire was the man walking down below on the boundary there, Josh Hull, and whether he would play.
Wood racing in, bowls to Leading, who's up on his toes and steers that. Nice placement by Jack Leading. He's going to pick up his first boundary in Sussex colours. That was a nice shot. It was a little short, a little wide, and back on his stumps was Jack Leading, and he caressed the ball away through the offside and picked up his first boundary. He goes 2-5 and Sussex to 198 for 3.
Hull with a bit of a side issue, I'm told. I saw him in the gym when we were
yes.
We went and got our lunch. He's got some lovely new highlights in his hair.
Well, he was one of those players who was sort of in and around, made his debut in against Sri Lanka a season and a half ago. In comes Wood, bowls, Leading lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. So he would be another. We've spoken a lot today about potential England players who may be on the fringes, and if indeed McCullum and Key are true to their word, and they're saying that players in the county championship will have an opportunity, Hull will be one of those. Definitely. Who, if he takes enough wickets, but as Ollie Robinson said at the media day last week, it's no good unless I'm taking wickets. So they've got to perform. Wood bowls to Leaning, who takes on a short delivery and pulls the ball down to fine leg, fielded by Ben Green in his cap down below us. One more to Jack Leaning. He goes to 6. It is the end of the over. Sussex are 199 for 3. Clark on 76. Leaning is on 6. And you're listening to live cricket, the first day of the county championship here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Adam Whitty and Richard Ray, your commentary team. And we've been uninterrupted, which has been wonderful.
The thing about Hull, I think I would say, is he's sort of got the best of both worlds, really, in that he will have the opportunity to bowl and play and impress, but I think the England setup like him, he has the physical attributes to impress, as Singh will bowl his second over of this spell. His first delivery is straight and defended straight back to him. There is no run. 6'7", bowls at pace, left armour. He's sort of one of those players that looks good on paper when he is described, and that was basically why he was picked for that test, wasn't it? Really, it was to give him a go. Against Sri Lanka, what was that? 24 summer, I think, wasn't it? Here is Singh,
Yes.
up to the wicket bowls. Oh, that
Kept
one
low.
kept low and well defended by Leaning, who jumped back and pushes it back to Singh. There is no run. But if he does get the opportunity to bowl, and hopefully he will, he may well be the answer to Leicestershire's wicket taking issues, as well as or is it a no ball? 200 is up as a result.
That's his 5th no ball.
He's running away from us now, from the pavilion end, past the umpire. He bowls. That one's too straight on the leg stump line and glanced away into the leg side to deep backward point. Leaning will move to 7. 202 for 3 the score.
Well, the other advantage, I guess, that Josh Hull has is the fact that he's a left armourer as well.
Yeah.
So you know that is a point of difference. And actually, that's a shame that Sean Hunt isn't fit at the moment for Sussex. I mean, I'm not saying he would have got in the side, but you know, that point of difference with the left arm seamer.
I think personally, I think where Hull's got a really good shout of playing is in the T20s, because he will offer that difference of angle. I think he looks like an international at T20 level. Here is Singh. He's in, he bowls a straight appeal for leg before wicket, but it is very short and sweet, and it is declined as well.
Yeah, I think that was drifting down the leg side, wasn't it? It was more in hope than anything else. But Ian Holland just needs him to keep it tight here, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He can't bowl Ben Green in his entirety. He's looking the most dangerous of the Leicestershire bowlers.
He's past the umpire now. He bowls, and Clark, you could feel, saw that coming. His front pad was almost halfway down the pitch before the ball was released, and so he had plenty of time to lean into it, play it into the offside. And it's another no ball. So he's going to go again there. So that's the 3rd no ball of the over.
I was looking at this Sussex batting line-up today, and with the exception of Henry Crocombe... Oh, no, not Henry Crocombe. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Singh, it is. We're going to have a 9 ball over here. That one's a good line and length, straight, and left alone by the right-handed Leaning.
I was going to say, with the exception of Henry Crocombe, everyone in this Sussex side has scored a first-class 100. But of course, Finn Hudson-Prentice unbelievably hasn't. He's made a 99.
Has he?
And Finn batting at 8 in this game, below Tom Price. So Sussex do bat very deep this season.
That's Singh it is. Bowls. That's shorter and down the leg side. There's a strangle appeal for a catch there. That must have come off the jumper or the guard or something. That again kept a little bit low, that did.
He was a bit lucky to get away with that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That was, I think Jack Leaning will be rather annoyed, because there's a big gap. Well, there isn't a fine leg. The nearest fielder is at deep square leg. And I think if Leaning had got anything on that at all, it would have raced away for 4.
Singh 30 on his back. Tall black hair. Moves in now. Bowls full, driven, and
Shot.
beats the fielder. It's a lovely drive. Beautifully timed cover drive. You could probably hear on our effects microphone how nicely that sounded, or how nice it sounded off the bat. And that runs away for 4. And that is the end of what was an expensive over. 9 deliveries. And there would have been 4, 5, 6, 10 off it.
Yeah.
But 4 of those from no balls. He's not made it easy for himself there, Singh. So 209 for 3 at the end of the 48th over.
Yeah, he's going at 9 and over, isn't he? 4 overs for 36, and he's giving Ian Holland a problem really in terms of where he can turn to keep things tight. Sam Wood's going to carry on though. Oh, no, they've changed the bowling. Holland's had to bring himself back into the attack. So I wonder whether we can get another change at the pavilion end. So Ian Holland, 9 overs, 1 for 44. He's back into the attack. Just the one slip in place. A third man, point to cover mid-off, mid-on. Just break off as Holland is in. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Clark, who's forward solidly to a ball of good length, plays into the offside, and there is no run. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Elsewhere around the country, still waiting for play to begin in Cardiff, between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. Essex 82 for 3 at Southampton. VM Mulder, formerly of this parish, out for 17 in that game.
Me and Richard both just pulled a sad face there together.
What a great bowler. Yeah, he was terrific, wasn't he? In comes Holland again, hits Clark on the thigh pad, the ball bounced out into the offside. In fact, talk about games at Hove between Leicestershire and Sussex. There was that enormous partnership between VM Mulder and Colin Ackerman.
Yeah.
Which was a record that I'm sure you guys know all about. A game that drifted to a draw in the end, but it was
Leicestershire wanted to win it. They thought they had a shot at winning it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was quite tricky to commentate on. In comes Holland, bowls, and Clark is forward, punches to backward point. There is no run. Yes, I think that was the days of the Kookaburra ball, which we won't go there.
I think
because I get cross.
From memory, I think that was about 2 or 3 days before the One Day Cup final as well. They went to Trent Bridge and then won the One Day Cup final. I think a few days after that, Leicestershire.
Somerset 144 for 3 against Nottinghamshire at Taunton. James Rue staking an early claim, 48 not out. In comes on bowls to Clark. Has no idea where that had gone, and he's got a very streaky couple of runs. He was looking to turn it onto the leg side. He got a big leading edge, and the ball ballooned over point and went away for a couple of runs. Fielded there by Riyad Ahmed. 2 more to Clark. He goes to 79 and prompts him to go down and have a rather quizzical prod of the pitch.
Just started to play up a tad.
Well, it was interesting, wasn't it? That certainly caught him out. At Edgbaston, Surrey 117 for 6. In comes Holland and bowls, and Clark whips that one away, and that's going to be his 4th 6. It's a beautiful shot that Tom Clark plays. He just helps it on its way, whips it away through the leg side. 6 runs to Tom Clark. Beautiful shot. He goes to 85. Sussex to 217 for 3. Just in terms of that Surrey innings, Ben Foakes, we all know he can't bat, not worthy of a place in the England side. 30 not out. Top scoring for Surrey. And I think by general consensus, the best wicket-keeper in the country. But there you go, rant over. Clark goes to 85, 217 for 3. Holland in again, bowls, and Clark checks the shot on this occasion and plays slightly across the line onto the onside. It is the end of the over. Sussex 217 for 3, Clark 85, leading 11. Briefly in the 2nd division of the County Championship, Derbyshire 172 for 3, up the M1 at Worcestershire, up the M1 against Worcestershire. Durham 196 for 4 against Kent. Middlesex 122 for 2 at headquarters against Gloucestershire, who's making the runs there, sort of shared around really. Holden on 26, deploy on 36, and finally down the M1 at Northamptonshire, Lancashire 175 for 2. Former Sussex man Luke Wells has just got out actually for 87.
It is going to be Yadvinder Singh to continue his 5th over. They've gone for 36 so far. His first delivery is straight and defended by Leaning and pushed to cover. There is no run. That shot that he plays, Clark, where he whips it away off full length, it just strays a little bit too straight. It's such a bonus stroke because it's the sort of delivery he plays it off that you normally just glance it off your pads for 1. People would put a deep backward square leg in, you get a 1 off easy every time. Here's Yadvinder Singh defended by Leaning again. There is no run. 11 off 25 he is now. but he turns what is a single into a six whenever he does it. It's such a brilliant shot, with limited risk actually,
and almost limited effort as well. It's all in the timing.
Just puts the pressure on the bowlers that if they go too straight and too full, they're going to concede a six. Here is Singh. He's bowling to Leaning, again straight and again defended by the former Kent man Leaning.
He's one of these players, Tom Clark. Look at my notes. He's 25 now. He was in England under 19, but possibly one of these players who, you sort of feel age-wise, it's now time to step up. Gone is the tag of a younger player who's making his way. If you're going to do it, you've got to do it now.
He's 85 not out at the non-striker's end as Singh bowls too straight this time, and off the hips, Leaning glances him away to mid-wicket. 1 run added.
Sorry, Adam. It's one of those things when you've followed a county for a while and you've seen some of these younger players like James Cole's making his debut at 16. You think, oh yeah, they're young, but time marches on and it reaches a stage where they're no longer younger players. Tom Clark's played a lot of cricket.
Yeah.
And Sussex kept faith with him a lot last season in the batting lineup.
Well, he's facing now left-handed batsman Singh bowling right arm over the wicket, and it's defended by Clark. Again, he's got his line of length right, finally, Singh. Although he has bowled another no ball in this over. How many's that now?
I think he's bowled 7. We'll double check in a mo.
So 220 for 3 is the score. As Singh running away from us up to the wicket, he bowls just the length going awry a bit, too short, and again back goes Clark, able to free his arms and glide it away behind square on the onside. Fielded at fine leg, another single. 2-2-1 for 3.
Yeah, 7 no balls.
Can't be bowling 7 no balls.
Yeah.
Final ball. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, Richard was saying earlier on that it can be tricky for bowlers who haven't bowled here before, but it could be down to that, could be a bit of nerves.
He's running in now, shirt tucked in. He bowls to Leaning, who gets a thick outside edge. I'll give him more credit than perhaps that initial review suggested. I think he probably meant more of that than I was giving him credit for. It was played late and guided through the gap behind square on the offside. So end of the over. Singh's figures none for 41 off 5 overs. Sussex are 222 for 3. Clark is 86 not out. He keeps the strike after that single, Leaning 13 not out. And we've had 50 overs on the opening day of the county championship season. It's 3 o'clock, so I will hand over to Richard Ray. It sounds like we always do that at 3 o'clock. I don't know why I said it like that. Richard will take over.
Holland is in. I'm not sure whether it's me. I think it should be probably you, Adrian. Really.
We'll,
bowled outside off stump. And,
we've known each
left.
other. We've known each other far too long. To worry about things.
A sentiment that's probably being echoed in countless households at the moment.
What do you mean?
We've known you far too long as well.
Not those two again. Yeah. Can't they find anyone else? Yeah. Well, hopefully not. Holland in again. Bowls all now. He's trapped in front of Jack Leaning. He's gone. Well, Ian Holland picks up his 2nd wicket. And I'm afraid that Jack Leaning is suggesting that maybe that kept a little low. But I think he was desperately far forward. And I don't think there was too much of a decision there for umpire Michael Goff to make. Jack Leaning goes. And Leicestershire fighting their way back. Sussex have lost another wicket. And Leaning on his debut goes for 13.
Well, they are fighting back, but an awful lot of damage has been done by the Sussex batters, and as you say, plenty of power to add yet. Never quite settled Jack Leaning into the innings, and again it's an indication of how much help there is for the bowlers that is in it, and how well Sussex have done to get to this point, because the run rate is still well over 4. It's 4.4. Despite the fact Leicestershire have sort of dragged things back a little bit post lunch in terms of the run rate anyway. And now comes a man who scored a lot of runs against Leicestershire for, well, actually both Sussex and indeed Middlesex.
Yes.
John Simpson.
Yeah. I mean, he has been one of the great signings for Sussex in county cricket. I mean, last season, 14 matches, 23 innings, 1,086 runs, top score of 181. He averaged 60 last season, and he's been...
Did he get 100 in both matches against Leicestershire?
Well, his first season...
I have a feeling
he might have... I mean, he's...
spent an awful lot of time.
The statistic was something like...
It was a lot.
I think he made something like 9 or 10 hundreds for Middlesex in his career, and he's made... I mean, last season he made 5. I think the season before he made 6. It's just been an extraordinary run from John Simpson, and Sussex will just want to consolidate this now. I mean, they're in a very good position, but they will... from here you've got your eyes on, a good haul of batting bonus points.
Absolutely. Was it his decision to stand down as captain?
Yes, apparently it was. It was a decision between John and Fulk Parbury. So we're told that he's taking more of a role of sort of mentoring some of the younger players. I just wonder as well. Just break off because Ian Holland's on his way again. He's in and bowls, and Simpson's beaten, having given the big build-up. He's beaten outside the off stump. I just wonder as well, Richard. I mean, age shouldn't be anything to do with it really, but I think if you're skippering the side, your wicket keeping and you're batting. What is John now? He's 37 now. You're keeping, you're batting 6. That's a big responsibility. You're skippering on top of that, and I think perhaps they felt it was time for Ollie Robinson to come over and take over. Though John Simpson has done. In comes Holland, bowls, and Simpson is beaten for the second time in the over. Taken by Cox, no run. Good little spell this, me in Holland. Yeah. He just nags away, doesn't he?
Well, he gets movement all the time. Well, Pete Hanscom said he can move it on glass, and when he's at his best, he often can. Adam's going to fly now, literally. He's off to Bordeaux.
Oh, right.
Where the Leicester Tigers are playing on
Sunday.
Believe so. Yes, I was going.
I
paused to let you commentate.
Sorry,
well, I was too fascinating. Clearly,
I was fascinated by all these various signs going into the commentary box of people sort of doing aeroplane signals and things. And anyway, that was a dot ball, folks.
It was
played out
solidly played by Simpson.
Yes, Leicester Tigers are playing in Bordeaux in a big European match on Sunday. Sun is out, Holland is in, bowls to Simpson, who's far more solidly forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Excellent over from Ian Holland. That is a wicket maiden, and Sussex on a glorious afternoon now here at Graceway. Take away the wind, don't have the wind, and it's really very pleasant indeed. The sun is out, and Sussex are 222 for 4. Tom Clark is on 86. John Simpson is yet to score.
Well, just to reiterate a point I probably made boringly earlier, I think 350 is a heck of a score being put in on this track, and if they can get to that sort of score, Sussex will be in the driving seat with the likes of Ollie Robinson and Finn Hudson-Prentice and the other seamers to come. In goes Yadvinder Singh and bowls nice and straight to Tom Clark, who rather walks into the defensive press there. It looks as though he wanted to on drive and checked it slightly. Yadvinder whisper it, maybe settling into some sort of rhythm here. Last couple of overs certainly have been much more like it from the 30-year-old seamer, and that said, he then spears one down the leg side, which Clark tries to help into Milligan Road, and had he got hold of it, he would have cleared the Hobbit houses over there and would have endangered that car coming down Milligan Road. He didn't, fortunately for Yadvinder, and it was taken by Cox, moving to his right behind the stumps. Best part of the day now.
Yeah, definitely.
Plenty of dark cloud around, but moving quickly, and it's broken up. In goes Yadvinder, bowls and beats Clark on the outside. It stopped a bit in the pitch again. It was that slightly short of a length delivery. Clark sort of left it, but left it a little bit too late. I'm pretty sure he played at that one, and I'm not sure it got through to Cox on the full. There is plenty in this pitch. Yadvinder is in and bowls, takes a thick inside edge of Clark's bat there, drew him forward. This is comfortably, I would suggest, that ball down the leg side aside, the best over that Yadvinder has bowled. So let us hope that after, well, the first two were horror overs really, and probably the first of this spell wasn't the greatest, and he has bowled a lot of no balls, but this over has all been one ball aside there or thereabouts, and he's got movement, and he's showing why perhaps Leicestershire have given him a 1 month chance to make his way in first class cricket. In he runs and bowls on off stump, nothing too wrong with that, slightly short of a good length, and John Simpson on this occasion able to play it comfortably enough off the back foot, pushes it out towards Eskenazi at extra cover.
When you're saying Eskenazi, just so many years, Steve Eskenazi at Middlesex.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. They become very much associated with those counties in your mind, don't they? In goes Yadvinder, bowls very full, and it's another no ball, clipped away off his toes by Simpson out to the sweeper. So unfortunately, I thought he was going to get through an over for the first time for Leicestershire without bowling a no ball. He hasn't. He's got to bowl another one now.
I thought for a minute he was trying to ball a slower delivery then, Richard. I didn't. By the way, that's 8 no balls.
In he goes and bowls short and wide outside off stump, cracked away off the front foot almost by Tom Clark. There is the sweeper out there. Rahan with that odd little sort of hoppy step that he tends to do before throwing it in. Throwing a ball in from distance, whether it gives him some momentum or something, I'm not sure. But he always does it. End of the over, 2-7 for 4. Maybe just did enough in that over to get another one.
Yeah, so I just noticed, who's that just trotting off the field down below? Someone's having a little chat there to Ben Green. I wonder whether he might
down below us.
Someone's just someone's got maybe to get a drink. Let's see.
It's John Tattersall, so he's the 12th man who's been on.
Yeah,
so I'm not quite sure who went off. Was it Greener?
Well, Green looks like he's just sort of loosening up, unless he's just trying to keep warm down below us. In the meantime, it's Holland, the skipper, in again. Bowls to Clark, who rather feels for that one outside the off stump, plays it into the covers, and there is no run. Tom Clark on 88. Live cricket here on BBC on the opening day of the county championship season. So far an uninterrupted day, which didn't seem likely with the weather forecast earlier in the week. The wind is, you'll probably hear on our effects microphone, it's a very breezy day, but mercifully dry as Holland is in. Bowls to Clark, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket and plays down the onside. Holland fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. There's just the one slip in place. The third man, point cover mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary. Then on the onside, there's just one man in front of square, saving one, who is Sam Wood. Then a fine leg and a deep square leg. So very much an offside orientated field as Holland, right arm over the wicket, is in and bowls, and Clark, with good judgment, lets that one slant across him into the safe, secure gloves of Ben Cox. And again, there is no run.
Another message has come in, an email this time. Email's almost old-fashioned now, isn't it? It's almost like getting a letter.
Yes.
Steve Sims has been in touch, richardray23@gmail.com. I'll tell you what he has to say in a moment.
Holland in and bowls, and Clark. I just get the feeling here that
don't give it away.
Well,
now.
I was just going to say, I think Leicestershire are bowling really quite with good judgment here to Tom Clark, because you just get the feeling that Tom's just getting a little bit tied down. He's getting a little bit anxious. He's played one or two shots. You think no need to play that shot, and
nope.
He's batted beautifully. Time is on his side. He's 88 not out, and you're quite right. Don't give it away with a poor shot. There's oodles of time. He's on 88. Holland in again, bowls, Clark, that's better, right in behind it, defends into the offside. But again, he just looks a bit frustrated, doesn't he? Played the shot as if to say, I was looking to pick up a run there, but Ian Holland's bowling very well to him.
Well, once you're in that sort of frame of mind, well, I've got to score because the ball is doing plenty and there'll be one with my name on it in the end, then I suppose it's quite difficult to get out of that frame of mind. But there's plenty of singles, as you say, to be had, and if you wait for the really, really bad ball, then you should be okay now.
Holland in bowls to Clark, who plays firmly through the offside. They picked up one, they think about two. John Simpson is very quick between the wickets, but they decide on this occasion that they will settle for a single, which means that Tom Clark will pinch the strike. He goes to 89. Sussex are 228 for 4. John Simpson is on 1. The current run rate is 4.3, which is a very healthy run rate, but considerably less than what it was earlier in the day.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Morning, Richard, says Steve, which indicates that I'm very late in reading your email. Apologies about that, Steve. Welcome back. He says, I'm sure you've had this date circled in the diary for a long time. How will we get on? We, of course, being Leicestershire. Like you, I'm hopeful rather than confident. Will our Cavalier batters get away with an aggressive approach with Division 1 bowlers? Will our bowlers contain and take enough wickets of Division 1 batters? We'll find out soon enough, but we can all be excited and optimistic on the first day of the cricket season. Well, Leicestershire's optimism probably didn't last much longer than the first 5 overs, at which point Sussex were 50 for none, but things have improved since, Steve. 2-8 for 4 is a really good foundation for Sussex, and they can be looking at 350 plus here. Scriven is back into the attack from the pavilion end and almost picked up a wicket with his first ball because it was outside off stump. It swung back in a bit, but it was there to drive. Simpson did try to drive it, got a thick inside bottom edge, and it went not very far past his leg stump. Rolls slowly out towards long leg, and the single is taken. In fact, Clark, I beg your pardon. Of course, we've got 2 left-handers back at the crease. And again, as we've been saying, Clark just looks a bit cross with himself at the moment, hands on hips, and just stay patient. I'm sure that the message will be being sent out to him.
It's probably good to have John Simpson out there with him, actually, at this stage.
Scriven is in, bowls very full outside off stump, beautifully taken by Cox, who, having taken the low in swinger about a foot outside off stump, then flicked the ball from his right glove where it was nestling onto the stumps and took off the bails. Unfortunately, from Cox's point of view, Simpson's feet had gone nowhere, but two very fine wicket keepers, really.
Yeah, I'm sure John Simpson would have appreciated that. Not if he'd got him out, but...
Scriven in, bowls outside off stump, better length, cut by Simpson, but really good work at point by Weatherald, who's shown himself to be outstanding in the field, except once when he dropped Clark badly on 6. And Clark has since added 84 runs.
That was a terrific stop. I mean, that was hit firmly by John Simpson. That was a very, very good bit of fielding.
Well, if you're in the sun now, it is a very pleasant afternoon.
It certainly is.
Yeah. And Grace Road, as in goes Scriven and waits for that one. Simpson just guides it into the gap in front of Weatherald. It runs out towards Rehan Ahmed on the cover boundary, and one is taken. Simpson's second run. Just thinking, where's the best? In front of the pavilion is usually the best place. It's in terms of being in the sun and out of the wind, and I can see a lot of the members in the seats, and one or two almost shirt sleeves now. If you're not, you still want to have your double anorak on.
Yes.
Scriven over the wicket to Clark, who again goes for a drive, and it almost somehow goes onto the stumps. It doesn't, and I'm not sure what that came off. I think it came off the legs because he looked to have given it up, Clark. Or did he come off the inside edge onto a toe and roll just past leg stump? And he looks, for someone who's on 90 and has played so well, he looks really ill at ease at the moment.
Yes, he does. He does. I think just pick up the 1s and the 2s, Tom. I think that's what you need to do.
It almost spun back. He sort of hit it down into the ground off an inside edge, and it bounced up and almost spun back onto the stumps. Scriven is in, bowls, and
Better.
Clark is solidly forward. Yes, better. As Adrian and every Sussex supporter watching on the stream, I'm sure, will have echoed that comment.
Yeah, just for having done the hard work, but they talk about the nervous 90s, and I don't, there's something in that, but it's just. Everybody likes to get on with it, but there are times when you have to acknowledge that the bowling is good and it's tight and there's a bit in the pitch.
Scriven, in he comes, bowled, a little bit short, and he can cut that away. Off the front foot almost, with some degree of freedom there. Tom Clark, he finds the sweeper on the offside boundary, so it is just a single, and as has been quite a few times in his innings, he's pinched the strike again. He keeps doing it.
Yes,
he
he
can
does.
count. Tom Clark, and he moves on to 91, and Sussex on to 2-3-3 for 4.
I think I said Tom Clark was 25 earlier. That's wrong. He's 24. He's 25 in July. Sorry, Clark family.
Still a boy.
Yeah.
He's a boy approaching a first-class century in his first-class innings of the season.
No, sorry. I was right the first time. He's 25. In comes Holland, bowls to Clark. Lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Yes, Thomas Jeffrey Reeves Clark, 25.
That's a good I would imagine Reeves is a family name of some kind, is it? There's a few.
So there we are. I was right first time. Get it right, Adrian. Correct my notes. In comes Holland. Bowls to Clark, who cuts this one away firmly down to third man. Ben Green slightly fumbles the ball. Actually, I had a little walk across the outfield, and just down below us here, you were saying, Rich, they've done a bit of work on the outfield, and it did look a little bobbly, and it just bobbled in front of him, and he took a couple of attempts just to grab the ball in, did Ben Green.
I wonder if it's a sort of drainage channel or something, drainage channels that have been laid over the winter, but new grass has gone on it where they've laid it, but on either side of it, it's as is often the way, it will just take a while for the grass to fill in the patches.
Interesting field positioning here, because for John Simpson, Ian Holland has brought in another slip, and he's brought up his sweeper on the cover boundary to save one, so the pressure slightly on Simpson as in comes and cut away beautifully by Simpson, exactly where it was. Green is very quickly round the boundary. There's a very good bit of fielding by Ben Green. I have to say I've been impressed by the Leicestershire ground fielding, because Ben Green had to move smartly to his left. As I say, the outfield a little bobbly down in that area of the ground, and he was round very quickly, fielded the ball and got the throw in, but it's 2 more to John Simpson. He goes to 4. Sussex move on to 236 for 4, so honing in on a batting bonus point.
Do we need sunglasses?
Well,
Almost new.
Almost, yeah. Holland in. Simpson takes a step down the track and plays that to backward point, where it's fielded by Jake Weatherald. Who certainly played his part, didn't he, in the Ashes, brought back into the side, and brought into the side, and opened the batting with Travis Head. I think he's a South Australian. Is he Weatherald? I think he. In comes Holland, bowls. That's wide of the off stump, and Simpson has nothing to do with it. The ball goes through to Cox, and there is no run.
Yeah, you wonder whether Andrew McDonald, Australia's head coach, of course, and his Leicestershire connections, having been head coach here and a player of great success here, I would imagine Weatherall will have had a word with him. What do you think if I go and spend a bit of time over there?
For sure. Holland in, bowls, and Simpson steers that through the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Is that Ahmed out there?
It is,
Yes.
Ron, yes.
Simpson pitches the strike. End of the over. 237 for 4. Simpson is get your teeth in, Adrian. 237 for 4. Simpson on 5. Clark on 92. Listening to live cricket on the BBC on the opening day of this county championship season. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. We're approaching tea. We've got another how many overs? Oh, actually,
No, it's
another
9 overs. Yeah,
another 9
yeah,
overs
so
until
40 minutes
until tea.
It's always late, isn't it?
Yeah, briefly elsewhere, a good recovery from Surrey and a half century for Tom Laws. Surrey 152 for 6, Ben Folkes 37 not out. Surrey were in all sorts of trouble there on 65 for 6. Now 152 for 6 across the Midlands in Birmingham.
Tom Scriven will continue from the pavilion end over the wicket. He bowls. There's a little bit of swing. He didn't really play a shot at that, John Simpson. He almost let it hit him. And I suspect the leg before appeal was partly based on that fact, but it pitched outside leg stump. And consequently, the appeal was turned down. Umpire White at this end, umpire Goff, the taller of the two men, is standing at the Bennett end for the first half of this game. Scriven is in and bowls, chopped rather down into the ground on that occasion by Simpson. It was a touch short of a length. It was straightish, though off stump-ish. He had to be a little bit careful, John Simpson. Made sure he got plenty of bat on it. And Weatherald has been fielding at point. I'm pretty sure that is him. Fell stroke dived to his left to make the stop. Wind gets up again, fairly howling across the ground at the moment as Simpson is in and bowls down the leg side. Good stop by Cox, not able to take it cleanly as Simpson tried to help it on its way. Scriven getting the direction of that one wrong.
James Rue in the runs for Somerset. Somerset won 78 for 3 in their game against Nottinghamshire. Rue on 55. Tom Abel, another very fine player, on 59.
Scriven bowls outside off stump, just far enough outside off stump for Simpson to lean into it, drive it away through the offside, and almost effortless really, all about the timing. You heard the noise hopefully in our effects mic, and you heard Adrian's murmur of approval.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? All in the placement there from John Simpson. Just
no great follow through, didn't. All about the timing. And having seen that, Scriven decides to go around the wicket. Bowls again to Simpson in swinger that does find the thickish inside edge. It runs out towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket. Ben Green runs across from a wideish mid-on position. There is a deep mid-wicket, a sweeper, but he's a long way from the bat. And so an easy single for Simpson, who is into double figures now, on to 10 from 18. Clark has 92 from 155. Simpson back, beg your pardon, Scriven back over the wicket to him. A little bit short of a length, and Clark solid, just waits for it and drops it out into the offside. And there is no run. 242 for 4. So although Leicester have been better in terms of the accuracy of their bowling in this session, still just the 2 wickets have fallen, and Sussex have built, albeit more slowly, given that at lunch the score was 154 for 2. But they're going to go well past the 100 in the session, I would think.
Yes.
And again, just 2 down. It's been a really good first couple of sessions for the visitors.
It has. I'll rattle through the scores elsewhere in a moment, but it's going to be in Holland in his 14th over of the day, running in over the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Simpson, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Still no play in Cardiff between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. Essex 114 for 3 against Hampshire in Southampton. Who's in the runs there? Matt Critchley, 23 not out. Allison on 31. Holland is going to come around the wicket now to John Simpson. He's in and bowls. Simpson takes a couple of steps down the pitch and punches the ball down to mid-off. There is no run. Somerset 182 for 3 against Notts. Surrey 160 for 6 at Edgbaston. against Warwickshire. Elsewhere in the second division, Derbyshire 185 for 4 against Worcestershire. Durham 233 for 5 against Kent. Middlesex 145 for 3 against Gloucestershire. And Lancashire 200 for 3 down the M1 at Northamptonshire. Holland is in again, bowls. Simpson defends with a high right elbow, punches that to mid-on, and there is no run. If you missed it earlier on today, Leicestershire winning the toss this morning, electing to bowl first. Sussex off to a flyer. Daniel Hughes, the first man out, he made 19. Tom Haynes 56. James Coles 28. Jack Leaning 13. As Richard was saying at lunch, Holland in again, bowl. Simpson lets them pass by outside the off stump. There is no run. 154 off the 30 overs before lunch, as Sussex were rattling along at 5 and over. Since lunch, this is the 37th. Is that right? This is the 30 overs before lunch. So we've had 27 overs since lunch. This is the 27th over, and Sussex have scored exactly 88. So the run rate has slowed. Holland in bowls, but goes past the outside edge of Simpson, who plays no shot through to keep a Cox no run. But as Richard was saying, probably the important statistic is that Sussex have only lost those 2 wickets. And Richard knows this ground pretty much as well as anybody, and he was saying he thinks that 350 will be a very good score on this pitch.
I think so, being put in.
Simpson waits.
Apparently there's an ECB pace bowling scout here.
Ooh. In comes Holland bowl. Simpson again lets that go outside the off stump. That's a maiden over from Ian Holland, who's now bowled where are we? 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 57. Sussex 242 for 4 with Clark on 92, Simpson on 10. I wonder who that is.
Well, given that they knew that Hull wasn't going to be playing, he wasn't fit, then presumably come to watch Robinson, and we'll be here tomorrow on that basis.
Right, okay.
Good news potentially for the lean and mean and hungry Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, I mean he's been out the frame. I mean he'll have to take wickets.
Yeah,
but we shall see.
Scriven is into John Simpson outside off stump, a little bit short, steered nicely by Simpson. Nice sound of ball off, mellow sound of ball off bat as it runs out to the sweeper on the offside, and a single is taken. Simpson to, I'm saying Simpson, it
was Clark actually.
It was Clark.
They both got similar mannerisms, haven't they?
They do. It's and also the scoreboard is, I think, confusing them. In goes Scriven outside off stump, and Simpson doesn't play that one very well at all. Sort of rather wafted at
Yes,
it
he did.
a little bit outside off stump. Didn't get anything on it, and possibly it was as well. They didn't, although Cox didn't take it cleanly behind the stumps.
Okay, that was a collector's item. Cox not taking it cleanly.
It was. Probably thought that his fellow wicketkeeper was going to connect with that one. Scriven is in, bowls onto the legs of Simpson, who is much more comfortable working that one away down towards wide long legs. Sam Wood is down there, and the single is taken. First 100 of the season to Emilio Gay.
For Durham, yeah.
Ex-Northants, of course. Scriven is into Tom Clark, who's looking to on drive. It swings a little bit back into him, so it's a thickish inside part of the bat. Runs it out towards deep mid-wicket. Vinder, who will be slightly happier with his second spell than he was with his first. Well, isn't too difficult. Picks up and feels, and Clark picks up 95. Well, given his proclivity of hitting sixes, Adrian, I don't know whether you should be now on commentary from when Clark is on strike. Scriven is in, bowls to him, full outside off stump, and driven
Beautiful
out
shot.
towards extra cover for 4. Well, that is a lovely way to go to 98. 9 for Tom Clark, and I think definitely now Adrian ought to be on holiday. Brings up the Sussex 200 on commentary on holiday. Brings up the Sussex 250.
Well, we shall see. I mean, it's certainly, as I said, he got 100 in his first match last season, did Tom Clark, and is he going to do the same again this season? I wonder what it is about the first game of the season.
And now minus 11 points for Sussex.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I'm just going to look at his statistics in this innings. 4 sixes and 9 fours so far. And he really has batted well. He's batted beautifully.
Yes, he has.
In comes Tom Scriven running. Well, he was coming running in, but then Leicestershire decide they're going to make a change in the field. They're bringing everybody in on the one, which is, well, what you would expect. Scriven over the wicket, coming into bowl to the left-handed. Clark is in and bowls, and Clark plays that down to fine leg. He picks up a single. He raises his fist. The Sussex players on the balcony down below us applaud. Tom Clark goes through to the 5th first-class 100 of his career. He takes off his helmet, he takes off his bat and acknowledges the applause of the dressing room. Sporting applause from the Leicestershire players as well. He scored 100 in the first match of the season last year, Tom Clark, against Warwickshire. He didn't kick on from that. He scored 100 today. Maybe this is going to be Tom Clark's season. An innings that had 4 sixes and 9 fours. Excellent knock from Tom Clark. He's 100 not out.
Well played, Tom Clark. Well, that is a wonderful way to start the season, because it was not easy out there. Yes, Leicestershire didn't bowl particularly well at him this morning, but there's been plenty for them in the pitch, and they bowled much better this afternoon. He's had to work hard for it. Had that one single piece of fortune when he was badly dropped at slip on 6 by Jake Weatherald, but on such moments careers can change. And
Indeed.
Tom Clark, you've got to be good enough to take advantage, to put the moment of fortune or out of your mind, and he has done that. Well, we're going to see some spin. Rehan Ahmed is going to have an over or 2 before tea. 6 overs to go. Could get 3 then. Rehan, he's going to go around the wicket, and he bowls. Perfectly good delivery. Line and length to Tom Clark, who, having picked up that single, is on strike again. It was the last ball of the over. It's pushed out to extra cover, and there is no run. Ahmed is in, bowls, back goes Clark, an exaggerated back foot defensive shot. Drops it back down the pitch. Ben Cox comes out to field, and there's no run. Just a couple of steps, and he's in and bowls. Clark is forward. It spins a little bit, I think. A little bit hard to tell from here. Take the inside part of the bat. It runs down towards a sort of backward square area. Jogging in is quite sure behind the pillar. Might be a Skinazi out there. Could be Yadvinder as well. He's so far in the distance. In goes Rehan, bowls to John Simpson. Turns in a little bit, takes the pad for the most part. Runs out towards sort of leg gully. Rishi Patel, who's at leg slip for John Simpson, moves across the field, and there's no run. Ahmed is in. That's a nice line on off stump, and Simpson, who'd gone forward, had to adjust slightly. Jams it down into the ground off a far from straight bat, but he does keep it out. Ahmed is in and bowls. Good line, good length, and forward goes Simpson. Inside part of the bat, runs it out to backward square, and again there's no run. So that was a pretty respectable over from Rehan Ahmed. Everything was pretty much on line and on a length, and it was a little bit hard to tell from this angle. We're at sort of second slip and a long way away to what extent there was turn for him, but he only conceded the 1 run from the over, which is better than most of the seamers have managed at many times today. 252 for 4. Clark 101. That'll make him feel good looking at that scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard, and of course the manual that is much loved. John Simpson has 11. And Holland, Adrian is going to have a go from this pavilion end for the first time.
Well, the skipper's certainly leading by example, isn't he? I just wonder whether Leicestershire just keen to get through to tea here, and I imagine we'll see Ben Green after tea, because he's looked very dangerous, hasn't he? But it's going to be Ian Holland with Ben Cox standing up to the stumps to bowl to the Centurion Tom Clark, 101 not out. In comes Holland and bowls, and Clark is forward, he's caught behind and he's gone. Well, Ian Holland changes ends, picks up a wicket, and Tom Clark, having made a very good 100, is out. That's a very good catch by Ben Cox, standing up to the stumps. Very, very good indeed. It makes you wonder, it's one of those, had he been standing back, it may not have carried, I
think it was at the second attempt. I think he knocked it up and grabbed it one-handed at the second attempt. We'll see the replay, but as you say, even so, to get gloves on it at that pace, whether it was a lapse of concentration, but he wasn't trying to do anything extravagant, Tom Clark. He was just forward defensive. It might have straightened on him, and that will be tea. It would surely not. No. They're just walking towards the 12th men to get drinks. It looked like everyone was heading the pavilion there, but it is 22-4. But we've still got a few more overs to bowl. Well played, Tom Clark.
Yes, good innings, wasn't it? Delightful innings. He'll be a little disappointed having got to 100 and played so well to get out soon afterwards, but he really shouldn't be. He's, you score 100, first day of the county championship, he batted beautifully, and that'll do wonders for Tom Clark's confidence, and he gets a nice round of applause, as he should do, as he makes his way off. But Leicestershire will feel, they'll be thinking if we could get another one before tea. Sussex have got the runs on the board, but
I think it's not easy for new batsmen to come out on this pitch.
Yeah, that's 3 wickets for Ian Holland.
He started the last season in this sort of vein, really, and he really does hold the key if Leicestershire are going to have some sort of impact, probably on the First Division. With the attack that they have at the moment, he's going to have to take 40, 45 wickets, I think, this season.
Well, the new man in is another debutant, Tom Price.
You signed Tom Price, have you?
Yeah.
Right, I didn't realise.
Yeah. So Price and Goodwin sort of came as a duo from Gloucestershire.
Yes.
Is it you or me? I've sort of lost track, which isn't
It's you.
very professional, as in comes Holland over the wicket to bowl to Price, who defends his first delivery in Sussex colours out into the offside, and there is no... All of a sudden, you just saw there's a bit of a spring around Leicestershire now. They've got a couple of wickets, they feel they're into the Sussex middle order. Sussex, by contrast, we're thinking we're in a good position here. We don't want to... we don't want to lose a clatter of wickets here and end up being bowled out for less than sort of 300. So an important little stage here coming up to tea, 2:52 for 5. Holland in over the wicket bowls. Price defends back down the track. Holland fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. He just just gives the impression of being I've never spoken to Ian Holland, but just a thoroughly good professional. Undemonstrative, doesn't get too worked up about things.
And an American international, of course.
Yes, was he born in San Francisco or somewhere like that? Yeah. In and bowls, and Price is solidly forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no run. So with Tom Price coming in at 7, it means Hudson Prentice, who's been batting at 7 for a good 3 or 4 years now, is relegated to 8, then Jack Carson 9, Ollie Robinson 10. So Sussex do bat deep.
They'll want 350. I'm sure.
Certainly from where they were, 192 for 2. Here comes Holland bowls, and Price defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Umpire White just going to have a look at Ian Holland's, where he's landing that front foot, doing a bit of scraping, but no more than that.
Pitch isn't... The foothole's obviously dark, but it's not marking up too much, is it? It's plenty of grass on it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit soft.
Holland in again, bowls, and Price again defends down the onside of the trick. And that's another good over, a maiden over from Ian Holland, who's got more than respectable figures. 15 overs, 4 maidens, He's taken 3 for 57. And it has to be said, Richard, the skipper, is leading from the front.
Yeah, he and Green, as you would expect, they are the two main men of the attack of an otherwise very, very raw seam attack. He had Vinder on debut. Sam Wood is just a youngster, really. Rahan Ahmed, round the wicket he goes and bowls to Simpson, who is all care and attention as he leans forward and blocks that one.
How lovely
back down the pitch.
How lovely to watch a leg spinner in action. It's just, I know the conditions don't favour him today, but just lovely to watch.
Bounces in and bowls, slog swept, nicely picked up by Simpson, but unfortunate for... He had Vinder down there, running around the boundary up from sort of long leg towards deep backward square. Seemed to get to the ball, and I think he did.
He did.
But it somehow got through and trickles over the ropes for 4. He examines his right hand ruefully. Was travelling. Rahan in again to John Simpson, who goes back. It again does look to be a little bit of turn back into the left-hander. Punched out into the offside, but only as far as Weatherall at extra cover. Ahmed in, bowls again, a little bit of leg spin as you would hope, but it's sort of from middle towards leg, and Simpson can go back and just tuck it out towards mid wicket and take 1. Moves on to 16.
Important Sussex don't lose a wicket here. I think if Leicestershire go into tea having taken 4 wickets, they'll feel they've fought their way back into the match.
3 overs and 2 balls until tea. Given Rahan will bowl another over after this one. Hopefully it won't be much later than about 5 to 4 when we take it. Ahmed just tosses the ball from hand to hand. In he goes and tosses it right up to Price. It's a full toss that is hit out towards mid-on. En route, almost decapitating John Simpson, who flung himself out of the way and is still down on his knees now. And I'm sure Price will raise a hand in apology. Probably isn't. We just expect Simpson to get out of the way of that one. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Simpson goes back and blocks it out into the offside. I think he was 53 at Gloucestershire as well. So I think he's brought his number with him. I may be wrong.
There we go.
I've seen a bit of him as well, scoring runs and taking wickets.
Nice email in from John Malone down in Bexhill-on-Sea on the Sussex coast. He says, "Hello Adrian and colleagues, it's great to have the cricket back. Even hopefully at home next week the weather will be warmer for you." Well, I think the main thing is, John, we're just pleased to be playing cricket, and it is breezy. We're nice and warm here in the commentary box, and it's just great to be playing, and we haven't had any interruptions so far today, which is great news. If you just joined us here on the BBC, a very good afternoon and welcome to Leicester. Sussex 257 for 5. As in comes the Leicestershire skipper Ian Holland to bowl to John Simpson, who punches that to mid-on, fielded there by Ben Green. There is no run. If you're joining us for the first time today, the story of the day, Leicestershire winning the toss, asking Sussex to bat first on a pitch that's got a hint of green but has played really pretty well. Bit of help for the seamers if you put it in the right place. Sussex lost. Hughes for 19, Haynes for 56. Cold for 28, Leaning for 13, and the innings of the day, Tom Clark for 101. Holland in bowls, taken by Cox outside the off stump, not cleanly, but I think he's just surveying his right hand. There is Ben Cox. He threw his glove to the floor. Let's hope that's not an injury.
That was very wide.
He's just a little uncomfortable. There is the Leicestershire keeper. Oh, he's putting his glove back on. Fine wicket keeper Ben Cox, and took a very good catch to dismiss Tom Clark, standing up to the stumps. Holland again, bowl, Simpson back and steers that one to the sweeper fielder on the cover boundary. One more to Simpson, he goes to 17, and Sussex to 258 for 5. Sussex went to lunch at 154 for 2. They were scoring at just over 5 and over this morning. That Leicestershire have bowled immeasurably better this afternoon, and they've picked up those 3 wickets. 2 slips in place for Price, 3 men saving 1 on the off. As in comes Holland, bowls, and Tom Price is going to pick up his first runs in Sussex colours. And that was not a great delivery for me in Holland. It was veering down the leg side with the keeper standing up, and Price just tucked inside the line and helped the ball on its way down to fine leg for a boundary. And Ian Holland, he's bowled very well. The Leicestershire skipper, he'll know that wasn't a great delivery. Sussex go to 262 for 5. We've got, as Richard was saying, a couple of overs after this to go until tea.
He's into his 16th over, Holland, and we're still not at tea, so he's having to shoulder a hefty burden here.
He's in and bowls, and Price is forward, placed a mid-wicket, no run. Very briefly elsewhere, still no play in Cardiff between the game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. Tea at Southampton, Essex 118 for 3. They've been in and out for rain there. Taunton, Somerset 206 for 4 against the county champions Nottinghamshire. James Rue was in the runs there. My screen has momentarily disappeared as in comes Holland. Bowls, Price plays onto the onside. There is no run, and it is the end of the over. 262 for 5. Price for Simpson on 17. James Rue now out for 64. Tom Abel 78 not out. At Edgbaston, the Surrey revival continues. At one stage 90 for 6. They're now 190 for 6. Tom Law's 80 not out. Off of just 98 balls. Ben Folkes is on 45. You just can't Surrey at your peril, really. Second Division, Derbyshire 213 for 4 against Worcestershire. Durham 240 for 7 against Kent. Middlesex 169 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 217 for 3 against Northamptonshire.
Ahmed is in and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before he's got his man Rahan. It spun back into John Simpson, who leant forward, didn't get any bat on it, hit him sort of halfway up about shin high, to be quite honest. The only question was, had it gone, was it going to go on and hit the stumps? And thought about it for a moment or two. Did umpire golf, but well, height certainly wasn't an issue. Let's have a look at the replay from behind the bowler's arm. Yeah, the spin there for Rahan, I think it's a really good wicket this. And Simpson goes for 17, and Leicestershire have their 4th wicket of the afternoon.
Well, we did say that Sussex couldn't afford to lose another wicket before tea, and that's exactly what they've done. And I think Leicestershire will feel they fought back really well here, Richard. I need to go do a quick update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, but a good fight back here by the Foxes.
Yeah, one more before tea, and I'm not sure they'll feel that, well, let's say back in the game. 262 is still a good score, 262 for 6, but if they can get Sussex out for 300, 310, 290, who knows, they'll feel they've got a chance. They will have got themselves back into the game then, but if Sussex can, and as then they hope they will, with players of the quality of Price and Hudson Prentice now at the crease, both very competent all-rounders, competent batsmen, so just nicely in the balance now. And the glories of championship cricket, games can swing. So lunch score, remember, 154 for 2. Now 262 for 6. So 108 for 4 in the session so far. Hudson Prentice, also right-hander. Ahmed is in with a leg slip and a slip. Just drags that one down a little bit. Hudson Prentice can go back comfortably and play it carefully out towards mid-wicket, where Weatherald is the fielder. Ahmed is in again, a touch short. Again, Hudson Prentice can go back, and he was looking, I think, to turn it leg side. It was a bit straighter than that, and he just ended up poking it rather back towards Rahan, who is in and bowls 2 in. That's a better delivery. Fuller He leans forward, gets more or less to the pitch of it, just steers it out towards backward point where Hill is the fielder. Hill is there for the sort of skewed drive. He's at a deepish gully. He stepped forward to field that one, so there's leg slip, and that deepish gully. In goes Ahmed. Bowls. That one is pushed through and it stays a touch low and it hurries through. Much better, Jack. Leicestershire have picked up 4 wickets in the afternoon session. They have bowled accurately and they have, for the most part, got their rewards. Although Tom Clark, who, as I say, this morning was dropped when he was on just 6 by new signing Jake Weatherald at slip, he did go on to get his 100. He was then dismissed, nicely caught by Ben Cox, the keeper, standing up to Ian Holland for 101. The others to take wickets: James Coles was bowled by Sam Wood off an inside edge for 28. Jack Leaning went leg before wicket to Holland, who's shouldering a large part of the burden of an inexperienced seam attack. He's bowled 16 overs now and he's got 3 for 62. And just a moment ago, Rehan Ahmed has picked up his first wicket of the season. John Simpson palpably leg before, pushing forward the left-hander at Ahmed, a delivery that spun back in. So from 154 for 2 at lunch, Sussex are now 262 for 6. It's still a decent score, Jack, because there's plenty in the pitch for the bowlers, but the Foxes are just beginning to bowl themselves back into this game. A foolish delivery there from Holland is stroked back down the pitch to him by Price. Look entirely comfortable with that one. Holland is in and bowls. Price very careful, head right over the ball as he waited for it and defended it back down the pitch on the onside. Understandably conscious of the approach of T. Two slips now for Holland as he runs in and bowls. Price again, tall right-hander, stands up and plays firmly out into the offside. Tom Scriven is the fielder at extra cover. No run. 9 deliveries until tea for Messrs Price and Hudson Prentice to see out. Oh no, sorry, I'm miscalculating. Just 3 deliveries. This is the last over. In goes Holland, bowls onto the leg stump of Price. Turned though calmly to mid-wicket. I beg your pardon, I thought that the overs numbers are quite small. I'm making excuses here. I thought it was 33.2. It's 32.2 now. Minimum remaining. Apologies, folks. And of course, Leicestershire, with that Simpson wicket, have picked up their second bowling bonus point. Holland, elbows jutting, is in and bowls outside off stump. Played firmly into the ground, bounces to the right of Scriven, but the young all-rounder is alert. Falling to his right makes the stop, and there's no run. Right, 1 ball now until tea. Holland, sun goes behind cloud momentarily, is in, bowled a little bit short, and he can wait for that one, Price, and turn it firmly towards mid-wicket, where Hill is the fielder, and that is T now. And that was another fascinating, really, session of Championship cricket. 154 for 2 off 30 at lunch. Now 262 for 6, so 108 for 4 in a slightly long-ish session, because there were 2 overs short at lunch, an interval of what we should get, so of 34 overs. And I still think Sussex will be, if you'd offered them this sort of total at the start of play, would have been okay with it. But not quite as okay as they would have been, or delighted with proceedings as they would surely have been at lunch, Adrian.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I think that the main reason for that is I think that Leicestershire have bowled immeasurably better in this session. They pitched the ball up. Certainly Clark and Coles initially after lunch had to be very watchful, and in doing so they picked up wickets. Credit to Tom Clark, super knock from him for his 101. But then getting out, and Sussex will need to be careful here. I think you're right. I think if you'd have said to Ollie Robinson, would you take 262 for 6 at tea, he'd have probably bitten your hand off on an opening day of the season. But Sussex from that position will, I think, just be disappointed if they don't get themselves up and around 350.
We will find out in around about 15 minutes time when Adrian and myself will rejoin you. I wonder if we can, I don't know whether Kevin will have time. Kevin Howells from BBC 5 will have time to join us for a few minutes. He's busy updating listeners to Radio 5 and 5 Live and Sports Extras. This has been Sport Extra 2, and we'll be post tea as well when Adrian and I will rejoin you. We're set fair weather-wise, so we should get all the remaining overs. It'll be very interesting to see at which point Sussex are then. But just for now, enjoy your cup of tea and we'll be back with you shortly. Grace Road, the Leicestershire County Ground in Ayleston, city of Leicester. Session 3 on this first day of the County Championship season 2026. The First Division, emphasise First Division match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Sussex about to resume their first innings on 262 for 6. Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators this afternoon, as Rahan Ahmed comes in from the Bennett end and bowls and finds the outside edge of Finn Hudson-Prentice's bat, squirts along the ground towards Lewis Hill, who's sort of deep-ish at gully for the skewed drive. He's there on the catch, really. He wants one in the air. Hudson-Prentice kept it down, but Hill did well to his left. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Back goes Hudson-Prentice and rather flicks at a ball that stays a touch low. He misses it and is taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps. Hudson-Prentice 7 balls faced, yet to score as Ahmed is in. Bowls to him, he goes back, he has scored now, has he? Yes, he has. There was a momentary hesitation there as it looked as though Hill, diving to his right this time, was going to get there and stop it. He couldn't quite, but both Price and Hudson-Prentice hesitated momentarily before seeing it had got through towards the wide third man boundary where the sweeper picks up. Ahmed is in to Price, who drives pleasantly for 4. That was a nice shot.
Sorry, I'd interrupted what you were saying. Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Just over pitched on that occasion from Rahan Ahmed, and Price didn't miss out.
How lovely to see a leg spinner bowling, though. I mean, and the fact that Price can play that shot is because Rahan is giving the ball air, and that's good to see as well. He's obviously not lacking confidence.
First 4 he's conceded. In he goes and bowls. Nice length, nice and straight. Price solidly forward. Plays it back up the pitch to Ahmed, who did pick up a wicket before tea. That of John Simpson, the experienced left-hander, was a leg before wicket. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Back goes Price. The ball doesn't do too much other than skid on slightly and plays it firmly down into the ground. End of the over. But as you say, Adrian, plus the fact that it wasn't a token over or 2 before tea, they've kept him on afterwards because he's bowled well.
And I mean, so much to love about a leg spinner. A, it's just exciting to watch a leg spinner. B, they get through their overs very quickly, which is a blessing after just seam. It gives the batsman something else to think about, and it's just exciting. Bring it on, really. And he has, so well done, Ian Holland. So, who are we going to see? Is this going to be Ben Green? Now, Green has bowled really well here for Leicestershire. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 30. He's sort of been the foil, really. Ian Holland will take the accolades, and rightly so, because he's taken the 3 wickets. But Ben Green, I thought, played his part post-lunch when he kept things really tight against Clark and Coles, and perhaps just enabled Holland just to build a little bit of pressure. It's been very difficult because, with all due respect to Singh, they've almost been a bowler down, haven't they, Leicestershire? Because he can't really, he's bowled 8 no balls and has struggled, which has been disappointing for him. But it's going to be Ben Green who's going to run in from the pavilion end, comes in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who steers that down to third man and picks up a single. Well done to Richard, because he got the tea time cake. He also produced the tea bags and the milk. And is it your kettle as well? Probably.
No, I think it's a club kettle.
Anyway, we managed to get a cup of tea. I can see Kevin Howes next to us is sort of fishing his tea bag out of his cup with a pen. Dear, oh dear. Anyway.
Could be Builder's tea by now, won't it?
Well, yeah, anyway.
I'll have to get a teapot.
In comes Green and bowls to Price, who plays the ball down the ground, and there is no run to mid-wicket. The field, there is just the one slip in place. There's a third man, a point to cover mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, a deep square leg, and a mid-wicket. I think the wind just dropped a tad.
It was quite pleasant walking in front of the pavilion towards the Friends of Grace Road.
Green in again, bowls driven handsomely by Hudson-Prentice, and a very good piece of fielding mid-off by
Yavinda.
Yes, Yavinda, a very good bit of fielding, diving away to his left-hand side. and stopping a potential boundary. You were telling me about the Friends of Grace Road and the money that they raised, Richard. Tell us more.
£23,500 last year.
Wow.
I know that a fair chunk of it went on a new scarifier, which cost 13.5 grand. So presumably some sort of mechanical scarifier, but it must be one super scarifier, that.
Yeah.
And an awful lot on other bits and pieces. I'll tell you about those in a moment.
Holland in, not Holland at all, it's Green in and bowls, and Price plays out into the offside, no run.
Because they, to a certain extent, could specify what it went on. You know, they sort of say, well, what do you need to the club? But there were also one or two items I suspect they had a part in playing, including new club flags. The flags last season were beginning to look definitely ragged. Above us on the pavilion, a nice new Leicestershire flag.
Green in again bowls, Price defends into the offside, and there is no run.
And a new carpet in the meet as well.
Right.
Was so things that don't necessarily cost an absolute fortune. The scarifier, I suppose, does, but the things that make a difference. You know, just the feel of the place. But yeah, huge amount of money, £23,500 they raise, and it's all basically for the benefit of the club. And congratulations and thanks to them.
Green in again bowls, let go outside the off stump, and again Ben Cox doesn't take it cleanly. I think he would have got a rap on the hand a little earlier on, but doesn't cost a buy. End of the over, 2.68 for 6, Price 8, Hudson Prentice 2. There's something just, I can't think of a better word than something so nice about, you know, raising money from cake sales and other bits and pieces, and it goes to providing equipment for the club or carpets. There's so much money sloshing around in sport these days, you know, not least cricket now with the 100 and everything else. And there you got your members, people baking cakes. I just think it's tremendous. They do the same at Worcester, don't they? They've got the ladies' pavilion there, and
they do, and all the cakes are sort of made for free. They're donated, you know.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's so lovely that happens.
Rahan from the Bennett end is in outside off stump. Hudson Prentice goes back and sort of threatens great violence really with the cut, but he had to reach for it a bit, so had to temper it, and in the end settled for one as he steered it out to point. Had another Steve in touch by email. Stephen Roberts. Hello, hi Richard, he says, like the cuckoo's first call, Richard Ray's first commentary heralds the arrival of spring as Ahmed bowls, and Hudson Prentice again don't look entirely convincing as the ball ends up back in the hands of Ahmed, but not entirely sure. He's in again. That's a better shot. Leans forward and pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Welcome back, he says, after a difficult start. It's good to see the Foxes fighting back in this game. Ahmed is in and bowls. Hudson Prentice is forward, just pushing it into the gap between Green, who's at sort of extra cover, and Hill, who's at backward-ish point, and taking one. Hudson Prentice on to 3. Price is 9. 270 for 6. Innings to a certain extent in the balance, but I still feel that Sussex have achieved a lot today. Punched by Price, who's always been a good striker of the ball. I used to think that at Gloucestershire. And good half stop by Ahmed. Saved one. Mid-on and mid-off are both halfway back to the boundary as Ahmed is in. Hudson Prentice is back, playing firmly, but he can't get it past Jake Weatherald, who's at mid-wicket. End of Ahmed's 5th over, 1 for 13. His figures. And Sussex 270 for 6.
They are now playing in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 8 without loss against Yorkshire. At Southampton, Essex 144 for 3 against Hampshire. Somerset 218 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Surrey Revival continues, 199 for 6 against Warwickshire, having been 90 for 6. Tom Laws on 78, Ben Folkes on 56. Remember the Ben Folkes who can't get in the side for England because he can't bat. In comes Green, bowls, clipped away firmly by Price to mid-wicket, and there is no run in the second division. Derbyshire 241 for 4 against Worcestershire. Durham 262 for 7 against Kent. Middlesex 188 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 231 for 3 at Northamptonshire. Green in his 16th over, figures of 1 for 31, including 5 maidens. Just the one slip in place. He's in bowls and forcing Price onto the back foot, plate to mid-off. And there is no run. If you're just joining us here, Leicestershire winning the toss, deciding to ask Sussex to bat first. Sussex off to a flyer. Hughes making 19. Haynes 56. At one stage Sussex 136 for 1. And that was before lunch. But Leicestershire have fought their way back into this game. Comes Green again. That's a full toss and clipped away by Price. He'll be disappointed he didn't make more of that. Straight to mid-wicket, no run. Tom Clark, the innings of the day though, batting at number 3 for Sussex, dropped on 6. Proved an expensive drop. He went on to make 101. Very fine innings indeed. James Cole's 28, Jack Leaning 13 on debut, John Simpson 17. Sussex with Carson, Robinson and Crocombe to come. As in comes Green and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot by Price. He doesn't quite time it, but he picks up a couple of runs through mid-wicket, and he goes into double figures. He goes to 11 and Sussex to 272 for 6, unless the scoreboard has already put those up. No, there we go. It's clipped away through mid-wicket. 3 men saving 1 on the off. 2 on the leg. Keeper Cox standing up to the stumps. And Green is in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery and a play and a miss from Price. Went through to keeper Cox, who in the blink of an eye had whipped off the off bail, just in case Tom Price didn't have his back foot anchored in his crease. Lovely bit of keeping.
And you would say that Green is not slow. He's bowling at late 70s, something like that. And the ball is zipping and moving.
Oh, totally. I mean, it's a real skill. Green in again, bowls, and this time Price tucks inside the line and eases that one away through square leg to pick up his 12th run. And with that, he's going to pinch the strike as well. 273 for 6 here on the opening day of the County Championship season here on the BBC, on Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray were always made very welcome here at Grace Road, and today is no exception, and it's been a good day's county cricket, which we've thoroughly enjoyed. It's ebbed and flowed. The weather has been kind so far. There's some rather heavier cloud way to our right hand side. I think that might be sort of hopefully blown, because in the distance there's lots of high cloud and sort of wispy cloud, so with a bit of luck we may get through a good proportion of the scheduled 96 overs in the day.
Oh, mate, we'll continue from the Bennett end. Drops that one short. For the first time he's dragged it down really, and Price went back and pulled, and he pulled successfully to the boundary for 4. That was rather there to be hit. The first time, arguably, well, first, as I said, dragged down. He did over pitch in the last over, and he just looks a little bit sheepish. He's like a schoolboy, just sort of like hands clasped together momentarily, Rahan there, and he stands still, looks as though he's waiting outside the headmaster's study for a wigging that's coming his way. Well, it got what it deserved, unfortunately, from his point of view. Price on to 16 from 34 deliveries, and seeing that, Ian Holland has decided to give Ahmed a little bit more cover. In fact, there's both a short mid-wicket, shortish, straightish mid-wicket, weatheralled, and a man sort of covering sort of 15 yards behind him as Ahmed is in. Price goes back and pushes out into the offside. Green tumbles as he makes the stop.
Disappointed there, Price, wasn't he? Felt he should have found the gap.
Ahmed is in, bowls to him. He goes back and he's waiting. It skids on a touch, and he just drops the bat on it in inelegant but effective style. Ahmed is in, drops a little bit short. He goes back, tries to smash it away through the offside, but it bounces a bit more than he expects, bounces over the top of the bat and isn't taken cleanly by Ben Cox, so he'll be glad, I suppose, that Price didn't edge it. Ahmed is in, brings Price forward, rather nurdles it back up the pitch wristily to Han Ahmed. Okay, not drifting, but just at the moment. Ahmed goes in, stays a bit low, plays it almost off one foot there. Price back up the pitch, it goes to him. It's just at a stage where, which way is it going to go? Can Leicestershire take another wicket or two quickly and dismiss Sussex for 310, 320, or can Sussex go on to get that 350 that we've sort of mentioned a few times?
Well, I think from 192 for 2, Leicestershire will be thrilled if they can get Sussex all out for around about the 300 mark, and Sussex will be very disappointed. On the other hand, you know, having been put in debate, Sussex will think if they could get around the 300 mark with a good seam attack, that's a decent total. So you're quite right, Richard. But Sussex do bat deep, as I was saying. Everyone bar 2 players in the side have made first-class hundreds. In comes Green over the wicket, bowls and cut nicely away by Hudson Prentice down to third man. They pick up 1, they think about 2, but it was never there. Hudson Prentice goes to 4 and Sussex to 277 for 6. I haven't watched.
Sorry, I was going to say, do you recall who against which county he got his 99?
It was for Derbyshire.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it might have been against us. I know he's got runs for Derbyshire against Leicestershire.
It was either Derbyshire or Nottinghamshire, I think. I'll check it in a minute. In comes Green and bowls, clipped away nicely to mid-wicket, and there is no run. My Playfair annual arrived just in the nick of time.
Finn Hudson Prentice, with best score of 99, was made against Middlesex at Derby in 2019.
There we are. Yeah.
His best bowling was against Leicestershire for Sussex 2 years ago, 5 for 50.
Thank you. Yeah. In comes Green, bowls, and firmly, you probably heard that, goes through backward point. They've picked up 1, they'll think about 2. I thought there should have been 2 there actually, but eventually deciding not to come back for the second run is Hudson Prentice. He goes to 5.
This is a question that is sort of asking for it rather, but
Price,
what do you call a man anybody who comes from Sussex, so a Yorkshireman or what have you, a Sussex?
What a great question.
Is there a specific name?
Well, somebody might know. In comes Green, bowls, and he's dropped. Well, it was a tough. It was looking to cut that one away. Was Finn Hudson Prentice? It's flown over slip. Is that?
It's Patel.
Oh right, okay. Let's just see this one again, because I think he got a hand to it, Richard.
It was travelling.
It was going very fast.
Above his head, and he'd sort of knocked it up.
Let's just see this again. It was wide outside the off stump. Well, not that wide. Well, it did go quickly, didn't it?
But he got 2 hands to it. It wasn't far above his head. It wasn't a sort of reaching one.
So dropped on 5. Green in again, bowls, and Price plays firmly to mid-wicket. There is no run. What was the score? It was 279 for 6 when the chance went down.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is the answer?
Sussexonian. It doesn't
no.
Maybe just Sussex man / woman, I would imagine.
Green, as the wind gets up again. I thought the wind had dropped a little, but it seems to be picked up again. In and bowls, and Price steers that into the offside, and there is no run. So they have another good accurate over from Green. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 37, 280 for 6. Sussex. Price on 17, Hudson Prentice on 5. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC.
Hasn't had much luck.
And
today,
our friend Kevin Howells, who's sitting next door, said there isn't one. According to I don't know, ChatGPT or wherever he's getting his information from. A Sussex person. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC on Sports Extra, opening day of the county championship season, and we've got a leg spinner in action. How wonderful.
Ahmed is in bowls, a touch short, and Hudson Prentice. I asked the question because Hudson Prentice is, of course, from Sussex.
He is.
Haywards Heath man.
Yes.
It's cut away to the sweeper for one on the offside.
A lot of Sussex players show as being born in Haywards Heath, which is, I think, where the maternity hospital is.
Okay.
So I'm not saying he wasn't from Haywards Heath.
Short, pulled, and well, he
Is that a
got
chance?
away with it. No, I think it was just short of. I don't think it was too far short of. I'd have to look at the replay of Jake Weatherald at that short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket. But man, that was travelling as well. In goes Ahmed and bowls. That's a beauty, and it drew Price forward. It bounced past his outside edge. Cox whipped off the bails, but the back foot of Price was anchored. Did rather prod at it. It was a bit wider than I thought. As I said, we aren't at the ideal angle, and sometimes have to see the replay, which the streaming guys kindly show us. In goes Ahmed and bowls, and Price goes back and defends out into the offside, and there is no run. But he went to school in Cuckfield, which is West Sussex, so he is clearly a
from that area.
Sussex man. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Price nicely off the back foot, plays it firmly past Green, and the covers out to the sweeper on the offside. Cuckfield, West Sussex, and he went to Bede's Senior School in East Sussex in Hailsham. And his first cricket club was in Burgess Hill, St Andrews,
near Haywards Heath.
In goes Ahmed,
Well,
bowls,
not far
and
from
played
Haywards Heath.
straight off the back foot, back up the pitch to him by Finn Hudson Prentice. He remains on 6 off 16. Price has 18 off 47. Sussex just ticking over nicely post tea. 282 for 6. They've added 20 without loss in the session so far.
Yeah, and Sussex will be pleased having lost John Simpson just before the break. I mean, you consider both of these two to be all-rounders and handy players to be coming in at 7 and 8, and then Jack Carson to follow at number 9. We've got a change of bowling, and I think we're going to see Sam Wood
We are.
into the attack from the pavilion end of the ground. We're starting to sort of think now about new ball and things. I mean, it's another 9 overs away, but I wonder if that's, Ian Holland at the back of his mind will be maybe thinking a little about that.
Yep, that's a valid point for sure.
And those lighter skies and the higher cloud is definitely drifting in this direction with a bit of luck. We're going to get a good part of the overs in, I think.
I think we'll get them all in.
Sam Wood, tall man, runs away from us, comes in and bowls, well pitched up, drills back down the ground. A good stop off his own bowling. He doesn't take the ball cleanly, but he did enough to prevent any runs being scored.
What has surprised and delighted me is the fact that the light has stayed. It's got better throughout the day.
Yes, it has.
And we're now glorious sunshine.
Just the one slip in place, a third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square and a sweeper on the cover boundary that I hadn't spotted. As in comes Wood again, bowls, and forward comes Price, who, first time of watching Tom Price, he looks a very competent number 7, as indeed you would expect. One of 2 signings who came from Gloucestershire at the end of last season, the other being Dom Goodman, who's the quick bowler, who's missed out. My understanding he's got some sort of a rib injury.
Very tall young man, isn't he?
Yes.
I remember him.
In comes Wood again. And aborts his run up halfway through, maybe a gust of wind or whatever. Umpire signals no ball. Amazing, actually, the amount of quick bowlers you sort of train all winter, don't you? And a couple of warm-up games, and it seems to be quite often someone gets a side strain or a niggle, and quick bowlers having done all that hard work. Those long winter months when you're just spending hours and hours in the gym.
In the nets, and yes, I was talking to Lloyd about that. The physio this morning says how different it is once they get outside. Well, he's got a problem here. That's twice now.
Twice, yeah.
Doesn't look to be.
No. It must be very difficult, for coaching staff to keep the, okay, these are professional cricketers. I do understand that, and you need to practice. But a net is a net, isn't it? When you're in an indoor school, perhaps day after day, and fitness and gym work. I know it's all part of the routine, but it must be difficult to keep it interesting and varied. In comes Wood, bowls and defends. Does Price down the offside of the track? There is no run. I'd imagine they have various fielding routines and games and things they do to keep the play. But you know, most county cricketers are, if you're not going away somewhere, you're back in training in November.
You see lots of videos of them playing football and things like that on freezing mornings, wrapped up to the eyeballs. And of course, as you say, a lot of them go away. You know, many of the senior players spend their winters down under.
Wood in again, bowls well pitched up and drilled down to mid-on by Price, and there is no run.
Mentioned Ian Holland, captains a club side in Melbourne over the winter, the English winter.
Very nice too.
Spent a month in America over last year, playing in a tournament for the US of A.
Wood again. Tall man runs away from us over the wicket in and bowls, and good delivery, well pitched up, and Price plays it with due respect to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yes, all of a sudden they feel like containing overs, don't they? Pre-new ball.
Yeah,
don't go for too many.
Totally. I think Ian Holland will be very pleased with the way that Leicestershire have fought back in the game. Just a quick whiz around the other games in a moment. Surrey now 210 for 6, Ben Folkes 63, Tom Laws 82 at Edgbaston. In comes Wood, bowls, clipped away by Price down towards fine leg, almost deep backwards square leg. Picks up a single, does Price, and pinches the strike, does he? Yes, he does. At the end of the over, he goes to 19. Sussex 283 for 6 here on 5 Sports Extra 2 or 3, I forget which one we're on. 2, thank you, Richard. 283 for 6. Very briefly elsewhere, just keeping everybody right up to date with events. Glamorgan 16 without loss, rain affected in Cardiff today. Essex 158 for 3 at Southampton against Hampshire. Somerset 226 for 4 against Nottinghamshire at Taunton. Tom Abel 82 not out. James Rue making 64. And we've already said Surrey 210 for 6.
Ahmed to continue is in. Bowls to Tom Price, who is forward, defending out into the offside. Ahmed himself picks up. Does whiz through his overs at a pleasingly fast rate. Rahan. In he goes and bowls. Price looks to drive and he manages to get it past green into the gap with sufficient force to beat the sweeper out there. The outfield here is always quick. The grass, though it's filled in a little bit, is quite short, and even today on the first day of the season with the amount of rain we've had, it is still hard to cut the ball off unless you're in the right position. It is fast, one of the fastest in the country, the outfield. Ahmed is in. Price, having got his 4, is content to lean forward and block the delivery out to Green, who has, as we've been saying, has bowled well without much luck. And if he's just been given a breather before the new ball, we'll be hoping for better fortune with the new cherry. In goes Ahmed, bowls, and it's a touch short, and Price can go back and punch it away, starting, whisper it, Sussex supporters, to play with a lot more fluency now, Price, and looking like the player we know he is. He's moved on to 24 from 57 deliveries. Hudson Prentice still sort of feeling his way into his innings to a certain extent. He's on 6 of 16. Waits. Ahmed is in. Bowls outside off stump, a conventional leg spinner that, if anything, just moves away a touch, but from outside off stump, so a very safe leave. Maybe picking him, Hudson Prentice. He hasn't got a massive googly. Rahan, in he goes and bowls, a nice delivery that is stroked back to him by Hudson Prentice. He does have the googly and the ball that sort of skids on, but oh, hang on, what are the umpires? Oh, umpire White thought that was it, but he's been sent back by umpire Golf.
I think he missed the no ball.
There's one to come. Yeah. Rahan is in and forward goes. I may have missed it as well, actually. I didn't realise there'd been a no ball in the middle of that. Back up the pitch goes the ball. That is the end of the over, the 73rd of the Sussex first innings. And it's been good for the visitors post tea, because Price and Hudson Prentice have rebuilt really. 4 wickets lost in the afternoon session, none at all in the afternoon, in the evening so far, and they've added almost 30 runs and approaching that second batting bonus point. And almost you'd say, if you get 300 after being put in on a sporty pitch, you've done a good job. And they're going to pass 300 with power to add.
In comes Samwood, racing in from the pavilion end. Bowls pulled away by Price to mid-wicket. If the ball hits the stumps, that could be close, but in the end, it was a slightly miscued shot by Tom Price, nonetheless fielded at mid-wicket. And they go through for a single. Price goes to 25, 291 for 6. Just the one slip in place now. The new ball is, Richard was saying, 6 overs away after this one. Just the one slip in place. 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Wood is in, bowls, and that's a poor shot by Hudson Prentice. He'd be annoyed with himself. It was wide outside the off stump, and look, this was some way away from his body. Let's just see this delivery again.
Almost gave it away.
He did. Just see this delivery. Yeah, little foot movement there, was there?
I kind of don't blame. I mean, these are overs which you would hope to get a few runs in.
Yes.
The last overs of the old ball, so to speak, against a tiring attack.
Wood bowls again, and that's a better shot by Hudson Prentice, easing that one down towards deep mid-wicket, and picks up a single. Does Hudson Prentice. Looks like Ian Holland is going through a bit of a warm-up routine down there. The skipper, I'm sure we're going to see him with the new ball. I would imagine probably with Ben Green, do you think? I mean, those two have been the principal wicket takers, and they've certainly looked the most dangerous. And
Problem is, who are the alternatives really in the side at the moment?
Wood comes in, bowls again to Price, who eases that one away through mid-wicket and picks up another single. This is good, sensible batting by these two, picking up the ones. 292 for 6.
Yeah, we have Wood bowling at the moment. The only other two seamers are Yavinder, who's struggled on debut, understandably, but he has struggled.
Yes.
And Tom Scriven, who hasn't bowled as well as he can really, Tom. And then you just have Holland and Green.
Wood in again, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that's going to run away for at least a couple. It may go all the way for 4, actually. It's going to be pulled up inside the boundary. It's a long boundary down there towards fine leg. Let's see what the umpire's signal is. They are indeed leg byes. So let's go to 295 for 6, and within sight now of their second batting bonus point.
Might give Rishi Patel, who bowls off spin, an over or two before the new ball, just to use them up, but I'd be surprised.
That was a no ball, actually. Wood is in and played away through point. That's going to be more runs. That could go for 4. No, another good bit of fielding out on the backward point boundary. 2 more to Hudson Prentice. He goes to 9. Sam Wood is just signalling he wants something brought out, or is he coming off?
He's coming off, so
Let's hope he's not got an injury.
12 overs, 1 for 42.
I think he's bowled okay. I mean, he's picked up a wicket. He's toiled away, but he's perhaps had to bowl a little more than Holland would have wanted, or. Well, he's coming off. Who's coming on? So Weatherald had obviously gone off. So there's obviously a 12th man out there somewhere.
Sol's out there. So I did see Sol Budinger going out early. I would think he'd be spelling most of the players at various stages post. It's cold out there.
Wood looks okay. Wood looks okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with him physically, but I don't think he's been as penetrative as well. Obviously, Leicestershire would have loved him to pick up a handful of wickets, but anyway, Ahmed is in, bowls, brings Price forward, just nibbles it, nurdles it around the corner off a thickish inside edge. He's going to pick up 3, I would think, if not 4. No, it is cut off by Tom Scriven. Had a long way to run round there. Scriven from sort of backward square to, well, fine leg really, not even long leg. But that brings up the Sussex 300, and that is a a great effort of which they can be very proud, having been put in on a seaming pitch on the first day of the season. Ahmed is in. His arm's coming over very quickly, outside off stump,
Yes.
and chopped away, but only as far as Budinger had extra cover. But he's not giving it the air he was. He started really nicely. Rahanu is in. That's a better line and length on off stump, and forward went Hudson Prentice, just poking it out, and Budinger moves to his left, sunglasses perched atop his green Leicestershire cap. His peroxide blonde hair, and I use the word peroxide advisedly, it is punched in the air out towards mid-off off the back foot that time by Hudson Prentice. Bounced well short of green at mid-off, but it was in the air for quite a long time. But it's quite a decent haircut by Sol's standards. In goes Ahmed and bowls, and Budinger makes the stop. It was a painful one. It was hit quite hard and it bounced quite awkwardly, but he made the stop successfully at extra cover. 300 for 6, Sussex. Ahmed is in. Good line, good length, a little bit of air to it. Hudson Prentice, respectful, props forward and pushes the ball out into the offside. And there is no run. He remains on 9. Tom Price, as I say, batting increasingly fluently, has moved on to 29. And we now have, 21 overs left to be bowled today. The run rate's down at 4s now, but that is still a very good run rate. Even if it's 3s, that's Sussex a 360, 370 at the close. Do you think that maybe like a little pop at Leicestershire before the close? They wouldn't mind 4 or 5 overs, perhaps.
Well,
not that they'll declare anything like it, but
no. Well, I think I'll be very pleased, Sussex, with the way that and I think I'll be very pleased with this particular partnership, because you just wondered 262 for 6. Leicestershire with their tails up, that could easily become 310 all out. So these two have batted very sensibly. Tom Price on debut, very competent so far, 29. We've got to change of bowling, and it is Singh back into the attack.
It is Yadvinder, yeah.
Yeah, Yadvinder Singh back into the attack from this pavilion end. And then,
can he turn his day around?
You never know. He's had a difficult time, Yavinder Singh. He's in his 7th over, figures of 0 for 46, I think that says on the scoreboard up there.
It does, yes.
And he's bowled 8 no balls as well. Singh is in bowls and driven by Price. Not where he intended it to go at all, but he's picked up 4 runs. And well, when it's not your day,
That's
it's
how
not
it
your
goes,
day.
when
Absolutely.
things are not going for you.
He's edged that down to third. There's no slip in place, so they've gone right on the defensive here of Leicestershire. And he's conceded 4 runs, and I'm sure that Ian Holden probably came up to Yadvinder there and said, "Bad luck, mate," because Price was going to drive that one away through the covers. Singh is in again. Bowls, and Price this time plays very confidently with a high left elbow, punches that down the ground to Holland, and there is no run. So sort of early signs here that Tom Price looks a good acquisition for Sussex. He's looked very,
for sure.
He's looked very solid.
A good cricketer.
Yeah.
Very good cricketer.
I'm not sure if he came from. He's from Oxfordshire. I'm not sure whether he went to the same school as James Coles, but I think there's certainly
Magdalen College School.
In comes Singh bowls, driven time to mid-off. There is no run.
I can tell you which school Coles went to.
I think they certainly know each other, or know of each other, coming through Oxfordshire.
They did. They went to the same school, Magdalen College School, Oxford.
Right. So the field is fairly well spread as Singh is in, bowls, and forward comes Price, and just eases that down to third man. Picks up another single. He goes to 34, 305 for 6. Here on 5 Sports Extra 2. Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from, wherever you're joining us from. We weren't expecting it to be quite the weather we've had today. We thought it'd be breezy, but we thought we might get some rain, and apart from a couple of drops just after lunch, we've had a full day's cricket, which has been wonderful on this opening day of the season. Singh is in, bowls, and Hudson Prentice steers that to backward point, and there is no run. That is the end of Yavinder Singh's 7th over, 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 51. It hasn't been his day. Sussex 305 for 6, having been asked to bat here first thing this morning. Hughes 19, Haynes 56, Coles 28, Leaning 13, Clark the innings of the day. He made 101. John Simpson 17. But now Tom Price on debut on 34. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on 9. 3 wickets for Ian Holland, who's been very much the pick of the Leicestershire bowling, together with Ben Green, who's picked up a wicket. But the new ball just around the corner, and that could be very important for Leicestershire.
Rahan to continue is in. Nice straight delivery. Draws Tom Price forward. In defence, pushing it out towards that short straight mid-wicket, who's weather-oiled, wondering perhaps whether he'll bat today. Ahmed tosses that one up, invites the drive, and it receives the drive. It beats the dive of Budinger at short extra. No chance for Green running across from wideish mid-off to cut it off. And Tom Price picks up 4. He moves on to 38. Sussex on to 309 for 6.
Surrey have lost another wicket at Edgbaston. Tom Law's out for 83. Surrey now 225 for 7. Ben Folkes 75 not out. Some recovery that from Surrey, who were 90 for 6 at one stage.
Ahmed is in. What happened there? Did it?
I thought he
was
nearly
the
played it
googly
on.
That just bounced a bit. He was certainly deceived there, Tom Price, and the ball ended up at the feet of Ben Cox behind the stumps. There's a little bit there for the spinner, who is in and bowls. That's a little bit too short. It's the leg spinner as well, so he can go back and cut fine enough to beat the man on the cover boundary and pick up 4 more. Brings up the 50 partnership between Tom Price and Finn Hudson-Prentice. Price has scored nearly all the runs, 38 of them. Hudson-Prentice just 9 of them. But it's the partnership that counts, as in goes Ahmed, and it's driven back to him on the bounce by Tom Price, who, with that 4 off the preceding delivery, has moved on to 42. Ahmed in, bowls, Price is forward, is nibbling it into the gap, just wide enough for Budinger to take one. An entirely deliberate steal of the strike, or retention of the strike, by Tom Price, who looks much the more fluent of the 2 bats at the moment. But as I say, Hudson-Prentice has been there, has stayed there. 9 runs in the partnership of 50, but it's the partnership.
It certainly is. Just around some of the other games, Somerset 243 for 4 at Taunton against the county champions Nottinghamshire, and Tom Abel closing in on a century. He's 95 not out. A good day's cricket down at Taunton, as in comes Singh to bowl. Hudson-Prentice hits on the pad, he's given out, and the wicket goes down, and it's Tom Price who's gone for 43. Now that did keep a little low. Price was looking to knock that one away through the onside. He's been trapped in front. That did keep low, but nonetheless
Seemed back as well.
Singh picks up a wicket. And whilst from a Sussex perspective, I don't like to see Sussex losing a wicket, you have to say to Singh, he hasn't had the best of days, but you said he wanted to pick up a wicket, and that's a bit of a bonus really for Leicestershire, with the new ball just around the corner, to pick up the wicket of Tom Price.
Massive bonus. It hit him knee roll, and it did stay low, but it seemed quite a long way. It really did jag. So again, although Sussex will be hugely disappointed, and Tom Price particularly so on debut, will have been hoping to go past at least his half century, there is real hope for the Sussex seamers in the knowledge that there is plenty in this track, and if they get a few overs tonight and maybe tomorrow, the ball's still nice and new, they can hope to make early inroads. Jack Carson coming out to replace Tom Price.
Yeah, it's good to see Jack. I spoke to him at the press day. He's the new Sussex one-day captain.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And I was asking how he spent his winter. He has spent his winters away from the UK, but he said he spent this winter in the UK, a bit of time in the gym. He had a bit of a finger problem last year, Jack, but he's got that all healed up, and he was in good spirits. And I asked him what he gets up to in the winter. He said he's got a love of snooker. So
It's on all the time, isn't it? You
Yeah.
can't switch the telly. It's on at the moment, isn't it?
yeah, so he's enjoying the old game of snooker. Is Jack Carson?
Oh, playing rather than watching then.
Yeah, playing. Yeah,
Okay.
made his maiden first-class 100 last season, and certainly considers himself as an all-rounder, coming here at number 9 for Sussex. Elsewhere, Glamorgan 20 for 2 against Yorkshire in Cardiff. Delayed start there. Essex 180 for 3 against Hampshire. Very good county cricketer Matt Critchley in the runs. I do like Critchley. 64 not out. Formerly of Derbyshire. Another.
Gives the ball a frightful biff, doesn't he?
He does,
Big
yeah.
man.
And you'd imagine he's someone else who ought to be knocking on the door. Anyway, in comes Singh, who will have his tail up. Comes in and bowls to Carson, who defends the ball of good length, punches it down the ground, and there is no run.
You're right, that was a huge bonus off in the start of the 78th over
Yes. Well,
for Leicestershire.
Sussex will be desperate here, having got to this, but they'll want to get to a third batting bonus point. 3:14 for 7. As Singh is in, bowls to Carson, who defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. But the new ball now is tantalisingly close for Leicestershire, just 2 overs after this one. I wonder if that prompts a change in Ian Holland's mind. Does he think, well, I'd give him a couple of overs with the new ball? But he didn't bowl well with the new ball, did he?
I thought you meant whether they'd take it or not. I think they'll definitely
Oh, they'll
take
definitely
it.
take it. Oh, for sure. Singh is in, bowls. Carson defends onto the outside. I just wondered whether they really trust Singh with it. Oh, another no ball. Well spotted, Richard. I think that's his 9th.
Yeah. That's
There's 18 runs. That's
it's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. And that's possibly why Ian Holland might think, I'm glad you've got a wicket, but actually, you can't afford to waste a new ball. Not against the tail. Well, not any time, but not against the tail. Singh is in, bowls. Oh, Carson, that wasn't a great shot, was it? He would have cut that one away through backward point. The ball whistled through into the gloves of Cox. And there is no run. I'm just going to repeat performance. Let's just see this again. Yeah, it was. I think it was there to be hit. Didn't quite get in the right position. Did Jack Carson? He's waiting again as Singh is on his way from the pavilion end. Bowls to Carson, who defends solidly out into the offside, and there is no run and wanders away towards square leg. There's a slip in place. A third man, backward point, cover mid off. There's a mid wicket. A sweeper on the cover. I keep missing the sweeper on the cover boundary. He's sort of, when we look at my commentary box, he's slightly round the corner. A rather chilly photographer's out on the outfield, taking photographs with a long lens. The Singh is in again. Bowls and Carson drives sweetly down the ground. Lovely shot by Jack Carson, and very nearly an excellent piece of fielding. They're going to pick up a single, though. It was a slight misfield by Ian Holland, but that would be to be a little unkind, because he did very well to get across quickly and prevent that going for 4. So end of the over, and a wicket for Singh, who has now bowled 8 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 54, and he will feel a whole pile better about life having picked up that wicket. 3:17 for 7. We have got just 2 more overs to go until a new ball will be available.
He'll feel at least he's made some sort of positive contribution.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the Leicestershire club photographer, John Mallet, of long standing. My companion on the road, many occasions, at every game.
Right. Do you travel
In the
together
Championship.
sometimes? or-
No, not really. But obviously we see each other at every ground.
Yes.
Usually he's with his missus.
Right.
Bless her. In goes Ahmed and bowls super delivery and beats Carson on the outside edge. Cox, as keepers tend to do, automatically takes the bails off, but Carson was in his crease, or at least his back foot was. Ahmed is in and bowls turned off the back foot by Carson out towards just in front of square. Because the square leg is back on the boundary, more or less, Scriven, there's a single to be had. He's off the mark. No, he's not here. That's his second run. Beg his pardon. In goes Ahmed, bowls, played firmly back to him on the front foot by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Oh, and that's a decent... No, it isn't a decent shout for leg before. Well, it was a decent shout, but it's turned down. It was a attempted paddle around the corner. Paddle sweep, really, from outside off stump by Carson. Clearly got outside the line, I would think. Yes, he did. Outside the line of off stump, and it wasn't the googly. In goes Ahmed Bowles, and Hudson Prentice pushes into the gap in the covers and takes one. Charlie from Leicestershire County Cricket Club points out that that was Holland has taken his 150th first-class wicket today. Short of a length, and again on the back foot, Carson can just play it firmly into that gap between cover and backward point 4-1. Feels like he's taken more. But it was his 150th first class. I have to check how many first class games in Holland has played. Didn't actually possibly play as many as you would think before he arrived here. For Hampshire.
Yes.
He wasn't always an automatic selection.
No, he wasn't.
By any stretch. 320 for 7 at the end of the 79th.
Just a good, solid county cricketer, isn't he? You know, someone you know exactly what you're going to get. And skipper here at Leicestershire. Another wicket has gone down at Cardiff. Glamorgan down 21 for 3. If Asa Tribe is playing in that game properly, I'd imagine. Let's have a little look. In comes Singh Bowles, clipped away by Carson to mid wicket, and there is no run. Well, the new ball will be available after this over. Yes, Asa Tribe made 11. Yeah, I think there's no question that Ian Holland will take the new ball. It's just a case of who actually takes it. Singh again, bustling in from the pavilion end over the wicket. Bowls, and Carson plays firmly into the offside. Good stop in the covers by... Is that Rishi Patel?
It's
Eskenazi, I'm sorry. I didn't see his number, so that was a bad spot. Oh, there we are, number 28. And there is no run. Carson and Hudson Prentice have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. 321 for 7 here on Sports Extra 2. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray on the opening day of the County Championship season. As Singing again, Bowles, and forward comes Hudson Prentice, plays down the ground, and there is no run. The clouds are slightly gathering, aren't they? There's some milky sunshine, but there's some lighter cloud in the distance at the far end of the ground. I should have said, Richard, what that far end of the ground is called? The
Bennett End.
Bennett End, thank you. Sing again, Bowles, and defends. Just another no ball. I think that brings up the round figures.
He's into double figures now.
Yeah. So it's 20 extra runs Sussex have got courtesy of no balls. He's had a tough day. There's Harinder Singh.
Yaddy, as apparently Leicestershire are calling him.
Right. He's in again, Bowles, and played by Hudson Prentice, deflected down to fine leg and picks up a single. One more to the total, which goes to 324 for 7. People tend to join our cricket commentaries all the time, so at the risk of sounding like a bore to those of you who have been listening for some time, Sussex being asked to bat this morning, having lost the toss. Sing in again, Bowles, and well, he's going to get 4 runs here. He's not going to get a single. I thought he was going to run away for 4 runs to Jack Carson, but he certainly didn't intend that to go there. Down to third man. Carson goes to 5. Sussex 325 for 7. Innings of the day, 101 from Tom Clark, including 4 sixes.
It's suddenly beginning to look a bit more threatening out there.
No, it is. I agree. There's some heavier cloud drifting towards us as in comes Singh and Bowles, and Hudson Prentice drives without timing into the offside, and there is no run. So that is the end of the over. That's the end of the 80th over. A new ball is available, and I can just see Ian Holland just patting Singh on the back there and saying, well bowled, but I'm not going to entrust you with the new ball. And that's not to be disrespectful in any way, but figures of 9 overs, 1 for 59 with 10 new balls. I think Ian Holland probably thinks that either he and Ben Green, or possibly Scriven, or maybe even Wood might take the new ball. We shall see. But the new ball is available. No, they're not going to. I'm sure
Yes, they have. No, Solbodinger came running down and he's got it.
Picked up the ball.
Yeah. They've rolled the old ball into the long weeds.
Just looking at some of the other scores, and I did have a bee in my bonnet during the Ashes, and I think you picked your best wicket keeper, and I kept saying, why have they not playing Ben Foakes? Why has he not gone on the tour? Well, people said he can't bat, but he's 80 not out for Surrey today, and we all know he can bat.
He batted fine for England.
Well, of course
on
he
the
did.
times that he's played for them, so
Yeah,
it's all a bit.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, it didn't work.
No, it didn't work.
We all know that. So 3-2-5 for 7.
And that's
New
not with
ball.
hindsight either. That's, you know, I think we all thought that. Anyway,
16 overs remain today, weather permitting, and although we've been optimistic in that respect, it is looking, as I say, a little bit as though we might get a little shower before the close, but you never know, fingers crossed. So the new ball is in the hands of Leicestershire skipper Ian Holland, who has already bowled 17 overs with the so getting on for a quarter of the overs with the older ball, and Ben Green is warming up, as you said, so Leicestershire trying to finish strong with their two main men. Holland is in from the Bennett end and bowls a shocker down the leg side that well, did it flick the pad? Is there going to be a signal from umpire? Goffro is buys. That's the signal, because Cox flung himself to his left, did get something on it. I wasn't sure whether it was so far down the leg side it was going to be signal wide, and managed to, well, save 3 really, Ben Cox, on that occasion, because he deflected it down towards Solbodinger at long leg.
keepers hate conceding buys. I feel a bit sorry for...
I think that's the first as well. I'll just check that. It was a shocker from Holland, who is in and bowls much straighter, walking into the defensive turn of the wrists. Is Hudson Prentice pushing it out towards mid-wicket. There is a mid-wicket, so no run. Green continues to warm up. Probably need it now. It's gone markedly colder under the dark cloud.
Yep, it has. We'd have taken, if someone said you get 80 overs today, we'd have taken that, Richard.
Oh, for sure. In goes Holland and bowls. Again, very straight. Again, meets a very straight bat from Hudson Prentice. Does go up the pitch on the on side, but doesn't sort of turn his wrists on it as he did the previous delivery. 3-2-6 for 7 off 80 is when you've been put in on a good pitch, keep banging on about the same point, is a very, very pleasing score, and I'm sure whoever you speak to will say as much. In goes Holland, bowls and beats the outside edge as Hudson Prentice, walking forward, indicates with his right hand that one moved a lot. It did swing away. Strained him up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to say that Sussex will be very, very pleased to be in this position. I mean, if they lose a couple of 3 wickets now to have got over 300, they'll be very pleased.
Holland in, bowls Fuller this time, and a nice sound of ball off bat as it's clipped out of the middle by Hudson Prentice, but he's picked out mid-on. He'll be a little bit frustrated about that, a few yards either side, and he would have picked up 4 for that nicely timed shot. He remains on 11.
But starting the season on -12, Sussex will know that they'll want to pick up as many bonus points as they can along the way.
Holland in, bowls, and that one he does clip off his toes out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Lewis Hill's pursuit always looked as though it was going to be in vain, and I wouldn't say it was half-hearted on Hilly's part, but I think he knew he wasn't going to get there from the moment it left the bat. So Holland threw his eyes up to the heavens. It wasn't a great first over with the new ball. 18 overs, 3 for 66 for him. And Hudson Prentice, having lost Tom Price, who was, as I say, beginning to play very nicely on 43, is beginning now to accelerate himself. He's on 15. Jack Carson has 5, and Sussex 330 for 7.
Yes, absolutely. These These are important runs now for Sussex. Now, unsurprisingly, Ben Green is going to take the new ball from the pavilion end. The light is just starting to fade a little bit, and that heavier cloud is just starting to... I think the sun is trying to poke through. But Green, who's bowled well throughout, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 37, has got the new ball in hand, which he didn't have at the start of the match, but he's coming in now to bowl to Harsey. Sits on the pad, there's a loud bird, he's gone. So first ball with the new ball, and Ben Green picks up a wicket, and Jack Carson, playing slightly across the line, is LBW. He's gone for 5. And well, we have to say Ian Holland, who chose Ben Green to take the new ball, he's picked up a wicket. That's his second wicket of the innings, and Jack Carson is gone for 5.
Yeah, not a shot he'll look back on with much pleasure, I don't think, there, Jack Carson. It might just have swung a little bit late, but Green has been bowling out swingers, and Carson hit very low down, palpably in front.
Yes, he was. There was no real doubt in the umpire's mind. Well, you were saying you thought 350 would be a fair... I still think this is a good score, and Sussex have got the runs on the board. It's just a bit of me.
350 I think is a great score. I think 330 is a very good score.
I just wonder whether from 192 for 2 they might just feel they've just left a few out there, but yeah, maybe that's being a little picky.
I think it's a difficult pitch, certainly for the new batsman coming in, and I think it says much about the efforts of the top order, really. Yes, Haynes rode his luck to a certain extent, but he was very positive in his half century, and Clark was outstanding. And they got good support from those around them. Well, useful contributions, partnerships were built.
Yes.
That price 43. They have consolidated to a certain extent, and I think they can be very, very pleased with their efforts.
Well, Ollie Robinson comes out. Paul Farbrace has just done a tour of the ground. Farbrace has got the shorts on. I think you should put some long trousers on, Paul. It looks cold down there. He's made of stern stuff, isn't he? But Ollie Robinson, his first knock for Sussex as skipper of the side. Well, he's a far better batsman, Ollie Robinson, than he's been showing in recent seasons. But, you know, in this situation, the responsibility of the skipper to steer the side towards a batting bonus point.
Well, you've got somebody going quite well at the other end in Hudson
Indeed.
Prentice.
Here comes Ben Green. Over the wicket bowls, and Robinson clips that nicely away. Back to the square on the leg side, and picks up a single off the first ball that he receives. 331 for 8.
Obviously we haven't seen him bowl yet, from Leicestershire's point of view. I haven't seen any of Sussex pre-season or anything like that, but and it's not meant rudely to say that this is the sort of leanest I've seen Ollie Robinson. I think.
No, I would agree. I saw him on press day. I would say exactly the same. Green in bowls, wide of the off stump, let go by Hudson Prentice through to keeper Cox, and there is no run.
It sounds very rude and personal to say something like that, but it was an issue for him in terms of being picked for England.
Yeah.
You can sort of euphemistically say fitness, can't you? But it was about what he was carrying a little bit to a certain extent. He didn't look to me to have too many problems with fitness in terms of his running in and everything like that, but it was just almost the look of the thing.
Green in and bowls. Hudson Prentice forward, plays that down through the vacant gully region, picks up a single. He goes to 16, Sussex to 332 for 8. I think the problem, you know, in Test match cricket, you've got to come back for a second and third spell, and it's hard work. But you know, as I say, he was very honest at the media day and said, you know, he said, I haven't done enough. He was in sort of direct contrast to some of the others who have been very critical of the regime. His view was, I haven't done enough to get in the side. But he still thinks he's got something to give, and I'm sure he does, as in comes Green and bowls, and Robinson just clips that nicely in front of square, just in front of square, picks up his second run. He's Sussex to 333 for 8. 32 years of age now, Ollie, so, you know, he's still got years ahead of him.
Surprising fact about Ollie Robinson, according to him, is that he has a stamp collection.
Oh, that's interesting. Ollie Robinson
Is it
doesn't.
though? Is it?
Well, he comes green and bowls, and Hudson Prentice is going to get more runs here. He's worked this down to third man and picks up a single.
Of course, in our generation, Adrian, every boy had a stamp collection.
Yes,
there was nothing much else to collect, was
Yes,
there really? But
I never did, but my
Panini came
brother,
along.
my brother did. My brother had a stamp collection.
Panini came along with their football stickers.
Yeah. 3:34 for 8 at the end of the over. Robinson on 2, Hudson Prentice on 17. What have we got? Potentially another 14 overs to be bowled tonight. I mean, I suspect we may get the lights on, Richard, do you think?
Possibly. I think my first collection was those little footballers' heads, busts really, for the 1970 World Cup.
Oh, crumbs,
you
yeah.
could get from,
from Esso. Yeah.
Esso petrol stations.
Yeah, Dad, you've got to fill up at Esso.
Yeah, it worked, didn't it? Holland is in and bowls, and rather flamboyantly with a lift of the back leg. He's clipped away to deep mid-wicket. Lewis Hill scampers around the boundary, makes the stop, not cleanly, but he does make the stop, and he keeps Hudson Prentice to a couple.
Yeah, I'll swap Bobby Charlton for
Jeff
Hurst or Jeff Astle, whoever it was back in those days in the 70 World Cup.
Yeah, did Hurst play in the 70 World Cup?
That's a great question. I know the late Jeff Astle did. Yeah.
Holland in bowls. Oh, beautiful delivery that squares up Hudson Prentice, and doesn't miss off stump by that much either. He was on the back foot, and then he indicates with his right hand that the ball moved maybe not quite as dramatically as he implies, but certainly did enough to beat the bat.
It was a great marketing tool, though, wasn't it?
It was.
It
certainly worked on me.
Yeah.
A callow youth. In goes Holland and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before. No, says the umpire, may be outside the line. He was trying again, Hudson Prentice, to work it into the leg side. Height certainly wasn't the issue. It must have been outside the line in which it hit him. Is this the replay? Let's have a look.
Oh, it's a decent shout.
My word, must have been close.
That's a good shout, you wouldn't have been surprised had that been given.
Oh, my word. I'm not sure what
Well,
that was missing.
Well, it wasn't on height, was it? That's for sure.
Absolutely wasn't. Maybe he got a little... Did he give it as runs? Did he get a little inside edge? Holland is in and bowls and beats Robinson on the outside edge. This is much better from Holland.
I think we might see Ollie Robinson giving us a bit of the long handle, I think he may just think to himself, this is not easy against the new ball.
No. As I say, I don't think Sussex would object to having 6 or 7 overs at,
I think you're right.
at the Leicestershire openers before although the guys in the dressing room were keeping themselves nice and warm, I'm sure. Holland in again to Robinson, who is leaning forward and plays it solidly enough out towards wideish mid-off where Wood is the fielder.
I watch Ollie Robinson bat. I think back to his debut at Durham all those years ago when he in the team and didn't know who on earth he was, and he walked out and got 100 on debut.
With a smile on his face.
Yeah, and he's never got 100 since.
What did he go in then that day? In goes Holland and bowls to him down the leg side, athletically, stylishly. Peter Bonetti of the 1970 World Cup squad would have been proud of that one from Ben Cox.
He went in, I'm thinking number 9. He shed the record last wicket partnership with the sadly no longer with us Matthew Hobden. A record that we hope stands forever in the Sussex annals. But he made 100 and sort of announced himself on, to Sussex.
Do you have to think of who the Durham attack
it was good.
would have been?
It was
pretty good attack.
It was. It was Onions, Hastings. A very decent Rushworth.
Yeah.
Here comes Ben Green, bowls to Finn Hudson Prince. Let's that go outside the off stump. 3:37 for 8 here on 5 Sports Extra 2. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray. At Grace Road, it's getting a little gloomier now, and I just wonder whether we may get the floodlights on. I'll certainly get them on before they call it off a bad light, but there's just sort of some rather more angry-looking cloud beginning to drift its way over.
The hope is that it's moving fast.
Yes.
Which it has done all day in this wind.
Green in bowls. Hudson Prentice drives fluently out into the offside. He goes to 21. Sussex to 338 for 8. So 12 runs needed for another batting bonus point.
Towards the end of the day, one does occasionally have the odd yawn, but I'm slightly worried about this camera now. We have to be a little bit more circumspect.
We do.
Put our hand over our mouths and what have you.
In comes Green, bowls, and Robinson with a play in the miss. Rather hung his back out to dry there, did Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex made 335. Ollie Robinson batted at number 9. He made 110. Matthew Hobden made 65. The pair came together when Sussex were 171 for 9. They finished on 335 all out. In comes Green, bowls down the leg side. Robinson rather misses out, goes through to keeper Cox, no run. And the Durham attack, we went far off. Richard, Onions, Rushworth, Hastings, Isman Arshad, Scott Borthwick, Paul Collingwood and Keaton Jennings were the bowlers. That was
Jennings?
Yeah, he bowled 1 over. So there we are, that was 2015, 26th of April, so that's, what's that, 11 years ago. Where does the time go? Green in and bowls. Robinson lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. And just as you say, the light is fading, the sun decides to make an appearance. I don't think it's going to be a long appearance because there's some rather heavy cloud behind it, but nonetheless.
And of course he has his Test half century as well.
Yes, he does. Yeah, I mean, he can bat, and certainly in his early days, his early career, which he spent down at Kent, he was primarily in the side as a batsman. Green on his way again. Bowls. Robinson drives pleasantly into the offside. Picks up another single. Sussex go to 339 for 8. We'll have a quick rattle around the other grounds, or the other games I should say, in a couple of moments' time. It is the end of the over. 339 for 8. Robinson 3. Hudson Prentice 21. Glamorgan now 36 for 4 against Yorkshire in Cardiff. 4 wickets there for Jack White. So a good day so far for Yorkshire despite the late start. At Southampton, Essex 210 for 3. Matt Critchley going very nice. He's 88 not out for Essex. Somerset 269 for 5 against Notts at Taunton. Tom Abel 102 not out.
Holland in, bowls down the leg side. Stepped inside it, I think, Robinson, rather than actually play. He's cross with himself, so perhaps he did just try to help it on its way. Cox made the stop by hook or by crook, diving away to his left. So no run. 339 remains the score.
And finally in the first division, Surrey 255 for 7, folks 89 not out.
And the only close fielder on the leg side is at wideish mid-on now, as Holland is in again to Robinson outside off stump, and Robinson again leaves the newly responsible Ollie Robinson, the skipper.
In the second division, Derbyshire 341 for 4. Martin Anderson, formerly of Middlesex, 112 not out. There's been 3 or 4 Centurions on this opening day of the season. Emilio Gay 1 for Durham, who are 323 for 9 against Kent at the Riverside.
Holland bowls. Nicely clipped off his legs by Robinson. Jogs the single, because as I say, the only close fielder on the leg side, or single saving fielder, is Tom Scriven at wideish mid-on. We've got Lewis Hill out there at deep mid-wicket, and we have Ben Green at wideish long leg. And the wide open spaces on the east side of the ground. Holland in, bowls, flashing drive in the air through gully down to third man for 4. So Hudson Prentice, a little bit fortunate, was drawn into the drive, but fortune favoured the brave, and he moves on to 25, and that third batting bonus point now just 6 runs away.
Yes. It's a message from Ollie's dad. Very proud to be here at the start of the season and watch his son's first game in charge of Sussex.
Skipper. Yeah, he should be proud. He's done brilliantly. In goes Holland and bowls, and forward goes Hudson Prentice, dropping it out in front of point on the offside. Weatherald is reasonably quickly onto it, but he has to run sideways, so to speak, and so the single was comfortably taken.
And Ian goes on to say, he says, to answer your question, yes, Jeff Hurst was in the 1970 World Cup squad and scored 1 goal in the tournament. That was the tournament where we got knocked out by West Germany 3-2.
We did, having been leading 2-0. And then
they took Bobby Charlton off.
He did. Sir Alf.
Yeah, he did.
But also Bonetti was playing instead of Banks, who had food poisoning or something. In goes Holland and bowls. Robinson turns him off. His fairly straight, but he got plenty on it. He kind of knew what he was doing, leant forward and pushed it out towards mid-wicket and takes the single. That means he keeps the strike. He moves on to 5, 3, on to 6, I'm pretty sure. Checks on the manual. No, 5 is correct. Apologies to the operators of the electronic. 346 for 8 at the end of the over.
Yes, I remember it well. 19, yeah, I do remember it. We were 1970 and all that. Yeah. I think
You're older than you look, young man.
I think I am. Here comes Ben Green, running away from us. Comes in and bowls to Ollie Robertson, who's no, it's not Ollie Robertson. Yes, it is.
Yes,
He plays stoutly forward, and there is no run. Yeah, I do remember it. We were all very depressed the next day at school. Brazil went on to win the competition. Ollie Robertson needs a new bat. And so someone is coming running out.
Very well wrapped up 12th man.
Yes, I'm not sure who's on 12th man duty. I know Daniel Ibrahim is up here. It could be Charlie Tier, the young wicket keeper. He's so wrapped up, he's got his bobble hat on. But Ollie Robertson's got a new bat in hand, so 346 for 8, 4 runs needed, as you say, for the third batting bonus point. I need to do an update in a moment, but I'll just see out this over as in comes Green and bowls, and Robinson is steadfastly forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. That cloud is sort of, well, we keep thinking that heavier cloud is inching towards the ground. I kind of feel it is, but we've still got the option of the lights. The umpire's just having sort of one of those knowing looks at each other, Richard.
Yeah. I think we're going to be okay.
Well, fingers crossed. And,
there's only 10 overs after this one to bowl.
Comes Green again, bowls. Robinson lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox in front of first slip, and there is no run. So thank you, Ian, for that. What if SO were doing a similar thing for this year's World Cup? I remember we'd go into the garage and Dad, we'd find out we'd got sort of, 2 Allen balls or 2, and then you have to swap it with a mate at school or whatever, or.
Given the manner in which FIFA are financially exploiting every single aspect of it, I'm sure there'll be all sorts of things.
In comes Green again down the leg side. Ollie Robinson's a bit annoyed with himself that he missed out, clipping that one down to fine leg.
Prices to watch England. Is it against Ghana, the first game? Somebody said they'd paid £450, which is supposed to be cheap for a ticket.
It's just bonkers. In fact, my brother-in-law lives in Boston, and when we saw it, we thought, perhaps we can see a game. But I mean, it's just nonsense, isn't it? Just madness. A lot of Scots will be going out there, mind you. In comes Green and bowled. They're playing 2 games in Boston. Robinson forward, plays it into the offside. There's a well-judged single by Ollie Robinson. He played it into the offside and set off straight away. He goes to his 6th run. Sussex 347 for 8.
Yes, they've been given permission to wear their sporrans because theoretically they were bags, and you're not allowed to take bags in. But
really,
yes. But now apparently because they're part of their traditional Highland dress, they're allowed to wear sporrans. It was a serious issue.
Green in bowls. Forward comes Hudson Prentice, plays out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 347 for 8. Ollie Robertson on 6. Finn Hudson Prentice is on 26. I'm going to have to disappear for a couple of moments, Richard, and do a quick update.
Don't worry, you disappear. Problems for Leicestershire, because once again a little partnership building in the Sussex lower order, dragging the visitors towards and no doubt past that 350, 320 for 8 when Jack Carson was very leg before wicket to Ben Green. 27 now these two. Ollie Robinson, the skipper, and Finn Hudson-Prentice have added for the 9th wicket. Frustrating runs for Leicestershire as Holland is in and bowls to Robinson, who's slightly squared up, but he manages to, although it comes off a thickish outside edge, he manages to keep it down. It rolls towards gully, through what would be gully, and Hill running back from sort of backward point and sideways picks up and fields, and one is taken. Robinson on to 7, 348 for 8. Holland into his 21st over is in. Bowls, that one stays a touch low as it comes back in towards Finn Hudson-Prentice. There's half a shout as he takes his bottom hand off the bat on the back foot and tries to defend. I think it's a combination of inside edge and pad. Drops the ball at his feet. Certainly the half shout for leg before was quickly choked off. 2 slips. Otherwise a fairly conventional single saving field, but with sweepers on both sides. As Holland is in, big attempted drive from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he misses it. Could easily have edged that one through to Ben Cox. Didn't take the edge. And the philosophical Holland, he's been around long enough to be philosophical, turns and walks back towards the top of his mark, which isn't too far away. Fairly short-ish run up. In he comes. Past umpire Goff and bowls straight. Might just have come back in a bit. Thick inside part of Finn Hudson-Prentice's bat runs out towards deepish backward square, and Hudson-Prentice and Robinson take the 2 runs, which the cheers from the Sussex supporters below us will tell you brings up the Sussex 350. And at the moment that Ollie Robinson lost the toss, had he been offered that 350 for 8 before the close of play on day 1, no question I think that he would have taken it. No question at all. Holland is in and bowls. Hudson-Prentice defends on the walk, taking a couple of steps down the pitch. Thick outside part of the bat. Ball squirts out into the offside. Jake Weatherald, what he has made of his first day of county championship cricket, the Australian. Have to find someone to talk to afterwards. I wonder whether Jake would have a word. Holland is in. Bowls outside off stump, and Hudson-Prentice rather contemptuously leaves. Sort of made the decision very early and was almost walking back up the pitch as the ball was still on its way into the gloves of Ben Cox. End of the 87th over of the day. Sussex 350 for 8. And in the circumstances, whatever happens from here on in, even if Leicestershire take the last 2 quick Sussex wickets quickly, it has been definitely the visitors' day. Green, Ben Green that is, to continue from the pavilion end. Big strong man is in, bowls onto the legs of Robinson, leans across and clips him nicely away into the leg side towards deep backward square. Wood running round the boundary, does cut it off, but he can't get his throw away either quickly or accurately enough to prevent a second. Robinson on to 9, 352 for 8. Green turns, runs in and bowls. That's a good leave by Robinson, because that one did a little bit. It wasn't so far outside off stump. It bounced and came back a bit, and he was taken by Cox slightly to his left behind the stumps. Robinson gestures at the pitch really, in semi-protest. Shouldn't be behaving like that, but it is a new ball still. It's only 7.2 overs old. The Devonian green turns, comes running in and bowls, and that is a beauty. And Robinson is completely squared up and beaten on the outside edge. And nobody really sort of says anything, because a ball as good as that, you'd have to be a pretty good batsman to get an edge on it. Robinson is a decent player, for sure, but wasn't quite good enough to get the edge. He waits with bat raised as Green is in, bowls to him, and again he's beaten on the outside edge with a ball that swings past the outside edge, and this time there are a few groans and arms folded on chests, and no doubt one or two comments being made from behind the stumps. Groan or two, because that was a beauty again. From Benjamin George Frederick Green, BGF Green. Hasn't had much luck today. Is in and bowls, and Robinson goes for the big one and lofts it over the leg side. It bounces away, not entirely convincingly, but bouncing away it does, and I think the preceding two deliveries had plenty to do with that. So, well, if you're going to bowl me those sort of unplayable things, I might as well get what I can. He took half a step down the pitch, a step or two almost really, and swung the bat, thickish inside part of it, but he got more than enough on it to lift it to the leg side boundary for 4. So he moves on to 13, 356 for 8. Green's 50 is up, the sort of 50 a bowler doesn't necessarily want to see. 2 for 50 as he comes to the end of his 21st over. A bouncer down the leg side. Robinson, who walked down, just sort of leans inside the line, and Cox cleans up behind the stumps, but that was a frustrated, annoyed bouncer from the equable, I should say. Equable? First day back, folks. Equable Green. And his figures of 2 for 50 off 21, he's probably, as Adrian is back alongside, been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers, but he has not had much luck, Ben Green. There'll be days when he picks up 5 or 6 wickets and doesn't bowl as well as he has today.
Yes, he has. I mean, I think the two standout bowlers in the match have been Ian Holland and Ben Green, who have pitched the ball up, and we've been saying continually all day that if you can put the ball in the right place on this pitch, you know, there's plenty in it for the seamers, and I've little doubt, had Ollie Robinson won the toss this morning, that he would have elected to have bowled as well. So
Definitely.
I think having the runs on the board here, and you've said since pretty much the start of play, you know 350 is a very good score on this pitch, and Sussex have got the runs on the board.
It's a cracking score. But very interested to see. I mean, yes, never judge a pitch until both sides have batted, but there looks to have been plenty in it for the Leicestershire bowlers.
Well, Tom Scriven comes in and bowls to Fitzhudson Prentice, who eases that one backward of square and picks up a single. He goes to 29. Sussex certainly showing the virtue of batting a long way down. We were saying it's only Hudson Prentice and Henry Croker who haven't scored first-class hundreds. Somewhat surprising that Hudson Prentice hasn't, but as we said earlier, he's made a 99, and Richard very kindly looked up that was against Middlesex in his Derbyshire days. Scriven running in from the Bennett end over the wicket bowls to Ollie Robinson, who's defending stoutly and plays that into the offside, and there is no run. It's interesting, I said a few overs ago, I just wondered, with the new ball being taken, whether Ollie Robinson might decide to give it a bit of a biff, because he has been known to do that, but he's, I don't know, maybe it's the skipper in him. He's thinking, right, I'm just going to push the ball around, pick up the 1s and 2s, and they've guided Sussex to this third batting bonus point.
Well, they've added 37 now, these two, for the 9th wicket.
Very useful runs. Scriven in again.
And they are struggling a little bit, Leicestershire, to bowl Sussex out on day 1 of this county championship 2026, because Sussex have moved on now to 357 for 8. At tea, it looked as though Leicestershire had a chance of sort of bowling Sussex out for 300 or maybe even a touch less, because they were 262 for 6 and Leicestershire had picked up 4 wickets in the session. But although they've picked up the wickets of Tom Price, leg before wicket to Akvinder Singh, a wicket on debut for a right-arm seamer who's otherwise struggled. He went leg before for 43, and then Jack Carson leg before wicket to the admirable Ben Green 4-5. No wickets since. New Sussex skipper Ollie Robinson is at the crease. He's 13 not out. Finn Hudson-Prentice is 29 not out. The only sort of upside from Leicestershire's point of view is if these two hang on, then it does mean that the Foxes openers won't have a couple of awkward overs to face before the close. But 357 for 8 is not what Leicestershire would hope for when they won the toss and decided to bowl this morning. Apologies, Adrian. That came absolutely out of the blue.
I thought you did remarkably well. when that happens, it's tricky. Well done, you. The sun started to come out again. I noticed the first close of play has come down at Southampton. As in comes Scriven bowls, and
what a catch.
It has been caught. That is a tremendous catch. At first slip, was that caught left-handed?
I think it was Ben Cox. I think the keeper took it
the
right-handed in front of first slip.
Well, that was a tremendous. So Ollie Robinson has gone for 13. A wicket for Tom Scriven. We're going to see the replay again. It's away to our right-hand side. Let's just see this again. Scriven in from the Bennett end. Bowls. Robinson nicks it.
Cox, brilliant.
Cox, brilliant catch, right in front of first slip. Well, if your keeper's going to go for it, you've got to go for it and make sure you get there, because it was a first slip catch really, but Cox took it. And the 9th wicket goes down. The skipper is on his way for 13, but he's done his job. He's guided Sussex to that 3rd batting bonus point. Sussex 257 for 9. And it's not inconceivable, that Leicestershire could have to face a couple of tricky overs.
BBC Radio Leicester that that's the only sort of silver lining that the cloud has, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, they might yet. And they have picked up a 3rd bowling bonus point at least. That was brilliant from Cox.
It was.
Outstanding catch. He's been impressive today, and a little bit of reward late in the day for Tom Scriven, who's otherwise had a handful of dust really. He was none for 76 from 15.
So I think I was saying they'd finished for the day at Southampton. They're just off for bad light at the minute. Essex 219 for 3, but at the minute the light here is improving all the time, and I was rather pessimistic 20 minutes ago with some heavier cloud. It seems to have broken up, Richard, doesn't it? And
blazing away. Well, the wind has blown it over.
Yeah, it has.
At a rate of knots. So it is now a gorgeous close end of the day, and we're going to get those 7 overs, or possibly less, because we lose 2 obviously for the change of innings. But Jake Weatherall and Rishi Patel will be thinking of. This is going to be slightly awkward.
Yes,
potentially.
Yeah. Is it me or thee? I think it's you, Richard. I think I pinched.
Was that the last ball of Scriven's
yes, I
over?
think I rather pinched your.
No problem at all. Green then looking to finish things off. Big chest on action, and that's a shout for leg before, stays low. Oh, how was that?
That looked a good shout. That was another good shout, didn't it?
He can only have got a little edge on that one, because let's have a look. He was back on his stumps. It hit him sort of on the knee roll. It was just above the pad actually, so I still think it would have hit the top of the stumps. But
it looked a good shot. I certainly think you'd have reviewed it, Richard.
I think I would have asked to see what ball tracker made of it. But Hudson-Prentice survives. Green is in. He's down the wicket and flaying it away to the backward point boundary for 4. Well, there was a sense of I'm just going to throw the bat now about that one from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he picks up 4. It pays off.
Yes. Well, I think it's sort of Henry Crocombe there actually, because Finn had clearly decided he was just going to go for it, but Henry can bat. But maybe the decision has been made. Let's just get these runs while we can, and
Well, I think they fancy a couple of overs.
Maybe they do. Yeah, maybe they do.
At the Leicestershire openers. Would they send out a night watchman for the new Australian Test superstar? Would they send out numbers 10 and 11?
He's made a first-class half-century, Henry Crocombe, so there's no mug with the bat.
Green is in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice, having chased down the wicket and thrown the bat at the last one, defends that one in perfectly orthodox style. Back down the pitch to Ben Green.
54 against Glamorgan at Hove in 2024 is Henry's best score. So
everybody can bat now, can't they?
They can.
So, and are expected to as well. Green in, bowls, and oh, no idea where that had gone. Hudson Prentice. He was, I think, looking to steer it down towards sort of wide-ish third man, and it may have nipped back a bit, took the inside edge, and looked around wildly for a minute to see that it was trickling towards square leg. Change in the field, because we've had 4 deliveries of the over now, and they will look, Leicestershire, obviously, to keep Hudson Prentice down the non-striker's end. So up from long off comes Holland to mid off. Eskenazi comes across from mid-wicket to shortish extra. Rahan comes running in from the sweeper position on the offside to fill in the gap in the covers. Green is in. Advancing down is Hudson Prentice, lofted into the air, straight to Hill at mid-wicket, and that is that. It is a third wicket for Ben Green. I think a deserved wicket. He, for me, has been the pick over the bowlers. 3 for 54. He finishes with Hudson Prentice goes caught, Hill bowled, Green for an excellent 33, and Sussex are all out for 361. Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherald go running off to put their pads on first, so there won't be, and it was a spurious suggestion really anyway, tongue-in-cheek suggestion, a night watchman or 2 coming out for the Foxes, and Sussex will have 4 overs at the Leicestershire openers, but I think that's a great effort.
It certainly is. And Sussex, I'm going to say, have 4 overs to see what Ollie Robinson and co can do. So I think Sussex will be the happier of the 2 sides. I think to get put in and hand up with 350 on the board is a good effort, but Leicestershire have battled hard, and we can only judge. So I think we can have a break and have a cup of tea. And Kevin Howes has picked up for us on 5 Sports Extra 2.
I just think that's a really good score. Holland 3 for 79. Rahan 1 for 41. Wood 1 for 42. Everybody got a wicket then. And Singh 1 for plenty. Score. 2 overs. They pick up a wicket before the close, or 2. You did for a run this morning? I did go for a run this morning. Yes. Really love this one. That won't be it. I mean. I saw the doctor. I had a CAT scan on earlier this week, actually. It's weird, isn't it? The doctor knows me well enough, 12 years, to show me on the scan and see all your organs. What is that? Ridiculous. It hasn't progressed at the moment. It's just sort of static. So they're pretty pleased. Do you take drugs? No. There is. This is the trial next year. You don't need to. Well, hello again from the Uptonsteel Grace Road, Leicestershire's county ground, for this just last knockings on this first day of the county championship season 2026. Leicestershire in the first division for the first time for 23 years, about to start their reply. A slightly chastened Leicestershire, I would suggest, because they're having to reply to Sussex's not formidable but very impressive first innings of 361 put into bat on a pitch that it's offered Leicestershire's seamers plenty of assistance. And Sussex will be very pleased at having racked up 361. They now have 4 overs at the Leicestershire openers, and it's going to be very interesting to see how much movement the likes of Ollie Robinson and possibly Henry Crocombe
Yes, I think so, Richard. Yeah.
get to get from this Grace Road pitch. We are going to get those overs. They haven't needed the floodlights. The sun, a slightly watery sun, it has to be said, is still out. The sun is the cloud is high, but the sun has just about penetrated it. So what can they do? We are back with you on Sports Extra 2 to see how Leicestershire's reply fares. It will be just a case, you would have thought, of them looking to get through these 4 overs. Rishi Patel is facing the bowling of Ollie Robinson from the Bennett end. Patel leans forward and turns his wrists on the straight first delivery, pushes it out to mid-on, and there is no run. Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex and Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, for the first time in the 2026 season, are your commentators. And as I say, it's been Sussex's day, the visitors' day so far, led really by Tom Clark, who made a very fine century earlier today. Plenty of contributions up and down the order as well. In goes Robinson and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Patel's bat with an outswinger. Almost flings himself off his feet there. Ollie Robinson. That one moved nicely.
It did. I'm just wondering whether Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to open the bowling from this end. He's fielding down at fine leg. Normally he fields at backward point, so I just wonder whether...
Judging by his
he's warming up,
yeah.
I just wonder, perhaps he nips the ball around a little more than Henry Crocombe. So that looks to me like, yeah.
The Sussex scorer thought it was going to be Crocombe, didn't he? Because he put it up on the electronic. Well, you must have mentioned it to the operators of the electronic scoreboard. Robinson is in and bowls thick outside edge, and it bounces well in front of second slip, and it runs down to third man. It breaks through the slips. Really, is that Price in?
It's I think it went past James Coles.
Coles, and he wasn't able to stop it. It bounced in front of him. It wasn't a chance, but it was a genuine edge. Just how far short was it? In fairness to Patel, he angled it down, but it wasn't entirely convincing.
Yes, unusually James Coles is in at first slip. Generally that would be Tom Alsop's position, but Tom Alsop not in the side this week, so it's Coles, Clark, looks like leaning.
There's a lot of numbers there.
And Tom Haynes, I think, is probably in at fourth slip.
It's quite a high-scoring slip cordon. In goes Robinson and bowls to Patel again. Thickish outside edge along the ground into the slips, but this time it is Haynes who's theatrically hopping around. The ball having, sort of got through his hands and onto a leg perhaps, but I think he's playing the clown a little bit there.
Yes.
Tom Haynes.
Big Tottenham Hotspur fan is.
Well, he must be a worried man at the moment.
I'm sure he's very worried. I'm sure he'd get heaps of stick from his teammates as well.
Deservedly so.
Yes.
No excuses.
Poor old Tom. Yeah.
In comes Robinson with that sweatband on his left wrist. That's a nice bit of bounce, but it's outside off stump. And Patel, who is sort of half forward, very watchful, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. 4 without loss, Leicestershire. Counting down the deliveries, 19 until the close of play. Short leg is in, short-ish, straight-ish, mid-wicket likewise. Patel likes to play that shot. He likes to clip the ball in the air through mid-wicket, and that is a fielder I would always have for Rishi Patel. Robinson is in and bowls on off stump. Patel is solidly behind it again, pushing it out into the offside, and he has survived the first over. It's beaten by the second ball and a couple of not streaky edges off balls 3 and 4. He kept it down nicely, and I think they'll need a little bit of fortune to get through this spell, but Patel has got through the first over. Jake Weatherald now. He's got Australian forearms. He's got Australian openers forearms. Chunky.
Now, did we
He's
call
got a nice tan on him as well, hasn't he? Look at that. Wow.
Well, I said it'd be Henry Crocombe. I said it'd be Finn Hudson-Prentice, and indeed it is.
You called it correctly.
Yeah, we did. So, 3 slips in place. Backward point, cover, mid-off. a shortish mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a fine leg way down in the distance. Hudson Prentice goes through a couple of practice run-ups to the crease. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Jake Weatherall.
As I say, his best bowling figures are against Leicestershire. 2 seasons ago for Sussex.
Yes, was that here, Richard? I think it might have been, you
A
know.
5 for.
Yeah. And welcome to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra to a sunny Grace Road where Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming running in around the wicket to bowl to the Australian Test opener Jake Weatherall, who drives the first ball. It's a no ball and drilled away through backward point for 4 runs. So a good start to his Leicestershire career for Jake Weatherall. He picks up a boundary and Leicestershire go to 10 without loss with that no ball. And Weatherall, a very late arrival, Richard, to the Leicestershire side, and he'll be very pleased to have got off the mark with a boundary.
Very. What have you heard the no ball call? Because it's not the sort of quickest action, Hudson-Prentice, but it was full, wide, and Australian Test openers don't tend to miss out in those circumstances.
Hudson-Prentice running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Weatherall cuts again, and well fielded at backward point by Jack Carson. And there is no run. So very much the story of the day. Leicestershire winning the toss here this morning, asking Sussex to bat first, and Sussex off to an absolute flyer through the likes of Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes. Hughes making 19, Tom Haynes 56. The pair of them adding 57 in something like 6 overs this morning. Haynes eventually out for 56, James Coles for 28, Jack Leaning for 13, John Simpson for 17, but the innings of the day coming from Tom Clark, who made 101 for Sussex, batting at number 3. Hudson-Prentice coming over the wicket, bowls to Weatherall, who's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Oh, backing up a long way down the pitches. Patel, the throw comes in, it misses the stumps. Well, there was all sorts happening there. The net result is it's a dot in the scorer's notebook, and the score remains on 10 without loss. Tom Price on debut for Sussex, making a very handy 43, and Sussex eventually bowled out for 361. 3 wickets for Ian Holland, 3 wickets for Ben Green. Those two are very much the pick of the Leicestershire bowling. Leicestershire now with an awkward 4 overs to face at the close of this opening day. They've negotiated 1 from Ollie Robinson. This is the second, being bowled by Hudson-Prentice in and bowls to Weatherall, who plays this to backward point, and there is no run. It's been a good day's cricket. We have no interruptions at all, and we're finishing the day in sort of milky sunshine here, and the wind has dropped away.
And it's one of those little sort of micro sessions that can really affect a game, and one of the things you miss about Championship cricket, really, just all of a sudden you've got a couple of overs that are really tense and could, as I say, just affect the course of the game. Leicestershire's key batsman.
Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls, and Weatherall is full to a ball of good length, punches it straight back down the track, and Hudson-Prentice fields up his own bowling. Very good afternoon, welcome to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra. Richard Ray and Adrian Harms, your commentary team here for the last 2 or 3 overs of what's been a fascinating day's cricket, and a super innings from Tom Clark for Sussex. That was the highlight, and he played some lovely shots, including 4 sixes, Richard.
Yes, and they weren't just over the boundary.
No, they were big sixes.
They were a long way.
Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls, and Weatherall lets that one go outside of the off stump taken by the Sussex wicket keeper John Simpson. 3 slips, a gully, a fielder on the point boundary. There's a cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance as the sun shines brightly into our commentary box here at Leicester. Elsewhere in the County Championship, Glamorgan 73 for 4 against Yorkshire. Play didn't start till much later in the day. 3 wickets there for Jack White. They finished for the day in Southampton as Hudson-Prentice is in again, bowls, and Weatherall lets that one go outside the off stump taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So 2 overs gone here, 2 overs to go. Leicestershire 10 without loss in reply to Sussex's 361. Essex 219 for 3 at Southampton. They finished there. At Taunton they've also finished. Somerset 292 for 6. A century for Tom Abel, and they're still playing at Edgbaston, where Surrey are 320 for 7, having at one stage been 90 for 6, but a century there for Ben Folkes, and 83 from Tom Laws have put Surrey in a good position over at Edgbaston.
2 overs to go here at Grace Road. Robinson is in to Patel, who is careful on off stump, defending it out into the offside. There's no run. Long shadows being cast actually over the square now. The floodlights are huge here at Grace Road, and the sun is now so low. I remember one April, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, when there was a lot of cloud around, the opening game of the season, in goes Robinson and bowls and beats the outside edge with a very nice delivery, nicely pitched, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement, and Patel rather plunging forward. He's not walking forward, keeping his back foot anchored, was beaten on the outside edge. But it was in the days when Leicestershire bowled their overs very slowly, and it got to about 7 o'clock and the sun had sunk behind the meat basically. But it's a long way from doing that here. They've cracked on today, and it is only just about 10 past 6, so we'll be finished about 20 past. In goes Robinson, bowls outside off stump. Good lift from Ollie Robinson, but it is a little bit too wide and it's moving further away, and although it's taken with his gloves pointing upwards, around about chest high by John Simpson, he's moving to his right as he does so.
He's probably got a decent lick here, you know, Ollie Robinson. We were both commenting, and I saw Ollie Robinson at the press day, that he does look fit and got the extra responsibility this season of skippering Sussex in the county championship.
Well, if this ECB pace scout is here,
yes,
we'll be watching with great interest at the moment. Robinson emerges from the shadows, bowls to Patel, who flashes and he's caught behind. Went for the big shot. It wasn't the shot to play. It was a little bit short, but it was pacey and it bounced. And it was one to leave, really, from Rishi Patel's point of view. He didn't. He went for the big shot, and he's paid the penalty. It's edged behind to Simpson, and Sussex's good day continues. Robinson has the breakthrough, and Leicestershire are 10 for 1.
Well, as we said, we were saying Ollie Robinson bowling with good pace. He was getting good bounce as well. And John Simpson snaffling up the catch. Ollie Robinson had said at media day he hasn't deserved to be included around England in the last couple of seasons, and all he can do is to take wickets. He's had a good winter. He looks as fit as a fiddle, and he's picked up a wicket in the second over here. And
wrong shot.
Yes, it was the wrong shot.
Wrong time.
But Robinson straight in the wickets. Just very briefly elsewhere around the country, Derbyshire 384 for 4 in the second division against Worcestershire at Derby. A century there for Martin Anderson, formerly of course of Middlesex. Up at Durham, Kent in their first innings are 22 for 2 in reply to the Durham total of 335.
Just to say that the night watchman is now coming out.
Right.
A very good night watchman, Tom Scriven,
yes,
but he certainly wouldn't be batting at 3.
No. So Ollie Robinson certainly with his tail up. Just have a quick look at that score from Durham. Durham making 335, a century there for Emilio Gay. As I say, Kent already struggling in reply. Let's just have a look and see who's back in the pavilion, because Zach Crawley was playing in that game, and Zach Crawley is out. LBW to Matthew Potts for 9. So Zach Crawley's season not getting off to the best start up in the northeast. At Lords, they finished for the day. At Middlesex 279 for 5 against Gloucestershire. But here at Grace Road, Leicester, Sussex making 361 in reply. Leicestershire have lost a wicket out of Rishi Patel, caught behind by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson, who's got his tail up. Robinson, he's racing in from the Bennett in. He bowls to Scriven and beats Scriven, all ends up outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Sussex with 4 slips and a gully in place. They've got a leg slip as well, a short leg. In fact, the only fielder who's not close to the wicket is Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's down here at fine leg. Sorry, did I take your over, Richard? I'm sorry. Apologies. Right. We were chatting away there about other scores, weren't we?
You were in such good flow on the other scores that I thought, once one starts, it's difficult to stop.
They're bringing another slip here, so
why not?
The short leg's gone. That's 5 slips in a gully they got in place,
why not?
Richard.
Why not? That would make a good picture in the sun, casting those long shadows.
It would indeed.
4 slips or 2 gullies or 5 slips in a gully. Robinson is in, bowls to Scriven, who is reaching forward a little bit at that one, thickish outside edge, and just about manages to keep it out. But that's been a super over from the Sussex skipper, and he's made the first breakthrough for his side in the innings. Gets a series of high fives from that posse of slips as they walk back past him, and he deserves it as well. 1 for 5 from his 2 overs, and he will be very pleased with his first day as Sussex skipper, and it could yet get better because Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl the last over of the day, and why not? I'd have everybody up.
Yes, I agree.
I wouldn't bother with a long leg, to be quite honest, Ollie. I'd get the lot, and I think it's being suggested to Robinson that that's perhaps what he ought to think about doing, and he does push his mid off into almost a catching position at shortish extra.
Well, in comes Finn Hudson-Prentice in bright sunshine, comes in and bowls to Scriven, who plays out into the offside, and there is no run to the last over of the day. Just to recap, Sussex making 361, 101 for Tom Clark, 3 wickets for Ian Holland and Ben Green. And now the last over of the day. It's been an absorbing day's cricket.
As now Scriven is a bit like Hudson-Prentice. I think he's got a 99.
Right. Okay.
And I think, let me just check, what was it at Worcester? But I'll look that up while you crack on.
Hudson-Prentice makes his way in from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Scriven is forward and plays out into the offside. And there is no run, fielded there by Tom Price, who on debut made an impressive 43 for Sussex. Tom Haynes making 56 and Hudson-Prentice 33.
Because before that 99, his best score was actually made at Hove against Sussex of 78, I think it was. But let me just check what Tom's best is.
Hudson-Prentice wheels around down in front of us, and he's on his way. And this is the last over of the day. He's in and bowls, and Scriven is stoutly forward, plays out into the offside, and again fielded by Price. And again, there is no run. So 3 balls left in the day. I drove up this morning through a lot of rain up the M1 and didn't think we'd see very much cricket today, but the weather gods have been kind to us on this opening day of the county championship. And a close fielder goes in. We've got a silly mid-off right in front of Tom Scriven, just a couple of yards away, as in comes Hudson-Prentice over the wicket, bowls, and Scriven is forward. Hudson-Prentice making Scriven play every delivery here.
Yes, he has a 99. I knew he did. I think it was at Worcester.
We were talking about the 99 club earlier. Finn Hudson-Prentice made 99 against Middlesex. And Tom Scriven also in that club. It's Daniel Hughes who's in very, very close to the Australian at silly mid-off. 4 slips and a gully in place. Hudson-Prentice roars in again, comes in and bowls to Scriven, and Scriven is going to get runs here down towards third man. He's edged it away. He won't worry too much about that. He's going to race away for 4 runs. Just tried a diving attempt by Jack Carson. Runs away for 4. And Scriven goes to 5, and Leicestershire 15 for 1. And what that does mean, he's doing his job here as a night watchman. He's keeping Jake Weatherald away from the strike.
Absolutely. My memory betrayed me. It was at Canterbury back in the
we'll forgive you that.
Last July.
So, final ball of the day here at Leicester, with the sun out, a fitting end to what's been a wonderful day's cricket. Sussex now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips and a gully for this final delivery. As in comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Scriven. He beats him outside the off stump through to John Simpson. That is the final ball of the day. Leicestershire finishing on 15 for 1. Tom Scriven is on 5. Jake Weatherald is on 4. It's been a terrific day's cricket here, finishing in the sunshine, but I think Sussex will be the happier of the 2 sides, Richard, with that 361 on the board, and there is a little bit in this pitch for the seamers.
Most definitely. But I've missed this. I don't know about you, Adrian.
Oh, totally.
That was an absolutely cracking day's first-class cricket. Leicestershire back in the First Division for the first time for 23 years. They had a chastening first period. Sussex really did well. They rode their luck, but they were incredibly positive. They went for the shots. The ball was seaming around, but for the most part those shots came off, and they went for lunch at 154 for 2 off just 30 overs. Leicestershire's bowling attack somewhat denuded by injury and absences, and it looked like it. Only Green really and Holland were able in any way to really sort of look dangerous. They were better in the afternoon, the Foxes, but Sussex dug in nicely. They picked up 4 wickets in the afternoon session. But Tom Clark led the way for Sussex. He made a very fine century, and before being dismissed by Ian Holland, Leicestershire skipper, for 101. It was a good 56 in the morning from Tom Haynes. Tom Price made excellent 43 in the evening session as Sussex sort of got their score up past 350 to 361 all out. Hudson Prentice, the last man out, for 33. And then Robinson, the new skipper, managed to make a breakthrough in the 4 overs that Sussex had at Leicestershire, dismissing Rishi Patel, who won't be, I'm sure, overjoyed with the shot he played, throwing the bat at a ball that bounced a little bit on him outside off stump, and giving John Simpson a straightforward catch behind the stump. So we shall reconvene at 5 to 11 or so tomorrow. I hope you've enjoyed the day's play. You hope you've enjoyed the new pictures that Leicestershire are providing this season. They've impressed me. I don't know about you, but
they've impressed me. And as ever, Richard, it's been hugely enjoyable. Enjoy your company, and it's been a good day's cricket, regardless of who's done what. Always good here at Grace Road. So thank you.
It is, and thank you to Adrian, and thanks to Adam Whitty, who's heading off to Bordeaux to watch Leicester Tigers, taking what Adam says is a slightly second string side. I don't think they rate their chances very highly at the Tigers at Bordeaux, but be lovely down there at this time of year, I would imagine. So hopefully Adam will enjoy some sunshine and perhaps a Pernod or two in a Bordeaux cafe overlooking the sea. But Adrian and I will be back tomorrow. We'll have the company of Rita Green, as well as well, we didn't have Kevin's company today. He was too busy updating everybody with the scores from elsewhere on 5 Sports Extra and also 5 itself. So perhaps we'll see him tomorrow as well. But in the meantime, we will have hopefully your company tomorrow. But for now, from Grace Road, from the Uptonsteel Grace Road, as the sun sinks away into it. It's low now, isn't it? Away over there in the west. But it's been a marvellous first day of the domestic county cricket season 2026, and hopefully it'll be a marvellous second. But for now, as I say, from Grace's, it's good night from Adrian and myself. Good night.